Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Romantic Yakuza. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Chapter 1. Abduction. Tears flowed freely down the little boy's face as he attempted to catch them with his sleeves as he clutched tightly onto a brand new All Might action figure that his mom had recently gotten him. He was scuffed up and dirty from being pushed into the ground and kicked a few times by who he thought was his closest friend, Katsuki Bakugo, or as he always called him, Kacchan. It was like that ever since they found out that he was quirkless almost a year ago. Before that, the two of them were best friends. Izuku looked up to the other since it seemed Katsuki could do everything perfectly, unlike himself. Once the word got out that Izuku would never gain a quirk, his friend soon became his bully, going so far as to belittle him and call him Deku. Usually Izuku didn't really care. He still hung around Katsuki, following behind him and his friends as they did things together. It was only recent when the verbal bullying became physical. Today was one of those days. He wasn't exactly sure what he did to set him off, but he supposed it had to do with proclaiming that he decided to continue his dream of becoming a pro hero. "You're quirkless, Deku, you can't be a hero," he remembered Katsuki say, and it made him cry even harder into his arms. "You know what quirkless people are, right, Deku? They're worthless, weak, and will never become anything important. Just give it up already. Who's going to find anything of value in someone like you?" The blonde boasted while his friends laughed in the background. It was only when Katsuki's friend left when he added, "Just let me protect you, Deku, you don't need to be a hero." Izuku picked himself off the ground and ran away from the blonde. "Deku," he called out to him, but the quirkless boy didn't stop and just kept running. "Why are you crying?" Izuku gasped as he wiped away the moisture on his freckled face. Looking up, he found a boy around 10 or so years old gazing at him. The boy was wearing a clean black suit, had short dark hair with reddish undertones to it, and his eyes were like honey. The little 6-year-old sniffed. "My FR friend was saying mean things to me, just cause I'm quirkless," he muttered out, straining himself to not cry again. The others stared in silence for a moment. A click of his tongue showed his distaste of Izuku's answer. "Is he also the reason why you're hurt?" the boy questioned calmly. A nod was all he could give at that moment. "Well, I happen to like the fact that you're quirkless," the boy spoke, which caused Izuku's emerald eyes to widen. You do?" "Very much. I'm Chisaki Kai, what's your name?" "Midoriya." "Izuku." After that, Kai was not only able to get Izuku to stop crying, but the two of them had started to play hide and seek, though Kai did his best not to dirty himself or his outfit. Izuku found that Kai was really good at finding him and didn't notice that Kai was making it easy for the younger to locate him. Pretty soon Izuku forgot all about why he was so sad and was extremely happy to be playing with his new friend. As the sun was setting, the two of them sat side by side on a bench as Izuku started to nod off from playing so hard his action figure held tightly in his hands. "Izuku," Kai whispered softly to the sleepy boy. He guided the boy to lay his head down on his lap and gently glided his gloved fingers through Izuku's green locks. "Rest. We can play more tomorrow," the older boy assured. Izuku's eyes began to grow heavy at the comforting feeling of Kai's petting. "You promise?" he muttered sleepily and closed his eyes. "I promise." He heard Kai answer just as he drifted to sleep, the toy falling to the ground. Not noticing the black sedan that pulled into the parking lot, nor the look of possession that consumed those honey-colored eyes. Two men approached the children. "We were looking everywhere for you, young master." Boss was beginning to worry. One of the men spoke. The other gazed down to the now fast asleep boy, then to their young master. "I got preoccupied," the young boy replied, still petting the sleeping boy's hair. "Put him in the car. I'm taking him home." "Izuku." "Aizu, where are you?" Inko cried out as she, Mitsuki, Masaru, and Katsuki searched high and low in the park for the little greenette. It was dark already and Izuku never stayed out this late. Inko was worried sick, tears kept falling from her green eyes. "Izuku, please." "Izuku," she called even as her throat was beginning to go raw. Katsuki's heart was pounding loudly in his ears as he checked in every part of the jungle gym and park. Deku, stop effing playing around. This isn't funny, he yelled as he swallowed a dry lump in his throat. This was his fault and he knew it. If he hadn't acted like that in front of those stupid extras, then his Deku would still be right next to him and Auntie Inko wouldn't be so distraught. The blonde boy sniffed as he couldn't hold back his own tears. Approaching one of the benches of the park, he stopped right in his tracks as he noticed something. Bending down, he picked up what he knew was Izuku's all-might action figure. That Auntie. The investigators did their best to try and determine what might have happened, but other than the theory of kidnapping or that he had simply ran away, they had little to no leads as to why this had even occurred or who the perpetrator might be. They were even skeptical that anyone would be interested in kidnapping a quirkless child, no less. Except, the bench that Katsuki had found the toy just so happened to have a hidden park camera pointing right there. They acquired the footage and what was captured struck them all. There in plain sight was little Izuku crying into himself after climbing up on the bench. He was approached by a young boy not too long after that who walked into view. The two started talking and soon the boy coaxed the younger to become comfortable with him. In fact, it seemed that the two were playing like old friends in the park for a few hours until they returned to the bench to rest as the sun was setting. It didn't seem odd at first. However, when they noticed that Izuku had fallen asleep in the boy's lap, that's when it happened. An unmarked car pulled into the parking lot. Two unknown men in suits approached the children and then one of the men glanced around before picking up the sleeping 6-year-old and placing him into the car. The older boy slipped in right after and they drove away. The police and pro-heroes were of little help to the grief-stricken Midoriya Inko. She just sat there on the bench that was the last known location her son had been at. Sob after ugly sob clutching the action figure against her chest as if it were Izuku himself. She cursed herself for being so careless, so naive. The park was just across the street. Their small neighborhood had always been so safe. There were cameras everywhere in that park, making it less tempting for any ill-intentioned criminal to be stupid enough to do anything here. She had felt safe. How could she have been so wrong, so trusting? This was her fault. Her son was gone, and it was all her fault. "Are you sure you don't recognize this boy?" the detective asked as the video played through once more. "Don't you think if I did, I would have told you by now?" Inko hissed, "I've never seen that demonic boy in my life." Anger boiling behind her words and her fists hit the tabletop and shook. Only Mitsuki's hand on top of hers seemed to calm her down. Sure, she didn't know the older boy that obviously had taken her son without hesitation. Yet, watching the video over and over again, that was exactly how she saw this little monster. He knew what he was doing. He knew that boy took her son because he simply wanted to. Mitsuki glared at the detective. "What the hell are you going to do? It's right there on that DMED video. Don't tell me you don't have the FING technology to do facial recognition on those men. Instead of hounding her, you should be out there looking for Izuku," the blonde growled out. The detective sighed and gave a nod. "Yes, ma'am, we do have that technology. However, there was no match in our records of them. We have several pro-heroes searching the city for the car description and hopefully those that were found in the footage. We are doing everything we can to bring your son back, Mrs. Midoriya. Please, my baby is all I've... Please find him," Inko pleaded and once again broke down. Mitsuki wrapped her arms around her dear friend, trying to give her comfort as she grieved for her baby. Katsuki leaned against the wall. He could hear everything that was being said. His stomach twisted and churned, his eyes were red and puffy, his hands and body couldn't stop shaking. The near 7-year-old laid all the blame onto his shoulders. He pushed Izuku to run away from him and he didn't follow after. "Stupid nerd," he sniffed. "I'll find you, I promise. I'll do everything in my power to find you and bring you home. Then I'll never let you out of my sight again." He swore to himself. Determination blazed in his eyes. Waking up to a new space is terrifying. Especially when you are only 6 and you don't remember how you got there. Big green eyes took in his surroundings. He had woken up in a big, soft and very comfortable bed. The sheets were crisp, clean and smelled very nice. He even found that he was in foreign night clothes that were obviously brand new. The walls of the room were stark white with no decorations other than a few shelves filled with books, and the furniture were sparse, but nonetheless expensive looking. Izuku spotted the door and jumped out of the bed, quickly running to it and tried to open it. It was locked. He felt the need to cry as he continued to tug on the securely locked door. Turning back around to the room he was trapped in and gasped at the sight of shoji doors that seemed to be filtering in natural light. Running across the wooden floor, he slid the door open, elated that it wasn't locked. As he stepped out, his eyes widened at the sight of a beautiful courtyard that featured a beautiful rock garden, a koi pond with a babbling waterfall and a bridge across it, a patch of soft green grass that was shaded by a large tree. The decking that he stepped out onto expanded around the estate, which was styled traditionally, and though he was outside, Izuku couldn't help but notice the giant walls that surrounded them. He was still trapped in an unknown place, and all he wanted at that moment was his mother. Izuku! He yelped at the sudden voice and turned to see Kai standing there, wearing a traditional dark-colored kimono under a hakama along with a surgical mask covering his mouth and nose. "WMI? I want to go home, please." The older boy gazed down to the younger. Those honey eyes seemed so deep and vacant. Izuku felt frightened by those eyes and then froze when a familiar gloved hand brushed against his cheek. "But you are home, my little treasure." Chapter 3, Memories. Izuku has been in his new home for 2 weeks now. It wasn't like he wasn't being taken care of. Far from it. He was showered with new clothes, mainly traditional kimonos, yukatas and hakama, much like the ones Kai would wear. He was fed regularly, which Izuku couldn't deny that all the dishes were delicious. He could play in the courtyard and read whatever he wanted. He was denied technology though. He couldn't watch TV nor use a computer to watch his favorite video of his idol All Might. It would upset him until Kai or one of the servants of the estate gave him a distraction. Throughout that time, when Izuku would ask to go home or for his mother or why he had to stay there, Kai would constantly tell him that his mother didn't want him and that he had taken Izuku into his protection because he was being abused and mistreated simply for being quirkless and pure. "The world hates purity. I'm doing this to protect you from the sickness that plagues this world," Kai would tell him. At first Izuku didn't believe him. After all, his mother loved him. His mother, she loved him, right? It took a very daring escape attempt for things to change. Late at night he snuck out from the shoji doors and crept across the cool grass. He climbed a tree that hovered just near the roof of the estate and managed to make it. Crawling up to the peak of the roof, he balanced himself on the beam and had made it to the top of the wall. His heart dropped as he took in the bird's eye view of the estate. It was huge, like its own little village. The wall he thought would be his only obstacle turned out to only be the beginning. A soft whine escaped the frightened boy as he dared to glance down below. Mistake. His vision distorts from the height and his footing slips. A scream ripped from him as he fell backward onto the roof and rapidly slid down the angled roof tiles, wildly scraping his hands around, finally catching the edge of the rain drain pipeline. He cried at the pain of his arms being pulled by his own weight, but it was better than falling onto the unforgiving concrete below. Just as he thought he was in the clear, he heard the gutter creak and screamed again. As it broke and hit him across the head with a sickening crack, and soon, he was free falling down. "Izuku!" he heard in his fear-filled mind, bracing himself for the hit of the ground. A loud grunt was made by someone as he crashed into something less forgiving than what he thought and tumbled to the ground. Dazed and racked with pain, his blurry eyes locked onto honey ones, mistaking them for red in his fuzzy vision for a moment. Kacchan, his world went black. He had woken up the next morning in a different room. That time the bed was smaller, the sheets were scratchy, and the room smelt like a doctor's office. His entire body pulsed with pain with every heartbeat, and a high-pitched ringing slowly dissipated as his eyes fluttered open. Voices could be heard as his senses adjusted. He took notice that his arms were wrapped with medical cloth, the rest of his body was covered by the sheet, but he had a feeling that he had scrapes and bruises there too, judging from the amount of pain he was in. Sitting beside him was Kai, the boy tentatively engrossed in the conversation that was going on. Only when a small groan escaped Izuku did his whole body whip around. A heavy sigh escaped the older boy as Izuku looked up to him. "You're awake." Kai spoke in relief. "Don't you ever do that again." "What if I hadn't been there to catch you?" he scolded. Izuku gazed up at him with wide eyes. You saved me?" he croaked out, his head to throbbed more at the action. "I see." The boy's waking up, An older voice drew the greenette's attention. An older man came to stand next to Kai. "You've cost me quite a pretty penny, little one." He began, "Damage to my roof, broken drain pipe, a house call from my personal physician, the medical attention that came along with it, not to mention the clothes and food that I so graciously helped to provide for you. On top of all that, you worried your dear friend Kai half to death." The elder man listed off to the child. Big green eyes stared up at him. He scared Izuku at first. This man had a presence about him that screamed authority, and the thought that he had become a burden to these people weighed heavily on him. "I'm sorry," he found himself apologizing. The man broke the tension of his demeanor with a gentle smile and a softness that lit in his eyes as he gave a chuckle. "Apology accepted. Now tell me, where are you from?" he questioned, which made Kai tense up as he shifted his gaze from Izuku to the man beside him quickly. The elder man hadn't been fully introduced to Izuku as of yet. All he knew was that he was a friend of Kai's and that he would be staying with them from then on. Kai had wanted more time to get Izuku less fussy and adamant on wanting to leave before bringing him to the head of the estate, to the boss. It wasn't uncommon to pick up strays now and then. After all, that's how he came to be living here. However, Kai didn't need the man to know that he had kidnapped the boy. He didn't want to risk the chance of the boss telling him to give Izuku back if it came down to it. Izuku trailed off and scrunched his face together as his head pounded. "I don't remember." Now both the boss and Kai looked to the boy with concern. "That hit to your head must have had more damage than we originally believed." The man stated thoughtfully. "Perhaps it's better this way." Kai chimed in, a plan quickly forming in the boy's mind at the sudden good fortune for himself. It earned him a look of, "Go on and explain yourself," by the boss, and he cleared his throat. "I found Izuku in a park. He was beaten and abused because he's quirkless, so I brought him here, to keep him safe, like you had done for me," he explained. Kai knew he bent majority of the truth to his benefit. So what? He believed that Izuku belonged to him, and that was reason enough for him. Kai found the world to be disgusting and infected with disease, and Izuku, he was pure, he was perfect. How could Kai let the opportunity to acquire such rare perfection slip through his fingers? Izuku had definitely been bullied for something he couldn't help. He obviously wasn't being watched over, otherwise the abduction wouldn't have been so easy. So, Kai felt no guilt in what he was doing, what he had done. None at all. Inko would sleep in her son's bed every night. His scent was a comfort to her aching heart and broken soul. 2 weeks. 2 weeks of agonizing torture of not knowing. The police had little to no lead still, and though they wouldn't tell her straight up, she knew. They had given up. All the praise and adoration she held for the heroes went up in a burning flame of resentment and scorn for their lack of faith in finding her son. She didn't want to give up, he wouldn't want her to give up. She made flyers of her son and posted them around town, printed into newspapers and billboards. She went out into the streets handing them out, pleading for anyone to help her find her boy. Still, nothing. It's like he disappeared from the face of the earth. Her husband was of little help as well. In fact, he seemed to not be as concerned about their missing child as she had hoped he'd be. It hurt to not have his care or support and strained their already rocky relationship. The only saving grace she had were the Bakugos. They would visit her almost every day, either to help her with her mission to spread the knowledge of her missing son or to just comfort her when she just couldn't handle the void. Katsuki seemed the most comforting. The little blonde would crawl into her lap and cling to her when she would break down, letting her cry into his tiny frame without complaint. He would proclaim to her that he would find Izuku when he became a hero, that he would never give up, not until he brought him back. His words lightened her heavy heart and helped her to keep her own faith as well. Katsuki changed, though he was still very much confident in himself and easy to anger. He wouldn't provoke fights anymore. He focused on his work, kept his grades perfect, and dropped his crew of extras after they made crude comments about the missing Midoriya Izuku. Majority of the student body learned quickly not to speak ill of the quirkless boy, even though most knew the kid was probably dead somewhere by now. They would rather not to anger the dragon that was Bakugo Katsuki. The future pro-hero never stopped believing in his claim. Even when all others did, he wouldn't stop. Chapter 4. Chisaki Izuku. Life for Izuku became better after he had woken up in the infirmary. Though his past was still rather fuzzy, and it saddened him that he could hardly recall much of before waking up. He at least remembers some things from before, like his birthday, the fact that he doesn't have a quirk, and that he had a really close friend called Kacchan. He would wonder what else he was forgetting, but with Kai's constant attention the void was filled, and he was happy. It was also known by the residents of the estate that he had been taken in and cared for by the head of the estate, a man simply known as boss by everyone except for Izuku. To the boss's delight, Izuku had started calling him Otosan, and he, in turn, treated the boy like a son. Izuku would follow Kai around the estate like a little duckling for the first few months of his new life, which elated Kai. As the months turned into a year, young Izuku had accepted the last name Chisaki. Izuku also didn't lose his love of learning about different quirks and was awed by Kai's quirk when the older boy showed it to him one day. Kai called it overhaul and could disassemble and reassemble things, be it inanimate objects or animate. He would display his quirk to the curious little Izuku by breaking down a flower and putting it back together again. Kai noted how Izuku hated it when he overhauled a butterfly of all things. The boy was so soft-hearted that it made Kai just want to protect him even more from the cruelties that were waiting out there in the world. He was introduced to another boy around Kai's age named Kuronohari. Izuku was fascinated by the boy's quirk as well. He would bombard the stoic Kurono with question after question about it. That's when Kai really understood how analytical his little treasure was and made sure let boss know to allow his hobby to expand and grow. Kacchan! Kacchan! Look what Kurikan and I did! Little Izuku called out with his adorable laugh, that Kai absolutely loved, as he dragged an unwilling Hari along with him. Kai looked up from his studies and chuckled at his friend's discomfort. Izuku had called him Kacchan ever since he had that fall a year ago. He had done some research and found out the origins of that nickname. It amused him to know that he had taken the place of Izuku's childhood friend, Bakugo Katsuki. It was better this way. That little brat had become the main bully that had been hurting his treasure before he was able to rescue him. He had made sure to keep a close eye on Bakugo and especially Izuku's mother, Inko. Both were annoyingly persistent to continue the search for Izuku. He hated that they hadn't just given up by the first 2 or so months, but as the year continued, he was satisfied to no longer see Izuku's picture in the papers anymore. He recalled the day that the boss became fully aware of what he had done, about a month after Izuku's introduction to the head of the estate. "You wanted to see me, sir?" Kai asked as he entered the office of the boss. The man looked up from the papers that were neatly in front of him. "Yes, please close the door," he stated as he motioned for the boy to approach the desk. Kai's gold eyes scanned the room quickly. It was empty. Usually Izuku would be sitting in his designated corner, writing in his journal or drawing or something. Closing the door behind him, he walked up to the desk. "Midoriya." Kai felt his inside squeeze. "Does that name ring a bell?" the elder man questioned as he placed the newspaper on the desk in front of the boy. A smiling picture of their freckled-faced, curly green-haired Izuku was staring up at him with huge letters, "Missing," typed over it. If Kai ever felt real fear, it was right then. Tearing his eyes away from the paper to look up at the boss, he gulped his nerves down. "I can explain." And he did. He spoke of the time that he had actually first seen the quirkless boy. It turned out that Kai had come across Izuku way before confronting him at the park. He had witnessed the discrimination that the poor boy had to endure at school, or even just around town. The way that he saw Izuku's mother act as if the treatment was normal and acceptable, to be just so thoughtless as to allow her son to go out to play with a horrible child that would literally hurt and bully him. He couldn't just ignore it. Izuku was pure, without sickness, and the world was going to smother him for it. "Kai, the world is not as sick as you believe it is." "Debatable, sir. Be it as it may, I am disappointed in the way you approach this. We are already heavily watched as it is by pro-heroes. If they had even a remote chance of tracing this kidnapping to the Shai Hasaikai, it would have given them the opportunity to bring us down. Do you want that?" "No. Of course not." "Good. Then we need to be completely honest with each other from now on. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir. Forgive me, I wasn't thinking fully of the consequence of my actions." Kai bowed at the waist. The boss gave a nod. "That's is all." Kai glanced up to the boss. "And Izuku?" he questioned carefully as other members of the Yakuza syndicate began to enter the room. We cannot allow him to be returned. He already knows and has seen too much, so he will have to stay. However, he will be considered from this moment forward. Chisaki Izuku, my son, a young master of the estate and secondary heir to the Shai Hasaikai. The boss announced with little to no hesitation in his statement. A young brunette sat at the head of a large dining table. He had grown a bit though still but a child. His emerald eyes shone like precious gems, his curly green locks somewhat tamed and managed thanks to well-manicured grooming. There was no doubt that this boy was well taken care of and loved. He was surrounded by his Otosan, Kacchan, Quirk and others of the syndicate that he called family. An extravagant cake was placed in front of the boy who grinned happily while the traditional birthday song was sung by the majority around him. He blew out the candles as they cheered, "Happy birthday," and clapped for the now 8-year-old boy who was completely convinced that he was Chisaki Izuku. Bakugo Katsuki gazed up at the entrance of the top high school that he had aimed for ever since he was a kid. "We were supposed to go here together," he muttered to himself, his thoughts lingering on a green-haired boy with such a bright and loving smile. His hands clenched into fists. "It's just one more step towards finding you," he added as he walked past the gates and towards the building of UA for his first day of the hero program. Katsuki was accepted into UA with top marks. He was top of his class graduating junior high, #1 on the entrance exam, and he planned to continue being the best. Becoming the #1 hero was his goal. Finding his long-lost friend once he became pro was his primary focus. It's been 8 years, but for him it was more like an eternity. The professionals had stopped their search years ago. It set him off to no end. To Katsuki's standards, they never really put in the effort to actually look for him. They were all incompetent to the blonde explosion user. Stopping in front of large doors with a room tag that read, Class 1A. This was it. The beginning of his journey. Here he would meet the other would-be heroes that he would learn to work with. Not that he found anyone to be worthy enough to fight alongside him, except for one person. He shook his head and steeled himself before proceeding into the classroom. "I'll find you, Deku." 14-year-old Chisaki walked down the halls of the estate. Running his gloved fingers through his wild green locks, the boy heaved a sigh as he turned a corner. One would get lost if they did not know their way within the maze-like corridors, but he knew these halls like the back of his hand. This was his home. The young teen grew up very well, lean and held himself tall and confident. His features were sharp and well-defined. Currently dressed in his ninpo training garb, he stopped in front of a very familiar set of doors. Opening the door to an office, his emerald eyes locked onto a young man that sat behind a desk, shifting through paperwork and a scowl written on his features. A surgical mask covering his mouth and nose like usual, he wore a clean black suit with small accents of gold here and there which really set off his own golden eyes just right, a gloved hand holding onto a pen and leaning his head lightly against the other. Sitting on top of the desk and to the right was a small doll-like bird puppet that was absent-mindedly counting large stacks of money. "Probably think I'm Kurikan," he mused to himself thoughtfully. "And a good morning to you too, Kacchan, Mimic-san," Chisaki chimed with a lazy smile. Kai gazed up from his desk and instantly that scowl melted away. "You're here early, Izuku. Is everything all right?" Izuku gave a nod. "I had an early start of my ninpo lessons and my kenjutsu training isn't for a few hours, so thought I'd stop by to see how you were doing. I hardly get to see you ever since you took over for Otosan. The boss is a very busy man, kid. He ain't got time to play around anymore." The little puppet Mimic squawked in a deep scratchy voice that suggested that he was a heavy smoker. Izuku glared at Mimic. His sweet emerald eyes went poisonous in an instant. "Don't be rude. I wasn't talking to you." Mimic visibly flinched at the boy's response and grunted an apology before Kai dismissed the puppet. Once the two of them were alone, Kai leaned back against his chair and held out his hand. Izuku swiftly walked around the desk and took the other's hand as he sat on his lap. Kai kissed his hand through the fabric of his mask, then flicked his gold eyes to cerulean ones. "I am sorry I've neglected you, my treasure, but the responsibilities that come with running this organization has taken all of my free time," Kai spoke softly. "Well, perhaps if you'd allow me to help you more with our family business you wouldn't be so stressed. And not just being the analysis for you, I can hold my own in a fight. Rapisan even says so." Plus we'd be together more often. The younger Yakuza heir offered sweetly. Though Kai had his mask on, his eyes couldn't hide the affectionate smile that he gave. You would like that, wouldn't you? He questioned lightly, knowing full well the answer to that. However, you still have your studies to finish and I don't want you falling behind. He mentioned, I was 16 when I officially started working for the syndicate. You are still a couple years away, he stated and chuckled at the huff of annoyance from the younger. Kai gently traced Izuku's jawline with ghosting fingers. Please try to understand, treasure. You are the one thing that I covet more than anything else in this world. What if something were to happen to you? Izuku groaned at Kai's overprotective nature. He loved that about his Kacchan, but sometimes he wished that he really would let Izuku become more involved. Izuku was smart and very skilled. He and Otosan made sure that he was. With private tutors and lessons, Izuku already had his high school degree and was currently taking courses for a master's degree in business. He trained with the best to become strong despite the fact that he had no quirk. To say the least, Izuku was groomed to be a natural killer and businessman, so what if he was just 14 soon to be 15? You worry too much, Kacchan. Come on, you and Otosan have kept me cooped up here all my life. Allow me to at least see what's outside these walls without having to watch pre-recorded videos of hero and villain fights to analyze. He pressed his point. And if something were to happen, I know that my valiant protector would be there to murder whoever dared lay a finger upon me, unless I murder them first, that is. Izuku hummed with amusement. Kai shook his head. Izuku was right to think that Kai would kill anyone who thought to take his precious treasure away from him. He didn't spend the last 8 years making sure that he and the boss had conditioned and groomed the boy into what he is now, only to lose him in the end. No, Kai planned to keep Izuku right beside him while he reshaped the world and placed the Yakuza at the top once again. Let me think about it. The first day of hero class was unexpected to say the least. He had been reprimanded by a fellow classmate that found his lack of respect for school property to be dishonorable. Katsuki snipped back at Four Eyes quick enough, not even caring to retain his appropriate name. A few others in class tried to associate with him, but he did his best to ignore them. He wasn't here to make friends, he was here to become a hero. The class was taken outside by their teacher Aizawa Shoyuda for a quirk analysis test, threatening them all that the one who placed last would be expelled. Everyone did their best. His competitive spirit shined through, as he only found a few to be somewhat irritating. One in particular was Todoroki Shoto, the half-and-half son of pro-hero Endeavor. The guy rubbed Katsuki the wrong way almost automatically, and the two just equally disliked each other. The test was finished and Katsuki was proud to see his name at the top of the list, just a couple points above Yaoyorozu Momo and Todoroki. The last to place was Mineta Minoru, which, to Katsuki, wasn't surprising to say the least for the obviously perverted little grape head. However, it seemed that Aizawa-sensei had never actually intended to go through with his threat of expulsion and just wanted everyone to work like their career literally depended on it. The whole class felt cheated, but Katsuki saw the reason behind the method and didn't add to the complaints. Wow. Bakugo-kun, you are really amazing. Uraraka Ochako had complimented, though Katsuki had already been calling her round face since the start of class. Yeah, bro was so manly, another added. This one had fire red hair that spiked up with gravity-defying definition. His name was Kirishima Ijiro. Whatever. I'm going to be the #1 hero someday soon, so of course I'm going to be even better. Katsuki boasted. He made a few rivals that day and somehow managed to become somewhat friends with the rest. Kirishima was the most persistent. The redhead stuck to him like a magnet. The blonde didn't really complain too much. The redhead reminded him a lot of Deku, and the familiarity was a bit of a comfort. Getting off of the train after school, Katsuki made his way, not to his home, but to his Aunt Inko's place. Pulling out the extra key, he unlocks the door and enters, taking his shoes off at the entrance. Hey, Auntie, he called out. Inko peeks her head from the hallway and smiles as she walks to the living room, the teen noticing that she had recently gotten back from work. Hello, Katsuki, how was your first day of school? She asked. The woman was tired. She had gained some weight in the years due to her using not-so-healthy food as a coping mechanism. She had since been divorced for almost 6 years now. When Hisashi had put the full blame of their marriage falling apart on her and had the gall to suggest that she should be happy that they didn't have to worry over a burden that was their quirkless son, she had had enough. She got herself a job and managed to keep her home. Inko knew she didn't need Hisashi, she had the Bakugos. The family was her main support and Katsuki would visit her almost every day. It was good. Let me make you something to eat, he offered as he entered the kitchen to start cooking and told her of his day. Honestly, Katsuki treated Inko better than anyone he knew, even his own parents most of the time, and they understood and accepted that. He wouldn't cuss around her if he could help it, nor raise his voice. The blonde had become a surrogate son for her and he still believed it was his fault for Izuku's disappearance, so he felt it his responsibility to take care of her. Kai never gave him an answer, which to Izuku he knew was a resounding no, to his request a few days prior. He laid on his back in the grass, not caring if Kai would chastise him for it. He was mad and trying to act like a normal rebellious teenager that didn't get his way. You know it's damp grass, right? He heard an all too familiar bored tone. I don't care, Kurono. Izuku muttered, not even bothering to look over to Hari. The younger knew the only reason Hari would talk to him at this hour was because Kai sent him to do so. Kurono Hari, also known as Chronostasis, the right-hand man of the new boss of the Yakuza, Overhaul. His quirk is a mutant class, arrow-like hair act as hands on a clock. The minute hand is in front of his hair over his forehead while the hour hand is in the back along the nape of his neck. Being struck with either of these arrows will slow a person's time down depending which hair arrow hits the target. However, for Hari to use his quirk he must be motionless or else he won't be able to manipulate or move his hair arrows. Oh, using my last name? You must be upset. The older teen mused as he approached Izuku standing not too far from the teen who was not moving a muscle off the grass. Hari stayed silent for a moment as he felt the brooding tension coming from Izuku. He only wants what's best for you. It's all he's ever wanted, he added, coming to Kai's defense. Izuku sat up with a frustrated growl. I know that. But I don't know. I want him to see I'm not a kid anymore. To prove that I can be useful beyond these walls too. Feels so trapped sometimes. Kurono frowned. He would need to talk to Kai about this. Kurono Hari has been a part of the house since he was a kid as well, though not as important to the estate as Kai or Izuku. He was still born into this life. Izuku was taken from his. He knew full well the steps that Kai had gone through in the raising of Chisaki Izuku. He also knew of the incident that left Izuku's memories broken and blank, only to be filled in by their previous and mostly current bosses. Izuku was incredibly intelligent for his age, so it would be only natural for him to start wanting to expand his horizons and start pining for the world that he was denied and taken from for 8 years. He crouched to the other's level. You are still a kid though, he pointed out, earning an eye roll then a chuckle when he nudged the teen's shoulder. You don't have to worry about this stuff yet. The Yakuza will still be around when you're old enough to bear the weight of its responsibilities. Just gotta be patient, listen and learn, he advised. Green eyes looked up to him with such a deadpan expression the usually stoic young man had to contain his laugh at seeing the usually vibrant young teen so gloomy, but he had a good feeling of what would cheer him up. Would visiting Arie make you feel better? He suggested, and just as he thought, those dull eyes lit up at the mention of the girl's name. Aizu-chan. The little girl cried happily as the door opened to her room. Little feet carried her quickly across the room and dove herself into the awaiting arms of Izuku. Izuku smiled widely as he hugged the girl close to him and twirled around. He was always happy to see his Otosan's granddaughter. The little 4-year-old girl was definitely a light in his life, other than Kai of course, but Arie was different. The little girl seemed to depend on him, especially for comfort. I have some errands to run. Why don't you and Arie spend some time together and I'll fetch you in a few hours? Hari spoke up. Sounds good. Thanks, Kurikan. Izuku chimed with a bright smile. Hari sighed when the kid used his pet name. He's happy again at least, he thought before nodding and closing the door. The sound of the door locking from the other side was not unusual for Arie's room. Arie was a bit of a problem child recently, in Kai's opinion. She's had to be confined in her room for being disobedient and causing trouble for the recently appointed boss. Izuku would visit her when he could or was allowed. He argued that she needed human contact while Kai would retort that she needs to understand what the consequences are for her action regardless of how young she was. It's no different than what he had apparently done for Izuku at that age apparently, though he could hardly remember anything in his life that young, so the young teen dropped the issue for a while. Arie-chan? Izuku spoke up as he watched her build a castle from the building blocks that Kai had purchased for her at Izuku's request. She hummed her response, fully focused on her work. Why are there bandages on your arm? He asked. It had been a while since he had last seen her, but he didn't recall those wraps going from her wrists to her elbows before. She froze for a moment, holding a block just above where she intended to place it as her red eyes shifted to her arm. Chisaki-san, she answered softly. He says I'm sick, she added. Scary doctors poke me with a lot of needles. I don't like needles. Today was supposed to be an exciting class. They were going to be working with not only their homeroom teacher, Eraserhead, but also the space hero, 13 and the number 1 hero, All Might himself. The class was buzzing with excitement. Even Bakugo felt inwardly thrilled even though he didn't show it. However, All Might did not show up. Bakugo took notice of the way the two pro-heroes spoke between each other about his absence. Something wasn't right. As they entered the building called Unforeseen Simulation Joint or the USJ. His sense of foreboding was accurate as a swirl of purple mist appeared in the middle of the courtyard and literally all hell broke loose. As the portal opened up throughout the complex, groups of people poured out. The students and teachers had the sinking feeling that they were all criminals and villains. The ones that concerned them the most were at the center. A young lanky man with light blue, almost white hair and garbed in black. The thing that really freaked the majority of the students out were the hands that covered him, including one that stuck to his face. Next to a handman was a giant ugly thing with its whole brain exposed. It hardly looked human at all. Eraserhead was quick to act, telling 13 to get the kids out and to get a hold of the other pros. The Erasure hero jumped into the middle of the villains, battling them all head-on. There was a reason why he was a pro-hero and the students witnessed it firsthand before 13 got them all to start heading to the exit. The source of the purple mist stopped their attempt to vacate from the building safely. The villain had no intention of letting them go and warn more heroes. Though the mist man spoke uncharacteristically polite, it was obvious why they were there. They were looking for All Might. They had firm belief that they would be able to kill the symbol of peace. The League of Villains lost. When All Might did finally appear, along with the large group of pros, he had an epic battle against the disgusting-looking titan-like creature the villains called a Nomo. The whole ordeal was bad. Sure, they managed to make it out mostly unharmed, all except for 13 and Eraserhead, that is, but the mental damage was there. Villains had been able to infiltrate their school and had done significant damage to the school grounds and the faculty. It was also a blow to the school's reputation as well. The media made sure this horrible incident exploded on the news, which caused outrage from the citizens. No one could go anywhere without seeing it on the local news or the headlines. The student were shaken. Bakugo, though, his resolve was firm. Throughout the whole thing he had stepped up. Even when the class was separated, he made sure to gather everyone he could locate and lead them to entrance once more. They all had to fight to survive, and they worked together to defeat enemies that were twice their ages and many times over their experience levels. When the dust settled and the heroes arrested the villains that were left behind, they all praised the students for handling such an unexpected and dangerous situation. Young Bakugo. Katsuki heard his name and stopped walking. He held his breath and his heart pounded. He knew that voice. All Might. Arie walked down the hall with purpose. Opening the door to Chisaki Kai's office, he was greeted with a few other members of the precepts as well as Mimic in his usual spot. Sir. Arie spoke. I'm going to assume you've heard the news. I have, he stated before looking up from the newspaper that had the article, Villains Infiltrate UA, and another underneath it that reads UA will not cancel sports festival on it. His gold eyes narrow for a moment. Where is Izuku? He's with Arie, he stated carefully. He recalled the argument that had happened between Izuku and Kai over the little girl a few days ago. No one dared say a word about it or come close to the office space that was currently occupied by two, but Arie stayed right by the door in case things really got out of hand. Izuku was clearly upset over the treatment that Kai was giving to Arie. He wanted, no, demanded answers. It was when Arie heard a resounding slap and a crash that he scrambled through the door to find Izuku on the floor next to an upturned coffee table clutching the side of his face. "Don't you dare question me. Everything I am doing is for you," Kai stated sharply as Izuku gazed up at him through glassy eyes, clearly shocked and terrified of the man that towered over him. A moment passed when Kai's emotionless eyes shifted, rigid body relaxed, and he gave a sigh. "And now I'm the bad guy," he groaned as he leaned back against his desk and pinched the bridge of his nose. Izuku shook his head quickly. "Oh, you aren't. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have yelled at you. It was wrong of me. I'm so sorry," he pleaded as he sat up, tears flowing freely. Arie hadn't seen Izuku so openly broken before. He masked the ache in his heart with indifference though. The young boy still whispering, "I'm sorry," like it was a mantra until Kai placed his gloved hand upon his head. "Sure, all is forgiven," he spoke softly as he brushed his fingers to the burning red mark upon his treasure's cheek. "You've learned your lesson?" Izuku nodded. "Good. You need to trust me completely. Because as I said, my treasure, everything I'm doing for you. I understand and I do trust you. You always know what's best for me. You're my protector. My Kacchan." Since then Izuku had been much more obedient. Kept to his studies and training, he would only ask permission to visit Arie more often. If she had to endure whatever tests that Kai was putting her though, he at least wanted to give her someone to look forward to seeing. He allowed it, only if Arie didn't cause too much trouble. Today was one of the visit days. "Shall I fetch him?" Arie asked. "Yes. I have a mission in mind for him." UA gave the school a day of rest after the villain attack on the USJ. They thought the break would be much needed for everyone. All it did was give Katsuki more time with his thoughts. All day he was reminded of what had happened. By his parents, the news and people on the streets seemed to recognize him from the clips that the reporters managed to capture. It wasn't until the night that he finally felt alone, but still restless. Staring up at his ceiling from the bed, he was plagued with images of their struggle yesterday, and then it was taken over by a vision of green. Izuku was always on his mind. When he was asleep, when he would daydream, even when he was fully awake. He haunted him every day. The police practically forgot about the case and thus locked all the evidence away in unsolved cases. He then recalled his meeting with All Might the other night. Young Bakugo, the great hero, called out to Katsuki after he was cleared by the medics that checked on all the students' well-being. The blonde teen halted his steps and felt himself tense up at the mention of his name. "All Might," he responded, turning around to face the pro-hero. All Might seemed to grin a little more as he patted Katsuki's shoulder. "I saw how you handled the situation back there, not just for yourself, but for your fellow classmates. It was very impressive. You should be proud of yourself, young man. I can see that you'll make a fine hero one day soon," he praised. Bakugo had no words for a moment. The idea that they're his greatest hero just gave him praise blew his mind, but only for a moment, and the shock faded as he collected himself. "Thank you, sir, but I'm sure that the rest of the class would have done the same thing," he replied, though really he could only see a select few actually taking that role with ease. He was just trying not to make himself sound selfish in the attention given. "You don't deserve it." He could hear that voice whispering, the voice of his 8-year guilt. "Yet you were the first to act. You gained your classmates' attention, gathered them together, and they followed your leadership. Don't sell yourself short. You've got great potential, Bakugo. That strong leadership and determination is what the world needs in heroes now more than ever." He seemed like he wanted to say more, but All Might stopped himself before he could. The symbol of peace was walking away. Katsuki flexed his hands as he debated within himself whether or not this was an appropriate time to bring up this rather personal piece of information to the hero. Then again, he needed to start somewhere, and if he was already getting into good graces with All Might, he might be able to get his foot in the door. "Wait," he called out to the hero, causing the great man to turn his attention back to the teen. Katsuki swallowed the dry lump in his throat. He was nervous to bring up this subject, but he's been wanting to ask since he was accepted into the school. "Sir, I wanted to ask for your permission to reopen a missing persons case, or at least look into it." All Might looked confused for a moment. "Reopening a case?" He repeated the question, mulling over the request in his head. "His name is Midoriya Izuku. They placed his case into storage. I was hoping that reopening the investigation and looking through updated databases could help get a lead that was unavailable back when it was active. Bakugo further explained. The other seemed to take in what Katsuki was saying very carefully. The man could see that this was very important to the student. I'll see what I can do for you in the meantime, for you to be able to access those files and to personally be able to reactivate unsolved cases. You'll have to acquire your pro license, so continue your path, young Bakugo, and go beyond plus ultra. In order for him to be able to reopen that case was for him to go pro. It was his best option. He would make sure to get the job done. It made him nervous, to be honest, because in the end he would find him, but the how haunted him. He always hoped he would find Izuku alive and waiting for Katsuki to rescue him, but the constant advisory given by police and even a few pros to not only him, but to Inko, were to accept the fact that Izuku was gone. That he's either hidden away from prying eyes or the worst scenario that everyone assumed was the answer, he was dead. He's had nightmares where he had finally found Izuku, half unearthed from his makeshift grave and still 6 years old. Katsuki hated those thoughts. He would scream himself awake a few times when his brain registered it was a dream. Thankfully, it had been a long time since he had any of those nightmares, but with recent events it was no surprise that he trapped himself in another that would disturb him the most. He already realized he had fallen asleep the moment the dream began. He was walking down an unfamiliar hall. He frowned as he scanned his surroundings. Catching his reflection, he could tell that he was in his hero gear. This place sent chills along his exposed skin until finally he came upon double doors that opened wide on their own. That's when he felt it. This dream was once again a nightmare. Wake up, he thought to himself. The doors shut loudly behind him. Wake up, his heart started racing. A sick feeling began pooling in his gut when his sights landed on someone he recognized instantly. Izuku, he was alive, dressed in an expensive-looking suit, standing with his back turned to him facing a large desk that was in the elegantly decorated room. Katsuki's body moved on its own, reaching out to the figure, calling out his nickname to the other, only to have a dark shadow rise from the other side of the desk and loom over Izuku as he turned to face the blonde. Those vibrant green eyes seemed to glow ominously in the darkness. Kacchan, the other, cooed out as a sadistic grin graced his sharp features. You're too late. This Izuku pulled a gun out and aimed it right at Katsuki, who was frozen in his place. Wake up! Red eyes staring in disbelief while the dark figure wrapped his arms around Izuku's form from behind and seemed to whisper in his ear before Izuku spoke again. You can't save me. And he pulled the trigger. The shot rang loudly in his ears. Sheet! He yelled as he sat straight up, panting heavily as he checked his chest. It felt so real. His heart pounding loudly, and his parents rushed into his room, peppering him in questions filled with concern. He told them not to worry, that he just had a bad dream, but his parents were smarter than that. His father pulled his desk chair close to the bed, and his mother sat right beside her shaken son and brushed some of his sweaty hair away. They stayed there with him until he was able to calm himself down and left when they thought he had fallen back to sleep. The classroom was buzzing with conversation about what had happened. Some so hyped about their screen time with the news channels, others arguing that the news was only interested in the fact that the school, that is mostly known for pumping out pros, was just attacked. For Bakugo, he just wished they would all shut up. He hardly slept last night, not when all he was plagued with were twisted nightmares he couldn't shake. He ran a hand through his ash-blonde hair as his nerves just kept getting chipped away. He lost it when Minetta's whining broke out. Oh, shut up and grow a pair, you demon loser. He growled out, causing the small boy to cease his cry and shrink back in fear of an angry Bakugo. The other students laughed at the sudden outburst from the blonde before continuing their conversations. Bakugo groaned and leaned back in his chair, trying to ignore everyone again, especially when Four Eyes came rushing in to make sure everyone was in their appropriate seats since class was going to start soon. Hey Tsu, who do you think is gonna teach class today? He heard Mina asked Frog Girl. Azui tapped her chin thoughtfully. No idea. Mr. Aizawa's still in the hospital recovering from his injuries. Or so they all thought. The door opens and there, standing at the doorway, was their teacher, looking like a mummy with his arms and head still wrapped in bandages. Morning class. Mr. Aizawa? The school day went pretty normal after that. Aizawa announced the school's decision to continue the sports festival. How it was to show not only the strength of the school, but also the strength of the students in light of the recent attack by the villains. This event was essential for their futures as hero agencies scout out the students during the competition. Everyone knew that and the majority seemed pumped about it. Once lunch came around, it was all his classmates could talk about now, better than listening to them complain about the villain attack, he thought. Young Bakugo, he heard his name be spoken. His classmates all freaked out when they looked up to see it was All Might. All Might. Sup? Katsuki asked casually, to which his friends were questioning his sanity at that non-formal greeting to the great hero of their time. I would like to speak with you privately if your friends don't mind, he answered. Katsuki didn't really wait for their approval or not. The blonde teen stood up and took his food tray with him, following behind the number one hero and leaving his classmates wondering what exactly just happened. Within the teacher's lounge, the hulking man sat across from the teen as he prepared some hot tea. I've been looking into your request. I may have some connections that you could use, he spoke. Katsuki's head whipped up to the hero. Really? He was surprised to hear that All Might really was willing to help him with his search. All Might gave him a nod. Indeed. However, it all depends on how you do in the sports festival. You see, they will be there to scout for interns, and for you to be considered you'll need to impress them, he advised. Again, Katsuki could tell there was more that the hero wanted to say. He also noticed how often the man seemed to cough subtly. Not too many people would pick up on some of these habits, but Katsuki wasn't like many people. He was better and he knew there was something up. However, he wasn't going to press. He had enough on his plate as it is. When the day was finally over, it was no surprise to Bakugo that the hallway was blocked by a sea of students from the other classes as he gathered his things to leave. He had a lot on his mind and he needed to train in order to be at his best for the sports festival. So seeing all these extras trying to get in his way wasn't exactly good for anyone. What? Why the heck are you all here? Uraraka exclaimed as she took a step back from the door. Ida stood next to her. Do you students have some sort of business with our class? He questioned. Why are you blocking our doorway? Mineta yelled before Katsuki stepped in front of them with his usual scowl. They're scouting out the competition, idiot. He stated like it was obvious, like how it was obvious he had just hurt the pervert's feelings at being called an idiot. We're the class that managed to survive a real villain attack, so of course they want to see who we are. He added as he glared down a lot of the other students. Some of them faltered at his glare. Well, now you know what a future pro looks like. Now move it, extras. Bakugo! You can't just call other students extras. Ida scolded as the other classmates gathered around and worried about what Katsuki was doing. So this is Class 1A, a voice spoke in the crowd. A student pushed himself through the crowd. His wild purple hair was the first noticeable feature. I heard you guys are impressive, but you just sound like an butt. The purple-haired teen got to the front and looked over the class. Is everyone in the hero course this delusional, or is it just you? Katsuki could feel his temper flare at the insult. The teen didn't seem to notice, or maybe he just didn't care, because he continued, it's sad to come here and find a bunch of egomaniacs. I wanted to be in the hero course, but like many others here I was forced to choose a different path. Such is life. I might not have been able to cut it the first time, but I have another chance. If any of us do well in the sports festival, the teachers can decide to transfer us to the hero course, which means we would replace one of you, he stated, making Katsuki's classmates flinch and gasp at the idea that they could be transferred out of the hero program. The blonde, however, clicked his tongue. He didn't like anyone throwing threats out like that, even if he liked doing it all the time. That was different. Scouting out the competition. Maybe my peers are doing that, but I'm here to let you know that if you don't do your very best, I'll steal your spot right from under you, so consider this a declaration of war. He finished his threat, staring Katsuki right in the eyes. Hey, another student called out, I'm Tetsu from Class 1B. I heard you guys fought against a bunch of villains and wanted to see if that's true. But all I see are a bunch of punks who think they're better than us. He yelled angrily. I wouldn't get too cocky or it'll be embarrassing when we kick your butt in the festival. Katsuki had enough. He turned from Tetsu and the purple-haired teen and began making his way through the crowd, hearing the obnoxious student yell out profanities as he walked away from him. That is until he heard Kirishima speak up. "Dude, wait. What are you going to do about this?" He rushed to the front. "It's your fault everyone is hating on us like this, Bakugo." "It doesn't matter," he stated firmly, though Kirishima was still confused, so he continued, "The only thing that's important is rising to the top. Nothing will stand in my way." Katsuki stated, then continued down the hall. Kirishima stood there shocked for a moment, then groaned, "I hate how that was such a manly exit." And most of his classmates agreed. The week of training flew by quickly. Everyone worked hard to improve themselves, and soon enough the day of the sports festival arrived. Izuku fell back onto the floor as Arie jumped into his arms, laughing all the way down. The two had gotten bored of the games they had to play with. Suddenly the two of them found themselves in a makeshift play fight. Pillows were haphazardly tossed about the room, chairs and the bedposts sporting sheets across them for the forts they had created. In short, the bedroom was a playhouse mess. Arie had one of her thinner blankets tied around her shoulders and a cardboard tube in hand, pretending to be a hero, and Izuku was supposed to be the bad guy. Arie sat on his chest and pointed her weapon at Izuku. "Give up and face justice." She laughed. Izuku mocked surrender, thwarted again by the amazing unicorn hero, Arie-chan. He said dramatically, "Unicorn Princess Hero." She reiterated, "Oh right, Unicorn Princess Hero, my bad." He chuckled, "And since I'm the bad guy, I just made you let your guard down. Now I got you." He sat up, causing her to fall back and squeal out giggles when he began tickling her. "Do I even want to know what's going on?" They both were too enthralled by their game that they didn't hear the unlocking of the door nor the fact that last part of their play was being watched by Kuronohari. Izuku and Arie both froze in their movements before turning their attention to the stoic young man. They blinked innocently up at Hari, who was waiting for some sort of explanation. "We were playing heroes versus villains," Arie proclaimed. "Really, Izuku? Aren't you a little old to be playing pretend?" Kurono questioned. "And look at this mess. Kai would have a crow if he saw the state of this room. Just because you have no imagination doesn't mean you have to stifle mine." He snide back, then looked around at the messy room. Both he and Arie had worked up a sweat from the roughhousing too. "Hee, it is a bit messy, but I wanted to show her how to make forts. Kacchan taught me when I was around her age," he replied, then grinned. "Besides, Arie and I got bored. Wanna join us? You can be my accomplice in taking over the world," he chuckled. Kurono rolled his eyes at Izuku. "You taking over the world would mean its destruction, Izuku," he quipped, earning a huff of defiance from the younger teen at his declare, and he smirked fondly for a moment before he pushed those feelings down and cleared his throat. "Either way, boss has requested an audience with you." "Oh, all right, let me just get the room cleaned," Izuku began, but Kurono shook his head. "No, we'll have the servants do that. I suggest we go now. You'll need to clean yourself up and quickly so you don't keep him waiting," he advised as he held the door open for Izuku. Just as the teen got to his feet, he felt a tug on his pant leg. His green eyes gazed down to the little girl that was clinging to his leg, not wanting him to go. He patted her head softly. "I'll be back again soon." "Promise?" she asked, looking up at him with such desperation it took him a moment to compose himself. This held such a familiar feel to it, and he wasn't sure why. "I promise." Kurono swiftly walked with Izuku, leading him back to his suite so he could change. He stood outside the door and waited. Izuku rushed through his room and opened his wardrobe while kicking off his wrinkled outfit, dumping his clothes into the dirty laundry. Taking a clean suit out of his closet, he laid it on his perfectly made bed and turned to enter his bathroom. Turning on the shower, he stepped into the steaming hot water. The soap he used smelled strongly of disinfectant, and he accompanied it with a rough loofah. Vigorously, he rubbed at his skin, muttering to himself that he needed to scrub off the germs and grime that he had gathered while playing with little Arie. He rinsed his hair after scrubbing down, then turned the water off. The teen felt like he wasn't thorough enough, but with Kai waiting for him, he couldn't waste time. Though he wasn't as bad as Kai's germophobia, he did manage to acquire the trait. He disliked getting dirty or being touched by impure things, mainly people. The only ones allowed to touch him skin to skin were Kai and Arie. It was an unsaid rule that everyone obeyed. Drying himself off, he changed into his new outfit, slipped on a new pair of gloves and ran the towel a few times more through his hair before opening his bedroom door and following behind Kurono without much conversation. As the doors to the boss's office opened, Izuku walked in and immediately scanned his surroundings. The 8 precepts were there, scattered around the room, but still very much waiting on his arrival, which made him wonder what exactly was going on. Izuku. Kai spoke first as he rose from his chair. Izuku stopped himself from using Kai's nickname. He recalled the scolding he received for not properly addressing him in public. Overhaul-sama, my apologies for making you wait. Kai gave a nod, then motioned for him to sit, which he did. Kai watched the younger for a moment before stepping around his desk. Your request hadn't been ignored. Kai began, which gained Izuku's full attention. I needed time to think on it. And you are right. I will need to start including you in our business more for you to fully understand what you will be inheriting. Izuku could hardly believe what he was hearing, gazing up to Kai as the older approached. So I've decided that your first mission will be accompanying me on an important business meeting in town, he stated. Chisaki Izuku stood at the estate's entrance, both excited and completely nervous. He had been waiting for the day that he was able to go outside, and now that it was finally here, he felt nauseous. The idea of getting to see the things he watched pre-recorded up close and personal thrilled him, but the fact that he was heading into a very dirty and disease-filled world, as Kacchan described, worried his germophobic nature as well. He leaned against the wall as he waited. Izuku was sporting a new look. He wore a dark green dress shirt, black dress pants, a simple red necktie, and a black bomber jacket with gray fur lining around the collar and hood, which looked similar to Overhaul's olive green one. His hair was freshly cut with an undercut fade, his wild curls was styled to the side, and the lower half of his face was currently covered by a black cloth mask. In his hands he turned over the plague mask that he had chosen to wear. It was, again, similar to what the boss wore, except this one was black with emerald green silk thread that embroidered the edging with green wide straps, and the beak was detailed with literal gold trimmings. The item in his hands held purpose, it held his future. His Otosan and Kacchan had been preparing him for this his whole life. It's all he's ever thought of becoming, and he would prove it to Kai. Let's go. He heard Kai speak as he came walking down the hall, Kurono right behind him. Kai wore his overhaul attire that consisted of a black dress shirt with matching pants, pale white tie, and his signature olive green jacket with light purple fur along the collar, and his plague mask securely upon his person. Kurono was in a long white raincoat with a full-face plague mask. He said nothing as he quickened his steps to reach the door first and opened it for them. Izuku walked in stride with Kai as they exited the estate. There a car was idling in the driveway. The driver held the car door open for the 3 of them. Izuku recognized the driver as Shin, one of the members of the 8 precepts of death. While outside you will follow my instructions. Do not stray from me, do you understand? Yes, sir. Overhaul. What is it? Did you happen to look over my suggestion for my alias? I did. I have to wonder where you got the idea from. I find ravens to be intriguing. They're intelligent, resourceful, and powerful. It's quite fitting for you. Karasu. When they first exited the estate, Izuku was like a child going to Disneyland. His eyes couldn't hide the excitement of being outside. He gazed in sheer wonder at the sights that they drove past. It was either Kai or Kurono who would answer any of the questions Izuku would have about the things he didn't really recognize. The 2 of them spent the whole car ride completely amused watching the young teen. Kai loved how the boy still never lost the curious nature about him, that childlike wonder which is what makes Izuku so captivating to him. Izuku was special, perfect in every way. He was the prime example of how he felt the world should be, pure and without the sickness that plagues this world, quirks. Kurono found his innocence refreshing and truly rare, though he knew that he wouldn't be this way long, especially after today, so he silently treasured these moments while he could. We'll be arriving at the first location soon, boss. Shin spoke up from the driver's seat. With a nod he noticed that Izuku settled back down in his seat. You read the report, correct? Kai questioned, and Izuku gave a nod, mentioning that he did read over it a few times in fact. Good. I would hope you won't have the need to speak, however you'll need to remember to address Kurono and I by our aliases from this point forward. Our names are sacred, we do not divulge that information absent-mindedly. I understand. Izuku replied with a smile. Then as the car began to slow, he put on his crow-like mask on, securing it tightly to his face. I won't let you down, Overhaul. I know you won't, Karasu. The first stop was at a nightclub. Before leaving the estate, he was given a briefing report on this mission. Apparently there was a small crime group which rented this space from the Shai Hasaikai a couple of years before Kai took over the estate and turned it into a semi-lucrative club that dealt in shady black market exchanges and is a known location for villains to gather. This group began refusing to pay the syndicate what they owe for the last 7 months of rent and product. The previous boss never really bothered with them. He found ignoring them to be easier, since it was near impossible to rent out that particular location due to the neighborhood alone. He had felt that they weren't losing much in profit over it. However, when Kai took over, he found them to be an eyesore on the syndicate, so it was time to clean out the trash. The three of them exited the car. They weren't expected. It was written on the club's bouncer's face as he turned to them. The bull-quirked man quickly opened the door, allowing them to bypass the massive line to enter. He gazed to each of them. However, Izuku noticed his emotions conflicted when he looked at him. While his eyes expressed explicit fear of both Kai and Kurono, but when he looked at him they were filled with pity. Why would he look at him like that? He didn't understand it at first. Izuku kept close to Kai when they entered the establishment. Loud DJ music blared, vibrating in his body with every beat. The place was filled with the cigarette smoke, alcohol, sweat and other unpleasant smells that were thankfully muffled by the mask that he wore, but he could still smell it, and it was awful. His green eyes couldn't help but wander around the dance floor, taking in the sights of people practically grinding up against each other like animals, others so obviously drunk as they tried walking through the crowded space, and at the booths scantily clothed women straddled. The men sitting there, touching, and making out without a care of who was watching. Everything here disgusted the young heir. They walked up to the second floor of the club. The balcony overlooked the dance floor and bar, but Izuku didn't want to look down to the sin-filled space anymore. Kai led them to what was obviously an office as he didn't wait for permission to enter. Instead he kicked open the door. The door now hung open by one hinge as they walked in. Who the hell do you think? Oh, a burly man yelled but stopped midway through his sentence when he turned in his chair to look upon the apparent intruders. Overhaul. I thought I told your beach of a boss to shove it. I ain't giving him shit. The man barked as he puffed on his cigar, letting the thick cloud of smoke fill the room. Izuku's blood boiled. How dare this man speak so disrespectfully about his Otosan? Green eyes glanced to both Overhaul and Kurono, whom he could tell were just as angry as he was with this man's behavior. You forget your place, Han. The Shai Hasaikai still has full ownership of this establishment, and unlike the previous boss, I am not as kind. Kai spoke coldly. The color drained from the man's face when he seemed to put the pieces together. Overhaul was the Yakuza boss, not just another thug here to try to acquire what they are owed. The man cleared his throat, trying to compose himself. Either way, I don't owe you shit for this crap establishment. So you and your posse can leave, not like you can do shit without involving the local authorities, and we both know you wouldn't do that. He tried to act threatening as guards and bouncers started to enter the large office space. The young heir noticed Kai taking off a glove and chronostasis, keeping perfectly still. The young teen's attention was drawn back to the club owner when his chubby finger pointed at him. That little where can stay though. He laughed as his gaze suddenly made Izuku feel violated, and he glared in disgust. Oh yeah. Bet he'll bring in a shitload of profit just from one night of F. The man couldn't finish his offensive comment as Kai's gloveless hand was suddenly wrapped around his throat and suspended him a foot or so off the floor. Even Izuku was surprised at how quickly this all happened. I wouldn't dare finish that sentence, filth, his gold eyes gleaming with murder. Not only did you insult me and the previous boss, but now you insult one of my men? You really do have a death wish, don't you? His grip tightened around his neck. The man could only choke out his distress as his eyes darted to all of his guards. Chronostasis chuckled. They won't help you, he stated as his clock hair returned to place. They've all been struck by the hour hand. They'll remain like that long after you're dead. It's time you see what my quirk can do, firsthand. Overhaul stated hauntingly before activating his quirk, and the man gave out a blood-curdling scream that was cut off quickly. Izuku's world suddenly went red. The walls, the ceiling, the desk, and if chronostasis hadn't stepped in front of him, he would have been splattered in it too. He knew killing people would happen in the lifestyle he was in, and he would joke about the idea of killing from time to time, but he hadn't actually witnessed murder before. For those moments, his mind went blank. Kai may have gone a bit overboard with this man's death, but as soon as he made the mistake to speak about his treasure, he couldn't control the rage inside and the instinct to protect what was his. He turned around to the horrified faces of the frozen guards while quickly cleaning his hand of the leftover blood. He then straightened jacket and slipped his glove back on. This establishment is under new management. Now clean this mess up. After that, Izuku was suddenly very quiet. Even in the car, his eyes stayed glued to his hands. The whole thing was a shock to his system, and he wasn't sure if he had been completely ready for what he had witnessed. Kai seemed unaffected by it, but wasn't ignorant to Izuku's mental state. "I am sorry that you had to witness such a disgusting display," Kai spoke, causing Izuku to look up at him. Kurono had to stop himself from glaring at Kai. He knew it was completely intentional. It was all the plan to get the team to adjust to the darker side of the profession, so he didn't flinch or hesitate when dealing with death. Kurono thought witnessing murder was a bit harsh for the first mission, but he knew the next step would be harder. So he would hold his tongue and just continue to protect him in his subtle way. Izuku opened his mouth before closing it again. He wasn't sure what to say in that moment, but he knew Kai was waiting for him to use his words. It's all right. I just wasn't expecting it is all," he stated as he recalled what kind of person that club owner was. That man was trash. But did he deserve to die like that? Izuku thought to himself. Trash indeed. He was getting sloppy and we didn't need that coming back to us. Kai replies, carefully studying the younger's conflicted expression. "You read the report I had given you about that man and the things he spewed from that putrid mouth of his. He doesn't deserve your pity, Izuku." Izuku gave a nod again. Kai was right. Kacchan is always right. He convinced himself. Kai held an arm open and Izuku scooted closer to Kai, nuzzling into the older side as he wraps his arm around Izuku in a comforting manner, firm and secure, like he could shield the younger from all the world would throw at him. It seemed to work as Izuku took a deep breath, then relaxed, letting go of the guilt that had started to harbor. Closing his eyes at the close and NTMT contact that Kai would only show to him, he resigned to the fact that it was just the way his world worked and he needed to adjust. He would adjust. He hoped. After a few moments, Izuku was calmed. They separated. Not long after that, Kai pulled a file out from a briefcase. Whether he was ready to adjust or not, he had the file placed on his lap. He opened it to look through the contents. Another mission? He asked before he felt like he couldn't breathe. He remembered this one, the pro hero Silverwings, he thought. This particular hero was rather crooked. He wasn't on the board of popular heroes. In fact, he was only a few years into being pro. His quirk was an emitter class, able to sprout wings of silver energy that both helped him to fly, act as a shield for himself, and can shoot out projectiles. Silverwings dealt with underground criminals, and rumor had it that he would let certain criminals slip past him and frame other people for those crimes for the right price. Izuku managed to confirm the rumors with his research. He was also the reason for a few of their members to be wrongfully incarcerated and ruin their families along the way. Izuku had done a lot of research to figure out everything about this pro-hero, his habits, strengths and weaknesses. He's been captured thanks to your analysis reports, currently being held in one of our strongholds near the docks. Kai stated. Izuku was surprised to hear that. That's great. So what's going to happen to him? Kai looked to Izuku for a moment and he felt a pit forming in his gut as the car stopped at the location. That's going to depend on you. Karasu. He replied, leaving Izuku confused for a moment. You'll be dealing his punishment. Green eyes went wide at the implications of what was going to happen. Me? He wasn't sure if he was ready. Just watching someone actually die was traumatic enough for one day. Yet, if Kai thought he was ready, he would swallow the fear and make his Kacchan proud. After all, this man was the reason so many people suffered, all because the hero got greedy. He would definitely make him pay. Katsuki sat with a group of his classmates as they took a break from their training. Most of them decided to work together to improve themselves for the upcoming sports festival, and Bakugo was coerced by Kirishima to be a part of the group. He really didn't mind because the simple fact was that he was able to hold nothing back when he sparred with Kiri. That hardening quirk came in handy for his explosive quirk and vice versa. The others that joined them were Mina, Kaminari, Jiro, Siro, and Uraraka. He drank down his water as they chattered. He wouldn't particularly participate in the conversations unless it was to insult Pikachu when he did or said something stupid. However, it didn't deter them from trying to get him to open up a little more. "Bakubro," Kirishima called out again. "What the hell do you want, shitty hair?" the ash blonde grumbled. Kirishima gave a toothy grin. "We were just talking about All Might's assignment. You know, the one where we have to talk about the reason why we all decided to become heroes. Just wondering what your reason was." "Why me? Why don't you guys talk about it first?" he quipped back. "Come on, bro, you always want to be first at everything, so why not go first in sharing?" he teased. Bakugo glared at the redhead. "A-hole." He bit back, causing everyone to chuckle at his expense. "I don't feel like talking about it." "Would it help if one of us went first, Bakugo?" Uraraka questioned curiously. "Faye, whatever, round face. Why do you want to be a hero?" Bakugo wasn't really expecting her to answer though, as he took a bite of his sandwich. Uraraka blushed, then giggled awkwardly. "To be honest? For the money." He nearly choked at that. The others were surprised as well. "Seriously? I mean, it's not that big of a deal if you're in it for the money, but..." Well, she then explained her home situation, her father's construction business, the lack thereof in work, how she wanted to help her parents more, yet they insisted that she follow her own path, how she wanted to help them live an easier life, and she decided becoming a pro-hero could get her to that goal. Bakugo could understand that. The money wasn't for her, it was to support her family. "That's so amazing, Uraraka." Mina gushed and hugged her classmate. "I want to be a hero because I want to help others with my quirk. I mean, acid isn't exactly a safe substance for a normal job, you know." She laughed. "Plus I'll get to beat up bad guys," she added. Majority had similar opinions for their reasons, then all eyes went to Bakugo. He gave a grunt and groaned. There was no way he was going to reveal his real reason to wanting to become a pro. "I want to be number one, that's it," he lied. Kirishima rose an eyebrow. "Seriously? That's the only reason?" His friend questioned, obviously not convinced. Katsuki frowned and looked out to the training grounds. Listening to them either take Kiri's side and poke him for some answers while the others defended him, mentioning that he didn't have to share it with them if he didn't want to, but he stopped them when he finally did speak. "I'll if need to say it in class. Since I'll hate to repeat myself, all right? Just let it go and let's get back to training," he stated firmly as he got to his feet, obviously done with this conversation. As he walked through the battle staging area, he stopped a moment and looked up to the darkening sky, his mind wandering to his missing companion and the horrible nightmare that would keep repeating almost every night. He wasn't sure if the dream was just his own subconscious playing guilt trips on him, or if it was a warning of what was to come when he did eventually find him. A lot could have happened within the years. Your friend might not be the same when you do find him. He remembered All Might warning him. He appreciated the fact that the hero didn't say, if, meaning he believed Izuku was still out there somewhere. "I know, but I'll hang on to the hope that he's the same nerd who's overly obsessed with heroes and quirks, always smiling and dreamed of being a hero himself one day. I have to keep that part of him alive somehow." Katsuki responded, to which the mighty hero patted his shoulder and smiled proudly to him. He exhaled heavily and shook his head to clear his thoughts. All he had to do was win the sports festival and accept the internship to the agency that All Might had suggested. Bakugo Katsuki was determined to see this through to the bitter end. I don't know about this. What if I mess up?" Izuku muttered softly. "What if I can't do it?" "What?" He was cut off when Kai's hands were placed in his shoulders, golden eyes staring into his own, making his mind go still. "Don't trouble yourself in overthinking," he began smoothly. "Remember why he's here. Everything that this so-called hero did to our fellow members and the repercussions that fell upon their families. Where is the heroic justice in that? Why does he get to walk away free after breaking the law himself? Kai could see the anger that built up within his eyes at the recollection of past events. He knew Izuku's need for righting wrongs. His naturally strong sense of justice would overpower his insecurities. Kai just needed to twist this trait into something more productive for a future Yakuza member. Izuku's mind still battled over the idea of the end results of what he had to do. Go see for yourself, see what kind of person this man really is. Warning: heavy torture scene now. It was late, the docks were quiet, the sound of the surf broke the silence. However, within a warehouse, nestled among many others seemingly abandoned ones, silence was a joke. The sound of strained screaming was muffled within the cold metal walls. There, strapped to a bolted metal chair, the pro-hero Silverwings coughed out blood and lurched forward as he strained against the restraints. "You sick beastas," he called out with a panting snarl. Silverwings has been locked up here for a day, maybe two already. He had stopped trying to count the hours not long after his capture. It was hard to concentrate on anything when faced with non-stop torture. Trembling and panting from agonizing pain, he could hardly feel any part of his body other than prickling numbness throughout. His arms were useless, his back ripped to shreds, his chest oozing blood from the inflicted wounds. There was talking going on amongst his spectators. The ringing in his head made it hard to make out, so he opted to glare at them. He took in the group of Yakuza members who were either standing or sitting in the background watching what was happening. He called them all sick because of who they were watching torture him. Standing nearer him was what the hero could tell was a young boy just getting into his teens if he had to guess. When the kid had entered his prison long hours ago, his first thought was he had been saved or that the kid had been taken from somewhere as well. What he wasn't expecting was the kid to be Yakuza. How the hell did it come to this? Flashback. It was during a routine patrol through the slum part of the town. He was going to shake some small-time criminals for protection fees, as he liked to call it. Walking out of the first establishment, about to pocket the cash, he was suddenly hit with nausea. He tried to shake the feeling as he heard footsteps approaching. With difficulty he summoned his wings only to be hit with another wave of nausea that left him feeling dizzy and unbalanced, like he had been drinking all day. His wings faded as he fell to one knee trying to steady himself and focus. Looks like Karasu was right, he can't summon that quirk of his without full concentration. One of the approaching figures stated as he stood over him. "Hey, Sakaki, let's get him to the van before any real heroes come around," the man with yellow hair and a plague mask stated as he flipped through the cash that had just been within his grasp not a second ago. "Thank you for your generous contribution to the Shai Hasaikai, Jun Otaro." Wide, shaky eyes stared up at the gangster. It was all coming clear to him now, the Yakuza. Otaro knew he screwed with the wrong people, but he didn't think he would be caught so soon, precise and let alone out in the open. He was wrong. "But that's not going to help you now," he heard him say before he blacked out from something he couldn't recall. When he woke he was sporting a horrific hangover. His hands were fastened to the arm of a cold metallic chair while his ankles were bound to the legs. He looked around at the surroundings and a cold sweat came over him. He was sitting in the middle of a metal room, floors lined with plastic and cabinets filled with different tools, all explicitly cleaned to a shine. The chair he was within was one that you would find in a dental office, but without the cushion or the knowing that you were in safe hands. His head whipped to the side when he heard a door opening. A kid. He thought at first as his consciousness finally settled and he could think straight. "Sir? Are you all right?" The boy had asked, seemingly concerned. "Kid, you gotta get me out of here." Otaro slurred out forcefully, making the teen pause in his steps for a moment. "Shit, I can't scare him off." "Listen, kid. I'm a pro-hero, so I need you. You to help me so I can fight these bad guys that have us captured and we can get out of here safely," he practically pleaded. "Bad guys?" The kid questioned with a tilt of his head. It was then that the pro noticed the mask. "Dread, that's what hero felt. From what I've discovered about you, you aren't exactly a righteous hero either. Far from it, really. And no, you've got to be shitting me. You're just a kid. How are you with them? How can I not with heroes in the world like you?" The boy spoke coldly. "How much money did you earn by letting real villains off the hook only to ruin lives of innocent people?" Innocent my butt. Yakuza, criminals, thugs, they're all villains and all effing guilty. Their families weren't. The boy's words were sharp. Words were caught in his throat at that. The boy continued, while you profited, lives were ruined and families separated. You call that the work of a hero? Kid, open your eyes. This group isn't clean either. Sure, I falsely imprisoned some small fry criminals for a good profit, but that's what they are, criminals and villains. They've been killing real innocent people since before you were even born. Money laundering, Pythian rings, drag cartels. This group right here is the current kingpin of it all. You are literally in the devil's den. Those goons might not have been guilty for those crimes, but they are exactly where they deserve to be. He yelled out. The captured hero panted from exerting so much energy into verbally defending himself. The boy stayed quiet for a moment. He watched the curly green-haired teen take deliberately slow steps toward him. Who are you to say what they deserved? The boy sneered, his green eyes almost luminous in the dimly lit room. It was like something clicked in the kid's aura. He was said. When I was much younger, I would watch the heroes on TV in awe and wonder. I looked up to you heroes. After all, you stood for justice and truth, but I'm not a child anymore. I see you for what you really are. All of you aren't worthy of that title. The ideology of heroes are twisted into what you are. Greedy, self-centered hypocrites. Do you even feel guilty for what you've done? The blood money that you've accepted? The lives you sacrificed for your own selfish needs? They mean nothing to you. Otaro gazed up at the ignominy that was standing before him. This kid had a presence that spoke volumes and crushed him without even touching the pro yet. Again words. Were caught. The teen had a point. He couldn't even remember when he started to accept the bribes from criminals and couldn't recall the last time he felt the least bit guilty when he would see those he let slip past him strike again. He was in it for the money and the fame. I thought so. The teen grounded out, his eyes filled with hate as another figure joined him. The older man's golden eyes glaring down on the hero with a void malice. The kid looked up to the man. You were right, Overhaul. What shall his punishment be, Karasu? Otaro's eyes shifted from Overhaul to Karasu as they spoke. Punishment. The pro began to struggle against the restraints. Feeling more level-headed now, he needed to make enough room for him to summon his wings. He might have a chance at escape. Then Karasu spoke up. Miyako's 8-year-old daughter was found severely injured in a ditch near her boarding house. This made the hero freeze in his movements. That guy had a daughter? He thought as the teen continued. Her attackers had first broken all her fingers, then her forearms. She won't be able to properly use her arms again. All because her father was a convicted villain. The pro-hero's eyes were wide at the reveal of what had happened to the girl, all because he wrongfully convicted her father. I think that's a good place to start. Sounds perfect. Now, I'll show you what to do, but only once. You'll have to do the rest, understand? Overhaul instructed. The hero let out a shout and struggled to break free as Overhaul approached. Don't you even touch me! Otaro demanded, but it fell on deaf ears. His gaze fell back on the kid. Overhaul was using him to teach the kid to properly torture someone. You're sick! He shouted at the older Yakuza. Overhaul laid his palm on top of Otaro's hand, holding it firmly down, even with the hero flailing with all his might, screaming for him to not do it. Overhaul then started slowly bending the finger back, all the while instructing the younger one what he was doing. The fact that he was doing this agonizingly slow was probably the worst. Don't. Stop. Stop. Pop, crack, snap. He let out a horrific scream as the sickening pain from that snapped finger rushed through his body. Yet it didn't stop there. After that, the kid picked up where the older left off. One by one the kid broke each finger, and the hero was in so much pain he couldn't think straight to use his quirk. He thought there was nothing worse than that. He was again wrong. Karasu proceeded to break his forearms. Silverwings was cussing out profanities, tears streaming down his face. The next torture the kid had ready for him was another unfortunate incident with the eldest son of the other criminal. He was lacerated by his classmates, villain, etched into his chest. And thus Otaro's bonds were undone and he was forced down to the ground facing the legs of the chair. Sobs of anguish from his broken limbs poured out of him before he felt a new stinging pain that lit up his back. He was being whipped repeatedly. This was what these kids had to go through, he thought as he cried out with every lash. I put them through this. He couldn't stay kneeling anymore. He crumbled onto the metal chair for support only to be turned over. Karasu knelt beside his crumpled figure and twirled the knife in his hands. Even though the hero's mind was fogged with numbing pain, he could see the hesitation in the teen's eyes. Otaro shook his head, hoping the kid would show some mercy. But the hesitation and doubt faded as Overhaul encouraged him to keep going. And no. Peel please. Mercy. Karasu's eyes crinkled. Mercy? You haven't earned that. He muttered as the tip of the blade poked the sensitive flesh of his chest. Otaro pleaded again, but the pleas turned to cries as the knife began to slowly carve words. Villain written across his chest as blood trailed down his torso. He could no longer only imagine what he had put the families through, he no longer thought that what he was doing was justified. All this pain was being forced upon the children who never asked for their parent to be a criminal. He sobbed and broke inside. He deserved this, he realized, and he was terribly sorry. Otaro wasn't sure when his torture became entertainment for other members, but it looked like close to a dozen others were watching what Karasu was doing to him. It was sick to witness this. This kid was being taught to turn off his emotions, to torture and kill. The worst for last. Kenji's wife was fatally burned by Endeavor because she ran from authorities with her child when they were trying to take the little girl away. Thankfully, Sanji is still alive though permanently scarred on her arms and legs, her mother though died from her injuries. Otaro paled even more than he thought he could, burned. Alive? God no, he muttered terrified. Please? Don't kill me. I'm sorry. I'm sore no. Let me go. One of the spectating members of the group, the largest one, picked him up off the ground and slammed him back onto the chair. Please. Kid, you can't do this. You'll be just like them. Shut up. Rappa backhanded, and his head felt like it was spinning again as a sharp ringing ran through his mind. He knew there was conversations happening in those moments, but he could hardly hear any of it. End flashback. That's how he came to be in this state. They're displayed broken and on the brink of death. He spat out blood towards the group of Yakuza, cursing their existence. His sights landed on the kid. He looked terrifying. Karasu gazed at him like he was the villain. He wheezed out his breath as he watched the young Yakuza turn to Overhaul, who was speaking to him. Otaro strained to hear what was being said. Once you're done, just leave him. Sorimitsu will clean up the remains, he stated. That's when the beaten hero watched as Overhaul caressed the side of the youth's face tenderly. You did such a good job. I'm so proud of you. He heard Overhaul praise the boy as he ran his gloved fingers through the kid's green locks. Otaro could see the happiness in Karasu at the praise and leaned himself into the affection. This guy's got him so messed up. How long has this kid been influenced by this psychopath? He thought. This would be his last few moments of his life. Witnessing the initiation of a Yakuza member, the birth of a villain. Becoming the first victim on Karasu's list. You sick BS, he muttered through bloody lips. When all but Karasu and a guy with a burlap mask on left the room, he knew his death was near. Karasu's green eyes. Cut back to him. Visibly gulping, the hero stared right back. You can't. Don't let them influence you like this. The hero pushed himself to speak. Karasu's eyes wavered slightly before looking to the wall of tools. You gotta see how wrong this is. All I see is a fake hero finally facing real justice for his crimes against humanity. He interrupted firmly. I am fully aware of what my family business entails. They taught me ever since I was small, seeing that I'll one day help to run as well. Karasu was now standing near the wall of tools. The Shai Hasaikai is family. You mess with one of us and you'll receive equivalent retribution. The teen grabs a few containers and turns back to him. You are the reason their children suffer, why his wife is dead. It's only fair you have the same treatment. All the while the kid is speaking, Otaro shakes his head, sobbing out apologies and begging to be shown mercy. He could hear the other man in the room muttering to himself that he was hungry over and over again, staring right at him. His heart drummed wildly as he struggled to regain any sense of himself. He didn't want to die. Kacchan always told me that society was ill. They had a sickness called hero syndrome that needed to be cured. I was skeptical at first. But now I see what he means. You are infected, Karasu stated in a tone that was purely disgusted. Silverwings yelped and sputtered when liquid hit his bare and opened flesh. It smelled like, no. Please. Someone help me. Help. Karasu stood in front of him with a book of matches. The gleam in his green eyes showed no mercy from him, and those infected must be purified and purged. He struck the match and tossed it onto his lap. All Silverwings could comprehend is burning pain for what feels like eternity, which he really only lasted a few minutes if that. Izuku really did try to keep his emotions from coming through. He watched the flames erupt from his victim. The screaming would definitely be haunting him for weeks. The whole time he had been mentally battling within himself over this mission, and in the end, both sides agreed this was justice. Little boss. Izuku glances to Sorimitsu, who was standing beside him now unmasked. You should leave. Big boss is waiting. He advises, to which Izuku nodded, glancing once more to the burning ex-hero before turning away and exiting the room just as the smell of burning flesh was beginning to infiltrate his senses. Once out of the room, he quickly rushed to a nearby wall and propped his hands against it, breathing heavily, leaning his forehead against the cool metal. His hand shot up, quickly unbuckling and removing his masks to take deeper breaths to calm his queasy stomach. When he was in there, everything was within the moment. He had been running on adrenaline and the encouragement from not only Kacchan, but his fellow Yakuza. Now, all that had transpired came crashing over him. What did I just do? He thought to himself as he fell to his knees. A hand made itself known on the small of his back, and he found Kai right there beside him. Let's get you some air. Come on. The older coaxed Izuku into getting back up to his feet and walked him outside of the warehouse. Once outside, he could appreciate the fresh, salty air. He opted to keep his mask off as he recovered, much to Kai's displeasure. I just killed someone. Izuku found himself muttering. You did the world a favor, kid. Both he and Kai were suddenly on alert as a new presence made himself known. The figure landed solidly on the concrete ground a few yards away. Kai glared at the man, but Izuku's eyes were wide in awe. Stain, the hero killer. He has read so much about this vigilante. The fact that he was there excited the young Yakuza into forgetting his queasiness just moments before. The vigilante smirked. I'm impressed that you've heard of me. How long have you been here? Kai questioned with dark tone. You took my intended target. Took a while to follow your trail, but I got here in time to watch this kid serve that fake hero the real justice he deserved. Kai's eyes narrowed. He didn't like the fact that he nor any of his subordinates hadn't been alerted to the uninvited spectator. I am curious. Stain began as he gazed from Overhaul then to Izuku. How exactly were you able to locate and disarm him so quickly? It took me near a year to finally track down his routine and weakness. It hadn't even been a month since he had used some of your lackeys as scapegoats. Yakuza's secret. Izuku replied with a smile. However, I don't particularly mind selling the information I've gathered on pro-heroes and villains alike. My work isn't cheap though. Kai looked down to Izuku in surprise. He could see the wheels working in the young heir's mind. Izuku was once again within the moment, taking advantage of what he obviously saw as an opportunity to create a new relationship for their organization. Kai had to admit that it was a brilliant idea. No one had ever been able to get this close to the hero killer and live to tell the tale. So he would allow Izuku to continue this venture and see what happens. Not like it was the first time they sold his analysis reports for the right price. Hey, you've got spunk, kid. The hero killer grinned. I like that. What exactly would the price be for your information? Tell you what, I'll gladly give you any analysis report in exchange for a partnership of sorts. Not saying for you to officially join the Yakuza, but it's always good to have an extra ace in the hole for when I'm in need of it. What do you think, Overhaul? He offered. This is your deal, but I don't find anything particularly wrong with the offer. Neither do I. You got yourself a deal, kid. The name's Karasu. Pleasure to be doing business with you, Stain. Come find me. He's heard that voice before. But where? He gazed around a room he doesn't recognize. Yet again, it felt so familiar. The place seemed so small, nothing like the home he knew so well. When he heard the voice call out for help, even though he could tell it was all out of fun, Still his body moved on its own, running down the short hall. "How old am I?" he questioned as he could tell that he was a child by how large the furniture was compared to him. "Oh, won't someone help me?" He heard the sweet voice called out playfully again. He turned to the sliding doors and small chubby hands pulled the door open and he exclaimed, "Have no fear, for I am here. You saved me, my little hero." The woman turned to him and held her arms open for him to run into, but her features were blurred and unrecognizable. His little feet sped across the distance and flew into her embrace. He could feel it, so warm and loving. "For you." A loud and blood-curdling scream shattered his dream as the vision of the pro-hero he had burned alive flashed before his eyes. Then everything around him engulfed into the flames. Izuku shot up with a gasp, heart beating a mile a minute. He patted the sheets and blankets around him on the plush bed, making sure he was indeed back in his room in the main house. "So much for a good night's sleep," he muttered to himself as he fell back into his bed. Staring up at the ceiling, thinking of what he had dreamt about before the horrid interruption, but the more he tried to recall, the more his head hurt, the less he could remember it, and the more other thoughts came front and center. Everything from yesterday came rushing in and he let the frown set in. He was exhausted. This was about the 6th time that night he was jarred from his rest, and it took him forever to go back to sleep only to have his slumber interrupted again. He supposed it was guilt of what he had done yesterday. Just thinking about it made his stomach queasy. He hadn't actually intended to go so far, but he couldn't stop himself once he started, like something more primal took over, helping him to continue. He knew he had to complete. The real plus of yesterday, though, was his impromptu meeting with Stain and gaining him as a personal ally, which was close to an impossible feat apparently. It brightened his outlook a bit, but just not enough to feel good about it all. Glancing at the clock, he groaned when it showed to be 4 in the morning. He definitely couldn't go back to sleep now. Getting out of bed, he gave a heavy sigh as he stretched before sluggishly starting his daily routine. Once clean, in his outfit of the day and his cloth mask in place, he walked the halls of his home. It was now 4:30 and hardly anyone was up and wandering around other than the servants, who busied themselves with housework and keeping their usual distance until called for. He glanced out the windows as he passed them. He couldn't even muster a smile at such a beautiful morning that was beginning to rise. His mind was too haunted with memories of yesterday. Finding his way to the familiar office of Kai, he knocked on the door knowing he would be up, and once he was given the permission to enter, he opened the door. He could tell Kai was surprised to see him. "Izu? What are you doing up so early this morning?" he questioned, glancing to the clock then back to his greenette. I couldn't sleep well," he muttered his answer as he gazed to the floor. "Does it ever go away?" he asked, looking up to him through his lashes, showing his insecurities quite vividly. Kai sat back in his chair, to which Izuku promptly went over to him and slipped into his lap. The younger smiled when Kai's strong arms wrapped around him possessively. "Sometimes. You'll learn to grow numb to it eventually," the older replied as he brushed through Izuku's damp hair. Kai never really had that issue. He never felt guilt for what he does for the Yakuza or himself. He could always justify his reasons. Izuku closed his eyes as Kai gently massaged his scalp. It always felt good when Kacchan did that to him. However, Izuku needed more reassurance than what Kai had provided. He needed his father. "Kacchan, may I visit with Arie and Otosan today?" he asked softly. "I haven't seen him since before he got really sick," he added. He hoped seeing Arie would help ease his mind from everything. Plus, Otosan was always good with giving him advice, so hopefully Kai would let him go. I suppose," he replied. "He has been asking to see you. I just need to make sure he's well enough for visitors. I don't want you to be contaminated if he is still ill," he answered finally. If it was going to make his most prized possession happy, then it was worth it. Kai had Izuku visit Arie first while he checked on Otosan before truly allowing Izuku to go visit. At first, Izuku thought seeing her would help him to not think of what he had done. It didn't. If he had been honest, it only made him think about it more. He was in a mental battle within himself for what he did for his family. They deserved retribution for what that false hero had done to them, and Izuku had done it. Yet, there was that quiet voice in the back of his mind screaming to be heard, telling him that this wasn't right. This was all he knew, though. There was nothing else before this. Nothing he could remember anyways. The young teen tried to act normal for Arie. He played games with her and listened to the many questions she'd ask, but his smile never truly reached his eyes. The memories of a screaming man would sound off at the drop of a heavy book or the like, reminding him of the other day and trip him up. And looking at the sweet, sweet smile of the little girl before him made his heart become burdened with guilt, making him wonder if he was worthy of such love. When she suggested to read a story that she presented, he waited for her inside their makeshift yurt. Reading would definitely help him to clear his mind. Arie gazed up at Izuku. He had been weirdly quiet since he got there this morning. He would still play with her and answer the many questions she might have like a saint, but she noticed how distant his eyes were. How certain things or sounds made him hesitate or jump slightly. Much like when she had been traumatized when the experiments first started. She remembered how Izuku would always hold her close afterwards, and it always made her feel better. So she did what she thought would be best. Walking over to her hero, who was sitting Indian-style under the yurt, studying the book that she'd chosen for him to read. She crawled into his lap, wrapped her arms around him and cuddled into him. She felt his tension when she did that, but she didn't pull away and neither did he. Instead he relaxed at her embrace and dropped the book to wrap her into a hug of his own. Wetness dropped on her head and she realized he was crying. She didn't ask questions, she just stayed there hugging him close to her. Arie wasn't sure what had happened beyond her room, but she knew the one person to blame, Chisaki Kai. When Arie came to the room he spoke nothing of the tears he saw Izuku wipe away on his sleeve. He acted oblivious to Arie clinging to Izuku as if she thought she was never going to see him ever again. Arie let their interaction linger longer than he should have, because by then Arie was crying a fountain of tears begging him not to leave her alone. It broke what should be his non-existent heart, the look of desperation, of need and fear to be left alone again, knowing what was to come once Izuku was away. Kurono Arie was many things, but above all he was a villain loyal to his boss, and no matter how his feelings might counteract the desires of Kai, he would never hesitate to go through with the actions. Izuku was gone after his attempts to console her failed. He looked sad as he left the room, glancing back to the crying girl, not understanding the full reason why she was so scared. The young heir was escorted to the front of the estate to be driven to see the old boss. Now Arie was left with Arie. Looking over to the poor creature that was only taken care of to make Izuku happy, he gave a sigh when she trembled at his sight. "Come along, Arie. It's time for your treatment." He spoke and earned a small frightened whimper from her. "It will be less painful if you stop fighting back," he added, and she frowned. "Please don't make me do it anymore. Or I won't be scared to tell Izuku that you are still hurting me," she threatened as she crawled in a corner as much as she could, wishing she could just disappear from this place with Izuku as quickly as possible. Arie frowned at her words. He hoped she wouldn't be so vocal, but she always seemed to gather more courage right after Izuku visits. Still, this little outburst couldn't have happened at the worst moment. He watched her red eyes go wide as the source of all her fears steps into the doorway. Glancing to his side to look to Kai, whose gold eyes were cold and laced with disgust of the child before him. "She's just scared, you can't blame her for that." Arie tried to defuse his boss's anger. Kai's glare cut to him and his defending words died out and his head lowered. The Yakuza boss turned back to the frightened child. "Tell Izuku? No, that won't do anything but hurt him. Do you really want to be the reason why? Aren't you grateful and happy of the attention he shows you and how often he comes to visit?" He questioned as the girl stared horrified at the monster before her. "It would be entirely your fault if something were to happen to him, all because you want to be selfish." His words were cruel and sharp. The likelihood of him actually harming his treasure was little to none, but Arie didn't know that, and it seemed to do the trick. The little girl shot up to her feet, tears still falling, but she quickly wiped them away on her constantly bandaged arms. I'll be good. Please don't take him away." "Kacchan, that's what I thought. Let's go. You've wasted enough time." Chisaki Izuku was driven deep into the expansive land of his family's grand estate. He was quite familiar with the layout of his homeland, the front homes holding majority of the staff and their families, while the main house, which he's living at currently, was the center of the village-like estate. The large fortress-like manor was the epitome of fortified protection and had entrances to an underground tunnel system that only the Yakuza know to map out. Where Izuku was being taken was considered the family home. It's nestled far into the estate's land for both privacy and security purposes. The districts disappear and trees take their place. They're built along a mountainside and surrounded by nature was a traditional mansion. The car stopped in the front, servants opened his door and led the young heir through the home. No small talk was exchanged, just silence as he mentally prepared himself for seeing his ill-struck father. He dismissed the servant once he reached the room and opened the door. "Otosan." He spoke softly. He heard a deep inhale from within the dimly lit room and a gentle voice that replied, "Ah, my son, come in," he insisted, and Izuku walked in to see the smiling face of the only person he knew to be his father, and it gladdened his heart to see him. The elder man was bedridden, in one arm, while medical screens showcased his vital signs on the other side. He wore a traditional cotton kimono and looked neat and clean despite falling ill a couple years back. The man was sitting up in the hospital-grade bed they had for him. No expenses were too much in the care of their retired boss, and Izuku made point to keep it that way. He wanted his father to be around for as long as he could. Izuku's eyes glanced over to the screens, checking the numbers and information that was displayed before looking back to the old boss. "You're looking much better than last time, Otosan," Izuku spoke as he approached the bed. The man gave a light chuckle as he took the young boy's gloved hand into his own. "That's because I knew you were coming. Your company is the best medicine I could ask for." The teen squeezed his father's hand and smiled behind his surgical mask. "Then I should come more often." "I would like that," the elder replied with a smile. Then as his father's gaze lingered a little longer he gave a sigh. "Now, tell me everything, my son. Your eyes show that you are troubled. You can talk to me." Izuku hesitated for a moment. His hand slipped from his father's grip and his gaze shifted to the floor. Of course he could tell, it wasn't hard for the older man to notice, he did raise him. So he spoke of everything that happened yesterday. From watching Kai murder someone to his own work of torture and how he felt throughout the experience until he finally ended the man's life. "I couldn't stop myself. I just wanted to make him pay for what he did. Now I can't stop hearing his screams." He did, however, leave out his dream he had that night of the woman. The man listened to his concerns and kept quiet as he digested the information. "Death is a very common occurrence in our line of business. This ordeal you were put through yesterday was to prepare you for the journey ahead. You'll have to face many more hard decisions from this point forward, and it will linger within your subconscious for many years," he stated calmly. "Sometimes it is easier to lay the guilt upon your alias." Izuku's eyebrows furrowed at the last comment. "What does that mean?" "When I was the boss, the sins I committed was placed solely upon the shoulders of that enigma. I never allowed those sins to mingle with my personal life, core beliefs, or to supersede the precious moments shared while watching you grow into the young man I see before me," he explained with a soft-hearted smile. "So while Karasu may have blood on his hands, Izuku, you don't have to carry it with you. Let that mask carry the burden," the elder advised. Izuku gave a slow nod as his understanding of what he needed to do settled in. A smile crossed his features. "Thank you, Otosan. I'll do my best to make you proud." "You forget, I am always proud of you, son." That night he had the same dream. It was vague just like before and left him once again puzzled as who this woman was that filled his dreams. He had no time to dwell on those thoughts, unfortunately, as he was back out in the city that day accompanying Kai and Kurono on different business trips. Some were black market and underground dealings, and others were going to different establishments for the rent. Izuku knew that their group owned a lot of real estate all over Japan and even in America, but he wasn't aware of how many lives were unknowingly associated with Yakuza. He also took notice that while visiting these establishments, none of them wore their signature plague masks, only their usual cloth masks. They kept the business as discreet as possible so they wouldn't gain unwanted attention. The young heir enjoyed this portion of the work the most. It was less messy. While on the black market side of the business trips, he quickly learned the different products that sell. Ranging from special artillery to all kinds of drags of the highest quality and a substance that only they carried. Trigger. Izuku realized this particular product was of high demand and extremely expensive, and they would only sell it to brokers. One in particular was named Jiren, This man dealt in all sorts of criminal activities, from marketing rare products and equipment, selling information and recruitment for villain organizations. As much as Kai disliked the idea of leaving Kurono and Izuku to deal with this man, he had another task to do that required his singular presence. Izuku reassured that he would be fine. He had Kurono to protect him after all, and he also reminded him that he had the hero killer on speed dial in case anything were to happen. When the meeting took place, Izuku handled the product while Chronostasis dealt with Jiren. The young heir didn't mind since he didn't necessarily care for the guy. Something about the broker made Izuku feel on edge, and he looked way too dirty for him to feel comfortable around like that ex-club owner from the other day. So, a client of mine is interested in meeting your boss. Jiren spoke as he checked over the product, his dark eyes glancing over to Izuku more often than either of them liked. A client? What exactly is the intention? Chronostasis questioned. Partnership. His name is Shigaraki Tamaru. League of Villains? Not interested. Now hold on. Shigaraki may be the leader, but it's his sensei that actually wants to meet with Overhaul. Refusing his invitation is like refusing Overhaul. Not a good idea. Jiren pressed. Chronostasis said nothing for a long moment. Jiren wasn't really sure if he was looking at him, through him, or just staring off in the distance because of the demon masks they wore, but the silence made the broker very nervous. He knew he needed to tread carefully with this particular Yakuza group. There were very few left in the world, and the Shy Hasaikai survived this long because they're that powerful. Physically, mentally, and financially. So he would do almost anything to keep their business and his life. He also wishes to extend his gratitude for the information that helped them to actually infiltrate UA. The detail behind the analysis reports that you created are impressive even to my standards. Jiren added, hoping the praise may help persuade him better. Did you hear that, Karasu? They find your work impressive. Chronostasis commented almost sarcastically. Jiren turned his attention back to the kid that hadn't said a word edgewise the entire time they were there. This kid was the source of the information? He wasn't lying when he said the work was impressive. It was better than any analyst he could ever scrounge up, but for it to come from a kid, he was floored. Karasuha? Jiren gave a wide grin. Crow, or perhaps more specifically Raven. It would seem to be a fitting name for such an intelligent kid. Who knew your boss started them off so young? Those green eyes narrowed slightly. Jiren could swear that they had a cold glow to them, but he dismisses it as illusions of the dark crow-like mask. However, instead of Karasu answering him, it was Chronostasis who stepped between them to bring the conversation back to him. Let us finish our business here. We still have other destinations. He stated coldly. I will discuss your client's invitation to the boss. The man gave a nod. There was definitely something to learn about this kid. He could tell the boy was coveted by how instinctively protective the right-hand man of Overhaul seemed to be. The kid was obviously learning the tricks of the trade, shadowing and observing. It made the sleazy man want to know exactly who this Karasa kid is. Jiren reaches into his pocket and pulled out a card, offering it to Chrono. He'll be eagerly awaiting your response. Absolutely not. Kai growled out. It was one thing to sell them product and information, but to think of partnering with such filth? He grimaced at the very thought. As the conversation carried on, Izuku tapped the eraser end of a pencil to his chin as he recalled the information he gathered during the trips in town. Mumbling under his breath as he worked, which was of no surprise to any of the expendables who were also within the office for this meeting. The habit became a second nature, their little boss whom they had grown quite attached to, whether it was noticed by Kai and Izuku or not. Continuing to scribble down things as he absent-mindedly listened to the discussion of what had transpired, he was forming his own opinion on the matter as he multitasked. So in short, they all felt the same way that the boss did. That the League of Villains were not to be trusted. Maybe we could exploit the opportunity? Izuku's voice chirped quietly from his seat. All eyes honed in on him, but he was focused on writing things down in his notebook to notice. We don't exactly have good intel about the members, and what better way to learn than to make them think we're cooperating with them? He finally looked up from his work to Kai and blushed when he saw him and everyone else staring at him. What? That's actually not a bad idea. Kurono agreed with the logic. pulling the awkward attention away from Izuku. This partnership could be the best way to gather all the information we need to bring their organization down. It can work both ways though, Shin stated. The older man shifted his glasses. They could be doing the same thing, finding our weak spot and dismantling us one by one. Kai let out a huff of annoyance. The only one that will be dismantling anything will be me. I will not let anything threaten the Shai Hasaikai or the goals that we have. Kurono, call this sensei of Shigaraki. If he wants to meet with us, he will do it by our terms, he stated. Kuro gave a bow and went to do his task. The rest of you, I want searching for any information about who exactly sensei is. I want to know who we will be dealing with beforehand. Yes, boss, the group stated, and everyone took their leave. Izuku continued dreaming of the same woman for the next couple days. It was only small bits here and there, and when he felt he was about to figure it all out, it would all fall into a void and he would wake up to nothing but emptiness. Throughout the days he began fitting into his role quite well. He would now stand or sit right beside Kai during business meetings and mergers. His place becoming more and more confirmed as the young boss, the mysterious Karasu of the Shai Hasaikai. He was a force to be reckoned with. His name was running through the streets like a ghost in the night since his first appearance not even a week ago. Kai had even gifted him with his own handgun. The item was specially made, black and detailed with gold and jade. He had only needed to use it once, but hadn't had the need to actually fire it. The threat of it alone seemed to do the trick. Izuku found he felt less and less guilty of hurting others since he knew all of them were bad people and they needed to cleanse the world of filth like that, just like Kai said, to which Kai was extremely satisfied to see. He and Chronostasis were finishing up a loose end when he heard his phone alert him to a message. Stepping out of the warehouse, he glanced around him before fishing his phone out to read. HKS, I need some information. Karasu pondered on the vague message before replying. Target? HKS, bring a few records, I'll see if you have him in your selection. Was he testing him? Karasu smiled at the challenge. Meet me at location 23 in an hour. See you there. Chronostasis. Karasu called out as he heard a solid punch and someone spilling their guts out. Yes, Karasu? Cut it short, I have business to attend to in less than an hour. He ordered as he pocketed his phone and walked toward the car, not even flinching as he heard the gunshots go off. In the car he was lost in his mental records, muttering under his breath as he did. Kurono knew better than to knock Izuku's concentration, so he kept quiet as he drove them back to the estate. Taking them only a few minutes to arrive, and Izuku immediately left for his personal file room with no delay. It didn't take long for Izuku to return with a few of his analyst reports in hand and right on time at the location that he had specified. As he stepped out, so did Stain appearing from the rooftops above them. The hero killer locked his sights on Chronostasis before looking to the green-haired teen. I brought you a few reports as you've requested. Karasu flashed him the files. The hero killer jumped from the roof and landing solidly to the ground before them. Though Chronostasis was ready to strike, Karasu seemed calm as he rose a gloved hand to signal his companion to relax and took a step forward, handing Stain the unopened files. The hero killer didn't open them, merely read the names on each one until he came across the third one and grinned. Looks like I was right about you, kid, he stated, handing the other files back to Karasu. Ingenium? He's not what you would call a fake hero, but I doubt you'd go after pro hero that isn't corrupt in one form or another. The young heir questioned, curious as to why Stain felt Ingenium was not worthy of being a pro hero. He's become blinded by fame and vanity that he's forgotten what it is to be a hero. I don't plan on killing him, just making him an example. So Karasu, what's the price for this? Stain replied rather openly. Karasu gave a nod to his answer with understanding, then gave his payment request. Your vigilance. We are to meet with the leader of the League of Villains tomorrow, and I want to take all necessary precautions in case things take a turn for the worst. So, I will need a powerful player that they won't be expecting to keep watch and protect me from the shadows if needed. Stain frowned and narrowed his eyes. League of Villains? Bunch of rabid street dogs. You're right to be cautious with them. They attempted to recruit me not too long ago, but unlike how I have judged you, I find their leader, Shigaraki, to be unworthy. Brash, unpredictable, childish at best and without a cause to follow, but that is what makes him dangerous, he cautioned. I figured as much. Takes a childish idiot to botch a mission that was practically handed to them. Izuku rolled his eyes at the thought of all that hard work figuring out how to successfully infiltrate UA for them to fail because of underestimating the enemy. Contact me with the location and I'll make sure my end of the deal is met. The meeting day came. They decided that bringing majority of the Yakuza wouldn't be a good idea. Kai chose a select few to go with him and Izuku. Kurono was the obvious choice, as was Shin, and Rappa suggested he go, just for extra protection for Izuku, and Kai agreed. Izuku kept in contact with Stain and was relieved to see that the hero killer kept his word when he replied that he was in an easily accessible area and all Izuku needed to do was give him the signal of distress. Slipping his phone back into his pocket as Shin pulled the car to the front of the location, which was a large casino called Golden Gates. It was rather lavish looking on the outside and filled with people that were richly dressed. They were escorted through the casino. Izuku gazed around at the equally lavish interior. The main gambling floor was expansive and had 3 floor levels. There were card tables, roulette tables, and rows upon rows of machines that lit up enticingly for the patrons that were attracted to the sights and sounds like moths to a flame. They entered a glass-walled elevator that looked out to the casino before being carried up into the hotel portion of the building. The bell rang when they reached the top floor. It looked like a grand meeting hall to the young heir. This area too was grandly decorated, gold fixtures, mahogany and oak furnishings. The walls were windows that looked out to the city below. This casino is one of the many establishments that our syndicate owns. We use this as a meeting point for a lot of our exotic dealings. Kai stated to Izuku, who listened intently. He understood that exotic meant a whole lot of things when it came to their organization. I don't trust this group, so be cautious, he added. I know, I did help with the research. Izuku replied as he adjusted his crow mask slightly and gave a stretch. If he was honest, he was somewhat excited to meet these villains. Izuku had already known that his analysis reports had been sold to the League because Kai made sure he was aware of what his work was worth. Kai was so proud when it made front-page news, knowing how much his information of the school and key teachers had helped in the success of the villains' infiltration. Even though the League of Villains took all the glory, it benefited their own organization as they would start working closer together. The League would become the center of attention, leaving the Yakuza to continue working their influence from the shadows. It was the perfect cover. Plus, he'd be able to see new amazing quirks that he'll be able to analyze and record for his pleasure. They gathered around the large rectangular table. Kai sat at the head, Kurono sat to his right, Izuku to his left with Shin standing off to the side of them while Rappa stood behind Izuku's spot. Once they settled, a dark purple mist appeared near the elevator and instantly recognized the quirk as the warping quirk user from the UA incident. Stepping out of the portal was a tall, lanky young man with light blue, almost white hair, dressed in all black, and a hand that covered his face. The next to appear was a man that was made of the same purple mist as the apparent portal. Instantly began to analyze them, though the one with the hand over his face wasn't as easy to analyze just from looking, so he needed to be cautious just as Kai advised. The two sidestepped, and from the portal came a man that radiated power. He towered the first two and could even be taller than Rappa. He wore a suit and had a black mask of sorts that covered his entire face. Overhaul, he greeted as if they were old friends. I was surprised that you agreed to meet with my associates and I on such short notice, the man spoke. Overhaul's gold eyes gazed upon the man for a moment before cutting to the two that accompanied him when they approached the table to sit on the other side. Your organization made a bold debut. Attacking UA would obviously gain anyone's attention, but I'll assume that was the point. All for one. The man sat at the other end of the table, the mist man to his left and the other to his right. I see you are aware of who I am. That's good. I tend to make sure I know who I deal with. The heroes and reporters seem to believe that he's the mastermind behind the League of Villains. Overhaul's gaze went to the young man with the hand over his face, but I had my doubts. Apparently the other didn't like what Overhaul said, gripping his hands into fists and letting out an audible growl of frustration. All for one, however, held his hand up, catching his attention and keeping him from saying anything. Shigaraki Tamaru is my apprentice. I am merely helping to set the stage for him to take over once I feel he is ready. The attack upon UA was, as you described, his debut. All for One stated calmly. Karasu silently watched the interaction, gauging each individual carefully. His green eyes studied the stoicness of the mist man who seemed to be watching Shigaraki's every move. He noticed the subtle signs of aggravation that Shigaraki displayed, and even more interesting to the young Yakuza member was watching him disintegrate scraps of paper underneath the table in order to keep himself calm. I remember reading something about him from the UA attacks. He thought, he's an emitter class, disintegration if I recall, looks like he needs to have full hand contact to activate it. A shiver ran down his spine as he observed Shigaraki. His emerald eyes focused on All for One. Though the man's full head mask didn't show his eyes, the greenette could feel his sight upon him. The dark man chuckled. Forgive me, young man, I was just admiring your observant nature. Izuku kept silent, and it seemed like it just amused All for One. What is your name? He asked, and the young heir glanced to Overhaul. Karasu. Overhaul answered for him. He is here to observe for now. Obviously not wanting the attention upon his treasure. All for One ignored the obvious warning though and gave a hum in response. So this is the infamous Karasu that Jiren had spoken about. I can see the fascination. It is too bad that you were born without a quirk. It would make things infinitely easier for you if you had. I don't need a quirk. Karasu replied almost automatically. How did he know I'm quirkless? Warning bells went off in his mind. He knew Overhaul didn't want him to speak, but he felt that he needed to defend himself at that instant. I'm better without one. It must have taken All for One by surprise to hear that he wasn't pining for a quirk because he was silent for a moment. Fascinating indeed. Teach being quirkless is the same as being useless, kid. Shigaraki finally spoke up, his red eyes glaring into the greenette between the fingers of the severed hand. Karasu's eyes narrowed and glared without fear right back to Shigaraki. His emerald eyes shone like poison. Well, this, useless quirkless, was the only reason why your infiltration into UA was an actual success. Your failure was underestimating your opponent. An amateur mistake at best. Who the hell are you calling an amateur? Shigaraki growled out as he stood up and slammed his fists onto the tabletop. At that slight show of aggression, Rappa was towering over their young boss, ready to defend the teen from the danger. Chronostasis and Shin both had a gun pointed right at Shigaraki's head. Karasu rose an eyebrow at him with a knowing smirk and his finger just over his distress signal for Stain. You should really learn to control that temper of yours, might end up getting you in trouble sooner rather than later. Shigaraki. All for One warned his apprentice in a very disappointed tone when the teen wouldn't back down and seethed with anger toward the greenette. I don't like them, sensei. I'd rather just kill them and find others to join our organization. He complained, ready to disintegrate the table and lunge at Karasu for insulting him so boldly. Partnership. Overhaul corrected with warning in his words. Even at that, I am doubting my want to even agree. I know exactly what you will get out of gaining our alliance, but what, pre-tell, do I get out of this arrangement? Sit down, Shigaraki. Now, he scolded his apprentice, and finally the teen seemed to realize his mistake and sunk back into the chair, glaring spitefully at Karasu still. With his apprentice back in line, he focused on answering Overhaul's concerns. What you will gain with our alliance is a larger expansion for your business. All I ask for is a measly 15% of profit made from within my territory quarterly. The profits to go toward the League, of course. You'll also have access to willing test subjects for some of those experimentation projects you've been working on. All for One stated. Karasu hid his confusion well behind his poker face. Experimentation projects? He wondered. Something about this little detail made him feel uneasy. Kacchan had assured him that he had stopped a long time ago. He could tell that Overhaul wasn't expecting to hear that last remark either. He would bounce his foot when he got aggravated or was on edge. The young heir decided to talk about it after the meeting. Karasu realized he hadn't paid close attention to the rest of the conversation because now everyone was rising from their seats, so he followed suit. All for One reached out and shook Overhaul's gloved hand. I look forward to our new partnership. Overhaul nodded in agreement and readjusted his gloves. As do I. Standing next to Overhaul, he gave a respectful bow to All for One, glancing over to the Shigaraki who was still just glaring at him, which amused Karasu to no end. He was unimpressed by All for One's apprentice, but he supposed there was still room for growth. His thoughts were once again interrupted when he felt that similar presence again and looked up to find the giant of a man standing before him. His hand out and waiting for him to shake. "You are truly impressive, young Karasu. I hope you and Shigaraki create a strong kinship soon," he stated. Karasu stared at the hand for a moment before glancing from Shigaraki then to his sensei as he grasped the man's hand with a smile. "Thank you, sir. I'm sure we'll become great friends." "Shut up, you little sheet. I hate you." Shigaraki grumbled his distaste. The young heir just chuckled at the comment. Eventually, feeling his phone receive a message, he glanced down to the screen. "H-Case, you're more dangerous than anyone gives you credit for, Karasu. You promised me. You said you stopped using Arie in those experiments months ago and I actually believed you." After the initial meeting, it didn't take Izuku long to realize that it had been All for One's intention to slip that information about Kai's experimental projects. He assumed he was wanting to cause tension between them and the teen thought it would never work. Kai was his everything. He believed it would take more than that to shake his faith in his Kacchan. So when the confrontation about what exactly AFO meant did happen, it was a rather hard pill to swallow. Learning that Kai continued using an unwillful Arie in his projects infuriated him, yet he was also mad at himself for not seeing the signs that were more than likely obvious. "You choose her safety over the mission? Over me?" Kai questioned him back accusingly. Izuku gave him a fierce glare, his hands squeezed tightly into fists as he felt something within him start to boil. "You know how I feel about the mission, Kacchan." He began, trying to keep his tone even as he continued. "How I would follow you to the ends of the earth and back if it meant your happiness, but I also love Arie and I want to give her the same kind of care that you gave me when I was her age." He explained as tears began falling from his emerald eyes. "But how can that happen when you've put her through that?" Izuku practically yelled the last part out from the pent-up frustration that he never realized he had been holding back. "I just wish you would stop lying to me all the time. Is that really too much to ask for?" Kai stood there in momentary shock. He wasn't quite sure what to do at this point. When Izuku was a child and would rebel against his orders, he'd defuse it with a simple reprimand, a smack or a lashing, but other than that one moment months ago, he hadn't had to give him that kind of punishment. And this wasn't rebellion, this was pure anger towards him and his actions upon someone Izuku cared for. He couldn't afford losing any more of Izuku's trust, he couldn't afford any more mistakes. "You're right. I shouldn't have kept the project a secret from you," Kai finally stated gently, "and I should have been more considerate of your feelings with this matter." Izuku wiped his tear-stained face on his sleeve and took a calming breath. "You should have. But I also should have noticed the signs sooner. Arie is absolutely terrified of you," he replied solemnly. Kai finally took the time to explain his research, showed him the test results and proved to Izuku that Arie's blood was necessary for a future with the cure. Izuku, though, was still dead set against it. If it meant Arie's suffering, then the price was too high, and pleaded with Kai to take a step back and see that what he was doing was wrong no matter the reason. Kai frowned at the idea that this fact made Izuku so upset. "Her blood is essential in our quest to cure the world of its sickness." It had all been hypothetical until now, he answered honestly. There was no point in beating around the bush at this point. He couldn't have Izuku fight against his plans. It had taken him so many years to mold the boy into what he preferred him to be. He wouldn't let all that work fall to pieces now. Izuku did not look impressed as he shuffled through the pages of data. "You know, it probably would have been easier if you had included me in this," Izuku stated bluntly, sitting back in his chair to look straight into Kai's eyes. Kai did not like that look. He never wanted to see that gaze aimed upon him again. "I could have made sure that Arie was cooperative, or at least understood how important her role is in this plan of yours. Hell, if I had been included, I would have figured out a way of replicating her blood so she wouldn't have to go through any of that at all." He then crosses his arms as he continued, proving his point. "Yet, all that you managed to do is make sure she's terrified of you and labeled you a villain in her eyes to the point of absolutely no trust." Kai couldn't disagree no matter how hard he tried. He never actually thought about that aspect of creating the drag. You're such a smug little brat sometimes. A cute snort escaped from the younger. Hey, you had a hand in raising me, so mostly your fault, he retorted back with chuckle. He smiled outwardly and tried to stay as positive as possible after all this. But now, just as all for one planned, there was a small voice of doubt and mistrust that Izuku fought to ignore. They eventually came to an agreement of sorts. While Kai would not stop his progress of creating his quirk erasing drag, he agreed that Arie's treatments would be watched over by Izuku himself from now on and it would be less invasive than before. Plus, Izuku managed to also get Kai to agree that Arie would no longer stay locked up within her room. If Kai was serious about mending Izuku's faith in him, he needed to start where it was most important to his treasure. Stop spacing off front. Rappa growled out as his fist came down toward its target, Izuku. Izuku gasped and barely jumped out of the way before continuing to dodge the fists flying at him. Rappa let out a huff of aggravation at this tactic. Izuku knew that he might not have a quirk, but he was quick on his feet. However, Rappa's point for this training session was combat, not defense. Come on, Runt, quit running and fight back. Teeth, I'm trying. He grunted, skidding back from blocking a punch. Try harder, I'm not stopping till you get one punch in. He warned. It went on like this for another 5 minutes until suddenly Izuku's tactic changed. He grappled Rappa's swinging arm and used the leverage and momentum to catapult the large man over his shoulder. This assault took Rappa by surprise, but he had been a brawler longer than this kid's been around. He caught himself by planting his feet first and then tossed Izuku forward. Crashing into the slightly forgiving floor, Izuku groaned as he started to pick himself up. Rappa gave a heavy sigh. Take a break and get your head back into the game. Izuku huffed out an oof as he sat up against the wall. Looking up to find the hulk of a man handing him a towel, he graciously took the offering. You've been in a mood ever since that meeting with Buckethead. A grin crossed the boy's features. You mean all for one? I don't give a shit what his name is, he responded as he sat beside him. You and Overho had a fight again too. A laugh escaped the green at that time. He knew well the way Kacchan and Rappa were towards each other, but it never seemed to get old for him to hear the nickname whenever it was uttered from Rappa's lips. The laugh ended with a breathy sigh before giving a shrug at the comment. Yeah, kind of, but we settled it. Bullshit. The man huffed out, surprising the teen. I know exactly what that fight was about. Broken trust isn't easily settled, the large man stated bluntly. It's still bothering you, which is why you're here training with me instead of chancing a run-in with him out there, he added. He would argue back, but he knew Rappa was right. He was still bothered, and honestly the best way to avoid Kai was to come here to Rappa's dojo. Kai had already stated that he disliked coming here. It was too dirty, filled with germs and disease for him to be comfortable. Izuku admits he also has a touch of germophobia when it came to things that were not from within his home, but his phobia is nothing compared to Kai's hate for filth. It's also commonly known that Rappa isn't shy about picking a fight, especially with their boss, and they always seemed to butt heads when it came to everything. So this place was Izuku's perfect getaway. Get away from the constant nag, the overbearing rule of not touching anything dubbed unclean, or other human contact, of being perfect. Here he was able to break a sweat, take off his sanitary mask, use things that he knew Kai wouldn't let him otherwise, where he could just breathe and be. He let out a heavy sigh again and leaned his head back against the wall. You're being uncharacteristically insightful today. Izuku spoke up. Rappa glanced down to the solemn young heir. He hated when Kai messed with the kid's head like this. He, along with majority of the syndicate, disagree with Kai's idea of isolating Izuku from the world around him since he was younger. No one was even allowed to touch him unless authorized by the boss. It wasn't an issue for him though. He had become one of Izuku's trainers when the kid turned 10. He hated it at first. Kids weren't his forte, and to have to play babysitter to who he assumed would be a bratty preteen was not what he signed up for. However, it didn't take long for Izuku to appeal to Rappa's better nature. He was intelligent, curious, and not afraid of a challenge. After a while he gained the brute's respect. Being a constant figure in young Izuku's life also meant seeing things that were often overlooked. He watched as Kai coordinated the boy's life, what he studied, who he associated with, where he would go, what to eat or drink, and how to dress. He didn't have any say in his life whatsoever, and if Izuku did have a rebuttal or complained, Kai never hesitated to punish him for disobedience. Punishments hardly ever happened twice, and he seemed so happy to blindly follow the man's direction to the mark. As the cycle continued and Rappa quickly figured it out, Izuku wasn't a person in Kai's eyes. He was a doll, a pet. Something for the boss to dote over, dress up, accessorize, and keep all for himself. The problem is that Izuku's getting older, and with that his own rebellious spirit too. Kai's influence was slipping, and he can see the handwriting on the wall. Rappa may not openly say his thoughts or feelings about certain things, but one thing he was very sure of was his affection toward the young Chisaki, and if push came to shove and he had to choose who to follow, the answer to him was obvious. That's because it's you. After his intense training session with Rappa, Izuku had decided to take a stroll around their courtyard and gardens just outside their estate. The walk was silent at first, which caused his mind to wander, and he found himself thinking of Kai. Izuku was still purposefully avoiding him, and apparently Kai was keeping his distance. However, this only made him think and miss the man more. Chatter from within the gardens caught Izuku's attention, and he followed the sounds to investigate. Sitting around a stone table were a few Yakuza members. They were all playing mahjong. He smiled as he watched them. They all seemed so comfortable around each other. No, they were familiar with one another. They've spent constant time together and forged a bond. He admired that. It was how he felt with Kai, Kurono, Arie, and Rappa, but most of the time separately. He was hardly ever in a group setting like this. When he was spotted, the group waved him over, and he felt his heart speed up with excitement as he ventured into their circle. Toya rose from his seat, letting Izuku take his place. You explained the rules of their game to the young heir, and they all began to play with Toya standing comfortably behind Izuku as he watched them all. Hikiji glanced over to Izuku. How was your training with Kendo? You seem to be a little stiff today, he asked. HM? Oh yeah, he worked me over pretty good. I'm really sore, but it's all worth it in the end. Izuku replied with a smile. Toya chuckled as he carefully leans on the back of the chair looking down to the young teen. Not too many can survive a single training session with that brute, let alone the years you've been under his tutelage. I imagine you're stronger than you realize, little boss. Brute is a good word to describe him. Kendo tends to get carried away when it comes to a fight, training or not. Hikiji added. Izuku grinned and laughed. Rappa-senpai is passionate. I admire that quality in him. Just like I admire all of you. Toya shook his head. There is nothing to admire about garbage like me. Don't say that. None of you are garbage. You're all amazing individuals that I am proud to call family. Izuku cut him off firmly as his green eyes turned to the blonde. The four older gangsters gazed upon the greenette in wonder. All of them found defaults within themselves. They all felt their lives useless and a waste. It was why when Kai brought them into his organization, they felt a sense of worth and loyalty to their boss. However, lately, with the more time that they've been exposed to the prized possession of Kai, the more they've found this young boy's unconditional acceptance of them to be what motivated them the most. He found fascination and wonder in all of their quirks and wasn't afraid to tell them so, to tell them that he saw worth in them. Though Kai's rule of keeping distant from what he considered his was well enforced, it didn't stop them from becoming just as protective of their little boss. From the second-story window, Kai watched the interaction within the garden. His gold eyes fixed on Izuku. Things were becoming complicated. It was obvious to Kai that Izuku was avoiding him the last few days. It was to be expected, but he hated it. Kai-sama, he heard Hari call as he entered the office. Kai didn't turn from the scene below. What is it? It seems All for One is requesting a meeting with Karasu. He could feel his blood boil. Is he now? He's also requested for the meeting to be here, to show no ill will. No ill will bullshit. He's planning something, I just need to figure it out before it happens. Kai replied, then turned to his closest friend. I have half a mind to say no. Just one meeting with them and all the years it took grooming Izuku was nearly destroyed. Why should I allow them to continue to tear down what we've worked so hard to create? Hari took this opportunity to approach the Yakuza boss. His gaze lingered down to the scene below. To show Izuku that you trust him. He replied. When Kai scoffed, he continued, he's at a pivotal point in his life. Just getting into the scene of the underworld, and already Karasu is the hot topic on the streets. Pretty soon rumors will start spreading about his and Stain's alliance, and once it's confirmed, I'm sure it will cause him to become even more desirable to outside sources. He needs your support and guidance now more than ever, or else he'll look for it in someone other than you and the Yakuza. Kai kept silent for a moment. He agreed with his right hand. He needed to be rational and level-headed in order to keep Izuku within his possession willfully. Very well, he responded finally. The meeting will happen tomorrow, but the whole of the 8 bullets will need to be there to make sure nothing goes wrong, he answered. Hari gave a nod. I'll inform him then. Hari replied. Then he slowed at the door and turned back to Kai. And if Izuku asks to add his own bullet? The hero killer, he inquired. Accepted. The more protection for Izuku the better. Izuku opened the door to Arie's room. The little girl turned around quickly. Confusion turned into pure joy as she instantly runs into Izuku's awaiting arms. Hello, princess, I have come to rescue you. He speaks softly. He watches as her eyes widened in fear. It's going to be all right. Things are going to be better from now on. He assured her, helping to ebb away the distress from her tiny frame. With her firmly held in his arms, he turned away from the room and carried her out of the secret bunker, believing that to be the last time he will ever see her behind a locked door again. Arie stared with wide eyes at the new room Izuku brought her to. It was bright with windows letting the natural light in. The room was accented with soft purples and blue with a canopy bed. Her familiar toys were washed and neatly placed around the room and amongst the pillows, along with some new ones. She looked up to Izuku and tilted her head questioningly. You needed a new room, so we fixed one up for you. Do you like it? It's so bright, she answered as she crossed the threshold and spun around to take in everything with awe. So pretty, she gushed over the colors as she dashed from corner to corner with childish excitement that only made Izuku more assured that he was doing the right thing. You choose her safety over the mission? Over me. He watched as she climbed up onto her new window seat and took in the scenery that she would become accustomed to. It wasn't like he was choosing between the two. Izuku loved them both equally. That should have been enough, but then he knew Kai. The older teen had had all Izuku's attention until Arie came into their lives. Izuku chalked it up to a rather unhealthy dose of jealousy. A jealousy and overbearingness that the teen was just beginning to take notice. Footsteps caught his attention. Izu, he heard Kai's voice. Emerald eyes flashed over to the older teen. At the sound of his voice, Arie's happy rambling halted to a stop, and she stayed perfectly still on the window seat. Izuku didn't make a sound either, allowing the thick air of awkwardness to linger around Kai. He had to admit something deep down enjoyed the satisfaction of seeing the older teen flounder in trying to get Izuku to forgive him this time and not the other way around. Kai's gold eyes scanned around before locking onto the green-haired teen before him. He could tell Izuku was still unhappy with him. A blind man would feel the intensity of the gaze that he was just victim to. Kai didn't notice the horrid silence. His sights shifting to the little girl obviously frozen in fear of him, then back to Izuku. If he could get the kid to trust him and not be seen as a threat, then Izuku would no longer be upset with him. Unfortunately, that takes time that he does not have to waste. Thank you for helping set up the room for Arie, she really likes it. Izuku spoke up. Arie's head perked up, not sure if she heard him right. Her ruby eyes glancing to the older man that she feared more than anything. Kai hadn't expected that comment, but he gave a nod in response. It was the least I could do, he replied, then turned to Arie, locking eyes with the little girl. I want to show you that I am sorry for how I treated you before and hope that we can start over so that we can all be a family again. She watched him carefully. He sounded sincere, but then again she knew how well he could lie. There was something still extremely dangerous in him, and she wasn't sure if she could trust him. She could see that his words pleased Izuku tremendously, and if he says he's willing to change, then she would give him that chance, for Izuku's sake. Izuku? Who was that? Within his mind he could see a silhouette. He could tell it was a woman, but everything else was so fuzzy. Izuku, the voice was trembling and filled with so much grief. I'm so sorry, she cried. No, don't cry. You didn't do anything wrong. He tried to reach out to her, He wanted to wrap his arms around her like he did Arie so he could calm her crying, but his movements were slowed. He felt like he was falling, drowning, sinking deeper and deeper into darkness while the grieving woman faded into the light. Izuku. Izuku. The broken voice faded and he was left within the darkness, but there was a feeling that he wasn't alone. When he turned, he came face to face with an entity. The being had no distinctive features, just a form that was even darker than the darkness that surrounded them. There was familiarity to it. It's been so long, Izuku. Deep and hollow, the words seemed to bounce around them. Thank you for my name. When he woke up, he felt a weird heaviness that lingered around him. The dreams were becoming much more vivid and stayed with him longer. He splashed his face, it bothered him. Izuku stared into the mirror, his reflection staring right back to him. Thank you for my name. He frowned. What was that supposed to have meant? He muttered, grabbing a towel and walking out of the bathroom. He didn't have time to be thinking about stupid dreams. Today was meeting day. He needed to be focused and clear-headed if he was going to have to deal with All for One and his apprentice again. Otosan. Izuku called out happily. Look who I brought, he added with a smile. The elder man sat up in his bed and smiled widely as he took in the sight of his adopted son and his little granddaughter. What a pleasant surprise. You've grown since the last time I saw you, Arie. Arie clung shyly to Izuku's side the entire time. She wasn't used to being out of her room other than being taken to the scary place. It was just recent that she was allowed to start coming outside, just recent that Kai started trying to be nicer to her. Arie was still scared, still timid, and her only support was Izuku, so she followed him around everywhere like a shadow. She gazed up to the elderly man and then to Izuku curiously. This is your grandfather. Go over and say hello, he coaxed her to be less shy. Her red eyes went from Izuku to her grandfather a few times, then cautiously she took a few steps forward. Hello, she spoke softly. When she saw the softness of his smile and a wave of his hand, she continued closer to him. Izuku picked her up and sat her on the side of the bed, and the three of them began to talk. Simple things really, until finally Arie was comfortable to open up to her grandfather and was happy to find someone else that she wasn't afraid. Kai stood in the doorway just watching them in silence. He wasn't exactly attached to Arie. The child was more troublesome than he cared for, but he supposed he could tolerate her for a while longer. So, Grandpa is Izu's papa? She asked curiously. He adopted me when I was a little younger than you. Izuku answered with a smile. Arie's eyebrow furrowed in thought. Did your mama not want you either? Izuku hesitated for a moment. Arie remembered that her mother abandoned her. She didn't have the grace of not knowing like he did. I don't know. I hardly remember anything before living here, he replied. The old man caught Kai with a knowing look. Kai's eyes narrowed in warning before the elder turned back to the kids. Why? The infamous question of a child was spoken. Kacchan says I hit my head really hard when I was little after an incident with a bully, and I just never been able to recollect anything really. Izuku tried to answer her. He hadn't really had to think about his past for a long time, and honestly now that she was bringing it up he did have to wonder just where exactly he did come from. Did his family abandon him like Kai suggested? Did they think about him? Were they dead or something entirely different? He wasn't sure. In a way, it made him feel a little guilty that he never took the time to find out more about it. Arie frowned a bit before carefully gazing to the side to see Kai watching them. She still didn't like him. There was something dark and dangerous about him that reminded her that he was still a bad person. He affected Izuku too. She could see the change in her hero. Kai was changing him and she couldn't let that continue to happen. But it really doesn't matter anymore, you know why? Izuku spoke up and Arie shook her head to the question. He smiled. It's because this is home. I have you, Otosan, Kacchan, and the rest of our family in my life. What more could I ask for? The little girl stared at Izuku for a moment. Family. They were all a family in Izuku's eyes. He wanted her to see them that way too. She wondered if she could, but how could she forgive what they had done to her and Izuku? How could she pretend like it never happened? Izuku, it's time to go. We still have to get ready for the meeting, Kai stated as he walked further into the room. Izuku looked to the clock, then gave a nod while helping Arie back down, who quickly ducked behind him. Izuku said his farewells to the elder before leading Arie out of the room. Kai stayed behind, telling Izuku to wait for him in the car. Once they felt Izuku was out of earshot, the old man relaxed back into his bed. It's not as easy as you thought it'd be. He watched the young man carefully. Kai glares at him at first, then turns away. What has he told you? He tells me everything, Kai. Including what happened during and after the meeting with All for One and his League of Villains. The old man replies, I'm disappointed, Kai. I asked for you to take care of my granddaughter, but what you've done is going too far. Your hands are as blood-stained as mine. Don't patronize me, old man. I'm the boss of this syndicate now, not you. Are you? The old man questioned, causing a slight tinge of panic to rush through Kai. I seem to recall that you are only the acting boss right now because of my declining health. However, you are not the next in line to take over, he stated sternly. The old man could tell this new information shocked Kai, but he needed to understand the consequences of his actions leading up to this moment. Those years ago, Kai, when I took you in, I did so because your family, his eyes softened just slightly, you are the only son of my youngest brother, all I had left of his memory. When my children denounced themselves from my life, you became the heir because I had no one to pass my legacy down to. He explained, until Izuku came into our lives. Chisaki watched Kai carefully, gauging his nephew's reaction to what he was saying, giving Kai a moment to let his words sink in before continuing. By officially adopting Izuku all those years ago, I had my attorney rewrite my living will. Once Izuku is old enough, the estate and all its fortune will go to him. He is my heir, not you. Stain was no hero. He knew that the moment he realized how corrupt society had become. He found only a few actually worthy of the title hero, one in particular being All Might. Though the pro-hero was commercialized beyond all compare, he never let it get in the way of being the symbol of peace. Stain felt there would be no one that could replace the man when the time came that he would either step down or be taken down. It was why he did what he did, why he would punish those that sought to tarnish the ideals of heroics with selfish greed. Then he met Karasu, the shadow of Overhaul. Karasu proved to him that he shared the same ideals and goals. To cleanse the world of false heroes. When he discovered that the gangster was actually a kid, no more than 16 if he had to guess, it was a bit of a shock at first. Yet the anti-hero knew that the Yakuza tend to start their members off early. After a few more encounters with them, he began to see this boy as something more. Being the only outsider to know his appearance outside of his corrupt persona, he witnessed so many sides to him. No one could ever guess that this green ball of light could be the lethal and merciless criminal everyone was beginning to fear. Sweet, honest, inquisitive, and sharp as his knives. Izuku was in all the word perfect. That was when he discovered the one thing that was holding Izuku back from reaching beyond his current state. Overhaul. Now to only get the kid to see that too. Now that you know where I live, you've decided to roost here or something? The question brought the hero killer out of his thoughts. He glanced down from the rooftop he was currently lounging on down to Izuku. The kid seemed amused, his green eyes danced with mischief. Stain had to wonder what was going on in his head. I don't roost, kid. He responded as he jumped from his perch and landed near Izuku. So the League wants another meeting with you, huh? Yeah, apparently. The meeting will take place here. Izuku answered, I'm sure Kacchan is on edge about this. He doesn't like outsiders coming here. He mentioned, you're an exception of course, but he just doesn't like the filth that people bring in. Usually takes about a week to get everything sterilized and back to normal. You're joking, I hope. I mean, he wouldn't clean this roof just because I walked on it. Yeah, doorknobs, chairs, rugs would be replaced, walls cleaned, sidewalks and hallways. It's a real pain, but necessary. There are way too many germs out there. Germs? Did he just say that? The hero killer could feel his eye twitch involuntarily. Just what was that gangster putting in the kid's head? It won't kill you to get a little dirty, you know. So I've heard. He replied with a shrug. Kacchan makes sure that I keep clean. He's looked out for my health since I could remember. He spoke a little too fondly of the Yakuza leader. By the way, I haven't heard any news on your next target. Is there a reason you've been waiting so long? Izuku asked, showing that he was keeping a close eye on Stain. The hero killer gave a nod. His hero agency has too many extra variables. I'm waiting until the sports festival since everyone's attention will be occupied then. He replied, and because of the league's recent attack they will have majority of the heroes stationed there. Sounds like a good plan, just don't get careless. Less hero support doesn't mean completely defenseless. Izuku pointed out. I'll keep that in mind. Now when is this meeting starting? He asked. Kai joined the conversation then as he stepped outside. Within the hour, finish getting ready Izuku. He ordered the boy. They were all there. Spread out strategically through the building but still there. The entrance guarded by Toya and Rikiya who was lounging in front, seemingly ready to fall asleep. Within the room Yu, Shin and Hekiji were stationed around them while Sorimitsu and Didoro stayed near the rear exits. Overhaul sat at the head of the enlarged meeting table, Karasu to his right and Chronostasis to his left, Shin beside Kurono. Behind Karasu stood the imposing Rappa as his guard along with Stain who opted from taking a seat and instead stayed back to make sure he had every part of the room within his sights. There was no room for any foul play, Overhaul made sure of that. Like before a dark shadow portal opened and out stepped Shigaraki and All for One. There were new faces that stepped out of the mist as well, they weren't supposed to be there. Overhaul stood from his seat. Who are they? He growled out. This changed everything. Shigaraki spoke. They're my new members. You brought yours, so why not bring my own? He quipped back with a grin. Overhaul's hands gripped into fists. He hated the league, there was no room for them in his plans, yet here they were trying to weasel their way in. Next time you'll report who exactly you'll have accompany you here. Shigaraki was about to retort, but the heavy hand of All for One on his shoulder kept his mouth shut. He's still learning the etiquette of business conduct. It will not happen again. Sit, we have much to discuss. While Overhaul was steaming about the blatant lack of respect the older teen showed, Karasu quietly gauged all of them from behind his new and improved mask. This plague mask was designed and created by him, it completely covered his face, like Chronostasis, but still resembling the look of his namesake. The pitch-black leather was sewn meticulously together by strong gold thread. Thick lens stretched to the sides to not impede on his peripheral vision. The lens was technical genius as it was designed to be a transparent computer screen. He had spent hours with the program and downloading all his notes within the mainframe so that if anything were to happen to his library of analytical notes hidden within the compound, he would still have everything right there in his hands or rather head. It also had a built-in camera and sensors to improve his awareness. The mask securely wrapped around the base of his head, covering his ears with sound enhancement and audio recording equipment, while the hood of his jacket snapped onto the rim of the mask, keeping his hair cleverly hidden away. There were 9 new league members, each one different. His alert system went off for 2, Muscular and Moonfish. Their specs appeared on his screen, he had no room to judge them, but at the same time he did not trust them. The other members had petty crime tied them or were completely unknown within the system, which piqued his curiosity of them. The league converged on the opposite side of the table and room, All for One taking the head of the table with Shigaraki on his right and Kurogiri on his left. He watched the new league members as they settled into their own spots. The ones that sat along with the original were assumed the strongest of the group. The first one he gauged was a blonde female. She sat in one of the chairs, finding more amusement in spinning her chair around instead of paying attention to the conversation. Her hair was tied up in messy buns and she looked young, like around his age. She seemed innocent, but there was also a feral look about her. The next was an older male, black hair and a mess load of scars. The hell is with your new getup, Karasu? You look ridiculous. Shigaraki's rude comment brought Karasu's attention on him. Jealous? I'd give you a hand with yours, but it seems you've already acquired enough. Karasu responded, earning a laugh from those around him, but Shigaraki was steaming. Karasu smiled, it was so much fun to antagonize him and easy too. Hold on. Is that Stain? The question seemed to bring everyone's attention to alert. The lizard man rose from his seat with wide eyes as he stares behind Karasu to the man that was standing in the shadows. The girl stopped her twirling as well and gazed with awe. HM? Oh, I forgot to mention him the last time, didn't I? Karasu said as Stain approached the table. The look on Shigaraki's face was absolutely priceless. The hero killer and I have been working together for a while now. The lizard turns to Shigaraki. I thought you said that he joined your group? I found him to be unworthy of my allegiance, so I refused his invitation. Stain announced with a glare pointed toward the white-haired villain leader whose red eyes were filled with a savage rage. But you found this quirkless brat to be so-called worthy? Shigaraki growled, his fists trembling with his anger. Karasu watched carefully. He could see the familiar look of betrayal in some of his cohort's eyes and body language. He would know. I see the future in this kid. Stain stated calmly. This surprised even Karasu, the future I've been fighting for. He shares the same ideals and drive that I do. He's proven his worth in more ways than even he realizes. All for one seemed to be gauging the situation, like watching the board and planning his next 3 steps in chess. This was turning out to be more interesting than he initially thought. He wondered how his apprentice would continue to react. So far it seems the game is in Karasu's favor for now. Kai was stunned. The hope that this meeting would go fast and smooth was just shot out the window. Izuku was once again the center of attention. What was this a-hole thinking? His gold eyes fixed on Stain, he was standing way too close to his Izuku. His treasure. His skin itched at the sight. A fist slammed against the table. Shigaraki's glare was intense, but Karasu seemed unfazed. We came here to plan our next attack on the Hero Society. He stated. Surprisingly, Karasu gave a nod. Agreed, as fun as that was, let's get back onto topic, shall we? He turned to Stain, who walked around to the empty seat next to Karasu. There was still a buzz in the air. A shift in energies. Karasu turned to Kai. Their eyes locked and soon Kai was calming down. He had to remember, Izuku wouldn't leave him. Kai took control of not only his temper, but the room as well. Your attack on UA shook the people's faith in heroes, but it was only short-lived. They're still going through with the sports festival despite the popular opinion for them to cancel it. He pointed out. We don't plan on doing anything during the sports festival. Shigaraki replied. Kai scoffs. I would have questioned your intelligence if you did. Shigaraki sneered, doing his best to ignore the insult, but the constant scratching of his neck showed otherwise. It would give them a false sense of security and they would become laxed. That's when we would strike again. Karasu leaned back in his seat thoughtfully. He didn't speak, but he was listening and figuring out his own thoughts on the topics. He wasn't noticing the extra eyes that would hover back onto him throughout. The meeting. Strike at what exactly? Your attempt to kill All Might failed. You are going to try again? How much more resources are you willing to sacrifice? Kai argued with frustration. Karasu could tell he was on the last nerve with Shigaraki, whom seemed obsessed with the death of All Might. I'd like to hear what Karasu thinks. All for one spoke. The greenette blinked as he turned his attention to Ifo. He could feel the man's gaze upon him like last time. What I think, he reiterated, pointing at himself before looking over to Overhaul. He's not supposed to be the one speaking, that was for the boss to do and he wasn't. Overhaul's eyes were already on him. He could see that he was not happy, but the nod that he received allowed him to do so, showed him that he still trusted him. He cleared his throat. Well, Shigaraki's idea is a good start, but Overhaul makes a valid point. Why attack the school again? It's already been exposed that their defenses against attacks was nothing more than a joke. He then recalled something from his previous notes suddenly. So attack outside of school, he muttered. A satisfied smile graced All for One's hidden features. Red eyes narrowed. Shigaraki let out a huff of aggravation, or was that curiosity? Outside of school? I acquired some information recently. UA is planning to take the first years to an unknown location to help them take early preliminary licenses thanks to the extra attention they are receiving. He pointed out, if attacking from the inside the hero's home turf isn't enough, then perhaps we can persuade them come to a more leveled playing field? Karasu suggested. That's when Shigaraki saw his rival in a new light. Chapter 12. Castles Crumbling Part 3. Monday after Sports Festival. The classroom was once again lit with excitement that Monday morning. Everyone was talking about the sports festival. It was all anyone could talk about. They all worked so hard to showcase their strength and determination to prove they all had what it takes to be a pro hero. Many of their class were in the finals. It narrowed down to Bakugo and Todoroki, and in the end Katsuki did as he had claimed from the start of the competition. He won. However, by the end of the festival it all felt hollow because of what occurred afterward. Bakugo glanced to the vacant seat that which belonged to Ida. He had left during the festival when news of his older brother's attack had reached him, and apparently he wasn't coming back to class that day either. The class understood why Ida wasn't there. They just couldn't understand why Bakugo was in such a foul mood even after winning the sports festival. It wasn't long before All Might entered the room. "Good morning, class," he greeted the students, in which they all returned the gesture. "I hope you all had a good rest after the sports festival. Everyone did an amazing job of making your marks as future pro heroes," he stated with a nod. "For today you will be presenting your assignment. I wanted you to work on this during the week of training because, simply put, a motive is the drive of a hero. The reasons behind your choices, your beliefs, help make you into the hero you will become. Now who would like to volunteer to go first?" The class all had things to say, their reasons for becoming a pro. Katsuki zoned out for the most part, as he had already heard his classmates talk about their answers while they were outside of school or between classes. With his chin in his hand he stared out the window. This assignment had been a bother for the blonde from the start. It made him think of him constantly, but after the sports festival it was something he couldn't ignore anymore. Young Bakugo broke into his little world, and red eyes glanced to his teacher. "It's your turn." A grunt was his response first. "My reason is to be number one," he stated in a tone that made him sound like it should have been obvious. Hearing quite a few of his classmates groan at his answer, he took in a breath. "That's what I would have said if things were different," he added, and that in turn gained the class's full attention. He straightened in his seat and frowned a bit. This was going to be hard, but All Might convinced him that he needed to rely more on others. "My motivation for becoming a hero is Midoriya. Midoriya Izuku, and he was taken from us when we were 6. The day before the sports festival. This meeting with the League of Villains was a bit messy, to say the least. The chaos that erupted after the unveiling of Stain's partnership with Karasu was still looming within the room like smoke from an unchecked fire, and Shigaraki was the one that felt the heat of his mistake. It showed by the constant itching of his neck. After the initial planning was finished, All for one wanted to speak with Overhaul. He dismissed Shigaraki and the rest to be able to talk more comfortably. Overhaul did the same, except he kept Chronostasis with him. The shy Hasaikai lead the group of villains into the courtyard of their estate. Karasu and Stain walking ahead of the rest. Stain's strides matched Karasu's. His posture was in alert, ready to reach for his weapons at a moment's notice, and it was clear that he was ready to protect the smaller form of Karasu from any potential dangers. Shigaraki's hateful glare never leaving the demed little bird that kept leveling up faster than he did. Once they all reached the courtyard, the Yakuza members spread out, keeping their guard up still with these league members. It wasn't like they had earned any of their trust, and many of them were unsavory. Muscle, who stood with the rest of the notoriously evil and unhinged members of the league, glared at all of them. He never was fond of Yakuza, organized criminals pretending to be more noble than the common criminals. It set him off. He could also care less about all this, but as his sights landed on the kid with the plague mask, his glare narrowed. From what he had witnessed so far, the kid was the center of attention. He didn't look special to him, then again no one was special to him. The only thing that saved Karasu in his eyes was how he made a lot of dangerous friends. To have the hero killer in his pocket, that was impressive. Yet there was something about the kid. Maybe it was the way he carried himself, maybe it was how everyone in the Yakuza seemed to be protective, listened, and followed his command without question, even if he wasn't the apparent boss. But there was just something about Karasu in general that made him feel like he was more dangerous than any of them realized. He didn't like it. Karasu's sensors alerted him to the lizard quirked man approaching them, and turned to watch as the green-skinned villain cautiously, or rather nervously, walked up. His sights, though, were focused on Stain, and he seemed to be taking a breath in as he gathered courage before speaking up. "It's really an honor to be standing in your presence, Stain. My name is Spinner." Stain's side glanced to Spinner, giving him acknowledgement, but not saying anything. It seemed to be enough for the lizard-quirked villain. Karasu could see the excitement and fanboyism bursting from his entire being. Spinner then looked over his shoulder towards Shigaraki and frowned. I only joined the league because I was under the assumption that you were a part of it. He stated. So now that you know the truth, what will you do? Karasu asked curiously when Spinner toured back to them. Suddenly he felt his arm being tugged on. He turned to see arms wrapped around his own, which was then pressed against the blonde girl's chest. I'm Himiko Toga. I'd like to join your group, pretty please? Not fair that you get to have Staney all for yourself, she said. He blushed madly. He hadn't been this close to a girl other than Arie, so he was grateful for the full coverage of his mask. Hey, I was going to say something to that extent. Spinner complained. Stain found the scene a bit comical really. Though Izuku's mask covered his face completely, Stain knew the kid well enough to know how awkward as hell he must be feeling. The girl clung to the young Yakuza, though he attempted to acquire some distance to no avail. The hero killer then took notice of Shigaraki's approach towards them. It wasn't like they were being quiet with their conversation. Stain readied himself to protect Karasu. As much as I appreciate the offer, I'm sure Shigaraki needs you more than I do. He admitted as he surprised the girl by slipping from her grasp, but catching her before she fell to the ground. Shigaraki stopped his motion and stared at the teen. He wasn't trying to take his players away. He wasn't trying to establish dominance between them. His eyes narrowed. No, he was. In his own quiet and much more calculative way. Karasu looked right at him. There was an air around the teen that Shigaraki never noticed about him before. That was when another of the league spoke up, the one with the scars. The name's Dabi. And I might have decided to join the league. I did so because I follow Stain's ideals. He stated as his turquoise eyes glanced over to Shigaraki, who merely continued to glare. I'll wait a while before I decide who I want to follow, he added with a shrug as if he really didn't care. Karasu had a feeling that wasn't the case. He also had a suspicion about this Dabi character, but he'd have to look into it to confirm. Well, I can't follow someone who blatantly lied to my face. Spinner stated as he crossed his arms. I'm sure Shigaraki had his reasons. A tall, large redhead stated as they walked up to the group. Looking down to Karasu, the person smirked. Karasu, was it? Well, you can call me Magna or Big Sis if you would like. She introduced herself. Why don't you take your mask off? I'd like to see what you look like under all that gear. She asked curiously. His smile reached his eyes as he turned his attention to Magna. My apologies, Big Sis, but I'm not supposed to reveal my identity to anyone outside of the family. He answered lightly. Magna smiled wide at the fact that he actually called her Big Sis. It made her happy, yet at the same time disappointed that he wouldn't unmask himself. She supposed she would have to gain his trust eventually. He wasn't sure if Magna was aware or not, but her questions she was directing to Karasu had given Shigaraki time to think over his own questions to the Yakuza teen. Family really means a lot to you, doesn't it? He questioned finally. Shigaraki's family was gone, but when he did have them he remembered that he loved them. Karasu nodded. It does. The Yakuza had taken me in as one of their own when I had nothing but my name. They've become my family and everything I do is for the betterment of my family, he answered with certainty. So, Shigaraki-san, here's my question for you. What do you fight for? The question struck him. What did he fight for? Obviously, the three that were ready to rip his face off fought for the ideals that Stain strived for. The other criminal villains fought for themselves. When you have a drive and the conviction to stick to it, people will usually follow. Karasu added, and it was like clarity struck him. It was so simple, so basic, that he never even thought about it. He now saw what his sensei was trying to get him to see in Karasu. All for one studied the two Yakuza before him. He had already infiltrated their minds. It wasn't difficult for him. It was as simple as breathing. Overhaul's mind was so easily read. He saw the obsession he had with Karasu, the absolute possessiveness he felt toward the teen. It amused the old villain. I'd like to start by saying you've done an excellent job in raising the young man that is Karasu. I assume that he was raised within your care, seeing how devoted he is to you. Kai's eyes were cold. He knew that he was baiting him. I don't see how any of this should matter to you. Because I know the truth of Midoriya Izuku. It's all there, he replied as he tapped the side of his helmet. In your mind. All for one chuckled at his flash of anger. It reminded him of his apprentice. I was curious at first. You see, I've acquired this mind-reading quirk decades ago, so I know how to use it to my full advantage. Which was why I was intrigued at how difficult it was to see within his, so much so that he was able to tell what I was doing. I twitches, what's your point? You've used your quirk on him multiple times if your memories serve me right. The air became still. All for One knew he hit a nerve. He obviously has no idea, otherwise I have a feeling he would not be so loyal to you. Kai rose from his seat. His heart was pounding loudly in his ears. How the hell did he not notice that a quirk was being used on him? If not for chronostasis being there, he was sure he would have done something reckless within this moment. What do you want for your silence? He had to swallow his anger and pride in order to even have a hope to salvage this mess. I just want what's best for Izuku, just as I do with Tamura. He started. Let him go to the sports festival. He'll be able to create current analysis profiles for the students going to UA. He stated his demand. Overhaul stared at the man, his fist clenched and trembling with his pent-up anger. Go to the sports festival? With all those disease-infested people? I would never allow him to participate in that. He'll analyze the videos after it's done just as he's done for years, he denied. All for One shook his head. He must go to observe. Those recordings never give enough data, and you know that. He pressed. We cannot have another failure like the first attack. Which is why I need the two of them to work together. Tamura is a wonderful apprentice, but he needs someone that can keep him focused. Izuku is that someone. In fact, he may be even better suited for what I have planned. Better suited? Izuku is going to be what I want him to be. Your possessiveness is going to be your downfall. All for One warned as he rose from his seat. Overhaul followed his motion. I do hope we've come to an understanding. This. As long as your end of the deal continues. Kai replies, trying his best not to sound as defeated as he felt. There wasn't much he could do against the legendary villain All for One. Then let us hope this will be our last face-to-face meeting, All for One stated as Kurogiri's portal manifested behind the villain. He walked through it, leaving Kai to heavily sit back into his chair. His body shook with anger. They're doing this to spite me. Kurono looked to his boss. You have to endure. Izuku won't leave you. As long as you make sure you're there to support him. He advised. Satisfied to see Kai nodding in agreement. He'll stay with me as long as he doesn't know the truth, but now that he knows it, the ease of keeping it secret is no longer a luxury. I have to be even more careful. When Kai and Kurono returned to the estate's private courtyard, they were greeted by the Yakuza. Kai was relieved to see there were no members of the league there. Izuku was out of his Karasu persona and was talking with Rappa and Stain before he noticed Kai's presence. Kacchan, he called out with a bright smile that only made his angry disposition dissipate into a calm and more relaxed state. What happened with the riffraff that Shigaraki brought? He questioned as he looked around. He could practically feel his skin crawl at the idea that diseased-filled street rats had been here. He would need to have the area cleaned. They left through Kurogiri's portal quirk. 3 of his new members insisted to join our organization instead. Izuku replied, though he left out the part that they were more interested in being a part of Izuku's group in general. He didn't want to get Kai more upset than he already was. But I had them go along with Shiga-san until we could completely trust them. Kai could taste the bile that rose in his throat at the nickname Izuku gave Shigaraki. He could still hear All for One's warning about his possessiveness, but he really didn't care. Izuku was his, he found him, he raised him, and he was going to make sure Izuku stayed with him and no one else. What did All for One want to talk about? Izuku asked curiously. We came up with your next assignment. He replied, which made everyone in earshot interested. You'll be analyzing the sports festival. Izuku rose an eyebrow questioningly. I do that every year. In person this time. Silence hung around them. Izuku's eyes widened, mouth slightly gaped open behind his cloth mask. Was he for real? I don't exactly care for the idea, but the recordings never give enough data on all of the students. He stated, with you there, you'll be able to take more detailed notes about the hero class students. It was real. He didn't suppress the sheer excitement. jumping from his seat for joy and hugged Kai tightly with quickly spoken thank yous and excitement about all the stuff that he would be able to get to see and do there as he ran off inside to get himself ready for tomorrow. Unaware of leaving behind a frozen Kai back at the courtyard was a frozen Kai. The members of the Yakuza held back their amusement of their boss's flustered and shocked look before he glared at everyone once he composed himself and grumbled incoherently walking inside. When he was gone, laughter filled the courtyard. Day of the sports festival. Absolute excitement exuded his entire being that morning. He straightened his long-sleeve shirt and adjusted his cloth mask as he stepped out into the living room. Seeing Arie running toward him, he knelt down and embraced the sweet girl into his arms, picking her up as he stood. "I won't be gone too long, Arie-chan," he promised the girl who clung to him like he was going to disappear, like all of this was going to disappear. "You have everything ready?" Kai asked as he looked up from the couch. Izuku gave a nod. "Of course, I'll just have to activate my gear once I'm inside." He answered. "Good. Shin will accompany you." Izuku pouted. "Eh? Shin? Why?" he asked. Not that he didn't like Shin, but he wasn't exactly his favorite person. He always drained the fun out of everything. "Since Stain will be in a different city on his own mission, you will need someone to watch out for you. I trust Shin to do just that." Kai replied. Shin, on cue, entered the room wearing civilian clothing along with a white cloth mask. "The car is ready," he stated as he pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. He turned his attention to Kai. "I will not let you down, sir," he stated in a serious manner. The ride there was quiet. Shin would steal a glance at him through the rearview mirror. "We are only there for the information. Once the competition is finished, we will be returning to the compound. No detours." "Understood. But what about the festival stuff like games booths and food vendors? Can't we check that out too?" he questioned. "No, those booths are filthy, and Kai would have my head if I allowed you to participate in such fruitless endeavors," he replied, and Izuku crossed his arms and huffed. "This isn't about having fun. It's your mission, treat it as such. And stop sticking your tongue out at me, it's very impolite. Has anyone told you how much of a stick in the mud you are?" "Many times." "Well, you don't need to use your quirk to know it's true." The rest of the ride was silent after that. Once they reached the point of seeing the Grand Hero School, Izuku couldn't help but gawk at it. The infamous UA where many of the greatest heroes started. It really was a sight to behold. The entrance was filled with people as they filtered into the inner grounds of the campus. There were more people there than he ever thought possible. "Try not to mingle, they are unclean." "Ugh, he sounds just like Kacchan," he thought as they walked through the gates after they had gone through the bag checks. He could hear the news reporters chatting in the background about tighter security since the last attack from villains. The young Yakuza was just grateful that his equipment was practically sewn into his clothing and didn't cause the alarms to go off. He loved his tech. Once within the festivities, he did find himself avoiding too much contact with those around them, finding the number of people there almost overwhelming. He glanced to his side where Shin walked along with him, then to the food stands that people lined up for. "It smells so good, can't we buy something to eat?" Shin frowned. "I already told you no," he stated firmly. Izuku sighed. If it had been anyone else, they would have allowed him to explore the festival, but this was Shin. The man apparently never cared for him. He strictly followed Kai. So if Kai didn't want Izuku to do something, Shin was the one to enforce it. He followed Shin into the one-year stadium, glancing back every once in a while, to the food booths that were so popular. This hadn't gone unnoticed apparently. Emi Lady and Kamuri Woods weren't too far away when Izuku asked to get something from the stand. Emi Lady though was happily eating her free takoyaki order. Kamuri approached the stand again and paid for another order. It really steamed him to see someone being denied something so simple like this. He looked around. "Hey, did you see where that kid went?" he asked Death Arms, who pointed towards the stage for the first years. He thanked him and took off in that direction. Izuku sighed again as they sat down. All those good food smells had gotten him hungry. Shin glanced to him for a moment. "I'm not as easy to manipulate as the other lesser members. So you can stop acting like a child and do what you are supposed to," he stated. "I don't manipulate. I leave that to you and Kacchan," he huffed. And I really am hungry now, so thanks. Well, that's good then. They both turned to see a pro-hero approaching them. Izuku knew him to be one of the new rising stars. Kamuri Woods. He breathed with a smile, but Shin did not look as enthused to see him. Heh, nice to see a fan. He then held out the plate of covered food. I know your dad said no, but a festival isn't complete without trying some of the food here. He offered. Izuku's eyes widened. He went out of his way to get him this. Green Eyes glanced around, not noticing any extra cameras or anything, then looked back to Shin and smirked. Yeah, Dad, can I? He stabbed at the other. Shin's eyes narrowed at Izuku. He knew he was playing it up. Then he glared at the hero. I told him no. You should have respected my decision as his guardian. He stated harshly. But you did go out of your way. So I suppose I can't deny your offer for him. He added. Kamuri Woods felt that verbal jab at him from the older man. Yeah, he could have ignored them, but his hero instincts told him not to. He was happy to see the kid taking the plate. The look on his face as he opened the lid was worth it. Hey, it's a festival, cut loose a little and let the kid be a kid. Enjoy. He said as he turned to walk away. Thank you. He heard the kid and raised his hand in acknowledgement, heading for the exit to rejoin Empty Lady and Death Arms. You deny your manipulative behavior, but it's clear as day. Shin stated as Izuku pulled down his cloth mask and took a not-so-careful bite of the takoyaki and beamed with delight. Within the first-year participant waiting room, the class were amping themselves up for the competition. Bakugo low-key watched them all. They were no longer classmates. He had to think of them as his enemies right now. They stood in his way to the top of getting closer to his goal. Bakugo. He heard half and half address him in his usual stern tone. He looks up from his seat, red eyes focused on the dual ones. Todoroki stood beside him, stoic and unmoved by Katsuki's threatening gaze. What do you want? Looking at things objectively, I'm stronger than you. He stated without change to his expression. Within a second, Katsuki stood up, the chair falling back with a clatter. The hell did you just say? He growled. Objectively speaking, I am stronger than you. He repeated. But you are also the person I need to defeat in this tournament. He stated. I wouldn't have thought about it before, but with All Might's interest in you, I can't risk underestimating you either. He went on explaining. Bakugo clenched his teeth and gripped his fists tightly, his anger rising as Todoroki spoke. The others in the class held their breaths, then a hand rested on Katsuki's shoulder. Picking fights right before the competition isn't very manly. Kirishima stated with a strained smile. Katsuki knew what he was doing. He wanted to defuse the situation. He shrugged his hand off his shoulder, then took a defying step forward. Listen here, Icy Hot. You don't know anything about me. He growled. And you've already made a fatal mistake, and that's pissing me off. I'll make sure you'll be the one looking up from the sidelines as I win. You want a war, you'll get one. Kirishima stared at his blonde classmate. He already thought that Bakugo was the manliest out of everyone, but seeing him like this, truly unafraid of the obvious threat that Todoroki is, it just confirmed his admiration of his friend. You guys remember that we will be going back to school together after this, right? Todoroki turned. We aren't here to make friends. He stated as he walked towards the exit. Katsuki glared after him before looking over to Kirishima. I'm here to win. If I hurt anyone's feelings, they'll just have to get over it. The sports festival began. The crowd cheered and Izuku cheered along despite Shin trying to get him to settle down. However, Izuku was too into the moment. With the lively commentator that was present, Mike, and the showcasing of the first-year students, Izuku was all in all just excited. Classes A through K paraded out into the arena. Green Eyes scanned around the students. It was funny to him how interested villains seemed to be in the kids. The future of current society ultimately falls onto the shoulders of these students once they graduate, he remembered Stain mentioning the previous night. To make them believe they don't have a giant target on their heads is irresponsible and egotistical. Izuku had to agree now. Cameras were everywhere. The whole festival would be televised throughout the nation, the world even. How they never found the flaw in this event boggled his mind. When Pro Hero Midnight came to the stage, the crowd went wild with hoots and whistles. Izuku's shy gaze averted. Red-faced at the fact that someone would dress so provocatively for a school event, he busied himself with studying the mass number of students standing around the stage. That's when she called forth the top-ranked student to speak. Izuku tilted his head slightly at the teen. This was their top hero student? Not Todoroki? Bakugo? He muttered under his breath as a sharp pain jolted through his head. Sitting back down, he pressed his palms against his eyes to help ease the tension. Shin was on him quick. "What's wrong?" he questioned with concern. "I'm fine," Izuku muttered. "Just overdid myself is all," he added as he straightened up as the throbbing started to dissipate. "Well, stop. You can't afford to get sick over this," he chastised. "I'm still surprised that he even allowed you to come here with all the filth around you. Perhaps we should leave." "I said I'm fine," he snapped through the dulling pain. Unknown to him, he had surprised Shin. "No need to go Kacchan on me," he huffed with obvious aggravation. By the time he shooed Shin off of him, the blonde teen had taken the stage and mic. The crowd was silent and the student body seemed to be on edge. Izuku gazed at the blonde. He seemed familiar, though he had no clue why. "I'm going to win," Katsuki stated, to which the students all booed around him. Izuku's emerald eyes were fixed on him. He was so confident in himself it surprised the young Yakuza. "Don't like it? Then show me you can do better," he added as his red eyes glared down at the student body. Many of the booing students quieted down after that, but Izuku heard the message. "Fight me with all you got." This Katsuki character seemed to be setting the fire to the students. He wanted the challenge, and he was going to beat them with everything he had. "Wow, he's amazing," Izuku spoke out loud. It was Shin's turn to huff. "That loudmouth?" he scoffed. "He looks like a Pomeranian trying to establish dominance. Nothing amazing about him." Izuku sneered at Shin's comment. "That's not what I mean." Meanwhile, within the hideout of the League of Villains. "I don't get why you had him go to this festival," Shigaraki muttered as he scratched at his neck while his eyes were fixed on the screen of the TV. The sports festival's opening was playing on. It wasn't like they couldn't watch the news for their information. Another TV screen was static, but the voice that came through it was none other than All for One. "I am securing an opportunity for you." Shigaraki furrowed his brows and itched a little more. "Is this about what you and that obnoxious bird were talking about alone?" he questioned. "Yes," he replied. "Under any other circumstance, Karasu would have analyzed the students like you are currently. Though the guise of having better intel is a perk to the plan I have set into motion. Chisaki's hold on the boy is tangled within a web of lies that he's made sure Karasu doesn't remember," he explained. Shigaraki fingers stopped their itching. "Brainwashing? Wow, the creep is lower than I had originally pegged him," he grumbled out. "Chisaki is a possessive man, Tama. He's taken years to mold the boy into what he wanted, into Karasu. I'm sure that you now see the wasted potential if he was to continue to serve his current holder," he replied, revealing the truth that Chisaki refuses to give him will surely break the bond that the two share. Shigaraki listened to his mentor, "which means I have a chance of taking that pompous but's best player and adding him to my roster, including Stain." Throughout the obstacle race and the cavalry battle, Izuku had used many of his nanotech equipment to get up close and record many of the key students without detection. All the while, his own analytical mind was breaking down each student as he watched from the screens. He had to admit that it seemed Class 1A in general had the advantage here. They were quick to react, barely a glimpse of hesitation in any of their moves. It's no wonder the league wanted to make sure no detail was lost. He did find other students other than Class A interesting. And though Class B had many potential hero students, he felt they were more careful with their next steps forward, mainly because they lacked the experience the other hero class had to go through. Students outside of the hero courses were subpar at best, except for one. A purple-haired teen that came out of the general studies caught his attention, Hitoshi Shinso. No one else seemed to have taken notice, but Izuku did. The student was using his quirk on the others around him. A mind-controlling quirk of some kind, and he wanted to know more. Another was a pink-haired girl from the support class. Mei Hatsum, with her gadgets that she used to successfully run through the obstacle race and the cavalry battle. Katsuki Bakugo had won the obstacle race, making him the main target of the cavalry battle, and in the end his team ended up in second place while Todoroki's team stole the battle. Present Mic announced an hour break for lunch, and so the students were ready for the next round. From the moment the crowds began moving is when Izuku disappeared from Shin's sight. He glanced left and right, already the panic set in. Izuku? He called out as he moved along with the crowd. Ain't it? That boy will be the death of me. He thought as he continued to search for the mess of green hair. Izuku meanwhile walked casually along the outside of the stadium, grinning from under his cloth mask at the fact that he had slipped away. Not that he wanted to cause trouble, but he didn't need Shin hovering over him like that. It felt way too confining in an already enclosed space. I don't think spectators are allowed in this area. He turned his head to the side and blinked when he realized he was staring right at Todoroki. Oops, guess I was lost in thought. Izuku replied sheepishly. You're Todoroki, Shoto. You're doing really great in the competition considering, he added. Shoto's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Considering what? He questioned. That you're holding yourself back. I've only seen you use one side of your quirk. Izuku answered honestly. Heterochromia eyes stared into emerald ones. It was hard for Izuku to peg just what was going through the other's mind. It was kind of awkward if he was honest. I refuse to use my father's quirk, he stated, and that piqued Izuku's curiosity again. I plan to win with just my right side. To show him that I won't be his tool. Izuku frowned. He knew enough of Endeavor's background to know that the number 2 pro hero wasn't a good man no matter his status in society. But it's your quirk. Not his. Izuku pointed out. There was strained silence between the two and Izuku glanced to the ground. Sorry, I shouldn't have said anything. It's not my place. No, it's not, but I appreciate it. I didn't think about it that simply. He replied as he gazed down to his left hand. Who are you? He asked. Oh, wait, should I give my actual name? I don't think Kacchan would be too happy about that, so, just a fan. Shoto's intense gaze studied the stranger before him. He never really intended to start up a conversation when he confronted him, but there was something about the other teen that made it easy. Perhaps it was because the others seemed so calm around him. Sure, he praised his name at first, but the fanfare only lasted a few moments. When he called himself a fan, he found it a bit odd. What was the problem in giving his name? He was about to question him about it, but thought against it when he heard someone approaching. He turned his attention to his fellow classmates. Todoroki-kun, she called out as they approached them. Izuku recognized her as Uraraka Ochako, and the male was walked along with her was Ida Tenya, the younger brother of Stain's target. The brown-haired girl smiled widely to her classmate. You were really great on the first 2 rounds, she complimented with enthusiasm. Her attention was caught by Izuku and she tilted her head with curiosity. Oh, is this a friend of yours? She asked. Noticing his expensive-looking outfit, she assumed he was from a high-class family. Not that she was really judging him, she was just observant. Plus, Shoto didn't like to talk a lot, especially with new people. Izuku smiled and was about to answer when Todoroki did instead. Yes, but he was about to leave. He answered. Izuku was a bit surprised by that remark. He was being claimed as a friend? He didn't know why, but that just made him extremely happy. Well, I'll be cheering you on from the stands, he said as he turned to make his leave. Oh, you should meet up with us afterwards. We all planned on enjoying the festival games before heading back home. Uraraka suggested with high hopes. Izuku hummed a bit as he looked back to the students. Maybe. Castles Crumbling Part 4. Round 1. Hitoshi Shinso vs Minoru Mineta. Hitoshi Shinso. Shoto Todoroki vs Hantasiro. Shoto Todoroki. Denki Kaminari vs Ibara Shiozaki. Ibara Shiozaki. Tenya Ida vs Mei Hatsum. Tenya Ida. Though really that was more of an advertisement trap by Mei, so they both won, kinda? Fumikage Tokoyami vs Momo Yaoyorozu. Fumikage Tokoyami. Eijiro Kirishima vs Tetsu 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 Tetsu. Eijiro Kirishima. after a tie and then victory arm wrestle match to break the tie. Katsuki Bakugo vs Achiko Uraraka. Katsuki Bakugo. There was a brief interlude, however Izuku stayed in his seat and didn't leave Shin's side after his little disappearing act the last break. Instead the young teen just jotted information that he found interesting or noteworthy into his journal that he kept with him in his jacket's inner pocket until the next round. The tournament of the sports festival had been nothing short of spectacular so far. Izuku's interest in Shinso was confirmed after he had won his first round against a Class 1A student, Mineta. The match honestly ended quicker than anyone anticipated, and it was strange to anyone not really paying attention, for there was only a short conversation before suddenly Mineta walked off the stage disqualifying himself. However, he analyst knew exactly how it happened and figured that the general student's quirk stemmed from verbal interactions, so he quickly took note of it in his journal. Todoroki made quick work of his opponent with his ice quirk, too quick for Izuku's liking, and again the dual quirk user didn't use his fire. Then the match between the cute girl he had briefly met, named Uraraka, and Bakugo was rather savage. He had to admit that she had a lot more moxie and strength than even he previously thought after watching her fight. He was impressed to say the least. Round 2. Hitoshi Shinso vs Shoto Todoroki. Shoto Todoroki. Tenya Ida vs Ibara Shiozaki. Tenya Ida. Fumikage Tokoyami vs Mina Ishido. Fumikage Tokoyami. Katsuki Bakugo vs Eijiro Kirishima. Katsuki Bakugo. Round 3. Shoto Todoroki vs Tenya Ida. Shoto Todoroki. Katsuki Bakugo vs Fumikage Tokoyami. Katsuki Bakugo. The next 2 rounds were interesting to say the least. It was unfortunate, yet inevitable, that Hitoshi Shinso lost his next match against Todoroki. The dual quirk user kept barraging the other with ice attacks and kept silent even as Shinso would try to enact a verbal confrontation. The general studies student didn't look like the fighting type and probably relied heavily on his own quirk for things, which meant he had a handle on his quirk, but that also meant he was at a bad disadvantage and lost. What surprised Izuku was how the crowd received the student. It seemed that the loss was more of a win for him because everyone was cheering for him as he exited the stage. After all, it wasn't every year that a general studies student got that far into the tournament. The other students were filtered out and eventually dominated by Class 1A. The only letdown was the match that was supposed to have happened between Tenya Ida and Shoto Todoroki, as it was a forfeit and gave Todoroki the win instantly. He wasn't completely sure why that happened, but he had a good feeling it was due to news of a certain hero killer as he spotted the robotic teen quickly leaving the arena. And now the finals. That fight had been a rush of adrenaline even for the crowd. Ice and explosions filled the Coliseum's airspace as the 2 top students clashed against each other. Izuku was on his feet watching with bated breath as Bakugo seemed to be bombarding the dual quirk user with his explosive attacks, the ice shattering no matter what the other did. Izuku stared intensely at the fight. It seemed that Todoroki was still refusing to use his fire side, which was causing him to be at a disadvantage. "Use your left side," he started muttering to himself. He stood up onto the bench seat and took a deep breath while pulling down his mask. "It's your quirk," he yelled out again, surprising Shin with his overly invested energy. "Use it." He didn't think his voice would carry through the thunderous crowd, but unbeknownst to him Todoroki's attention was caught by it. It seemed to trigger the fighter as he blocked Bakugo with a wall of fire. It caused the blonde to take quick steps back before he was hit with a blast of ice, and then the fire came after. Now it was anyone's game and the crowd erupted in louder cheers. Izuku grinned at the sight. Finally, he could analyze Todoroki's handle on his other half. Words were exchanged between the opponents and Bakugo's yell filled the space as he unleashed a great explosion that Todoroki couldn't block and blew the teen out of the stage and crashing him into the wall of the stadium. A clear winner. Katsuki Bakugo wins. Bakugo why-in-ness? Present Mix enthusiastic voice cried out over the loudspeaker. The crowd, cameras and heroes were all too hyped up over the results of the final battle to even notice the small insect-like nanotech that snuck back through the arena and stands back to his person, crawling like spiders up and into their proper place. Izuku looked over to Shin. "I never want to watch the sports festival via video recordings ever again," he grinned. Through the rapid waves of voices, the announcer had stated how all students that had been injured or otherwise have all been fully healed, not that any in the audience believed otherwise. It wasn't long before the stage was being set up for the awards ceremony. Shin gave a deadpan look to the teen. "I think that's enough excitement for one day," he stated. "Let's go home." "Go home?" The childlike voice sniffed tearfully. "I want to go home." A slight headache was coming on again, but he ignored it to speak up. "Actually, I was hoping we could stay just a little longer." Izuku replied, wincing at the glare. "Hear me out. While I was out." An eyebrow rose. "You mean when you left my sight without permission?" "To answer your rhetorical question, yes. But please, just let me finish," he stated with slight annoyance at being interrupted. Maybe it was the headache making him more irritable than usual, but he wasn't caring at the moment. Shin gave a nod and waited for him to speak. He might not be a fan of Izuku, but the man still appreciated the teen's politeness and that he hardly ever beats around the bush. The kid was honest and he had yet to catch him in a lie. Shin also knew the tattletale signs of Izuku's limits with his patience and temper. "I was able to associate with a couple of Class 1A students who invited me to join them after this. It would be a good way to get a little more personal information from them if I can go," he explained as clear and quick as he could before Shin could say anything against it. It seemed like he was debating. That was a good thing. Either way, it made Izuku nervous on what his end result would be. To be honest, Shin knew Kai would be furious. He had already failed him by having Izuku slip from his watch. However, it seemed within that time he managed to befriend a student, so it shouldn't hurt now if he continued on this possible fruitful outcome. Plus, Shin was aware that there would be times in the future where Izuku would have no one around him. He needed to learn to adapt and grow from experiences. So he decided, 2 hours? That should be adequate amount of time for you to gather some intel. It was Izuku's turn to be surprised, and a big smile was hidden behind his face mask. "I'll have the car ready to leave." 2 hours. Text me if you are to leave earlier. Understood? Yes. He watched as Shin disappeared amongst the crowd heading for the exit. He could hardly contain his excitement. Then it dawned on him. "Ah man, she didn't tell me where they were going to be," he groaned. Thankfully he didn't have to look. "I heard you." He jumped slightly as he turned around to see Todoroki slowing to a stop in front of him. Some other students were not too far off approaching them. "Why, you did?" His green eyes widened with wonder, and Todoroki gave a small comfortable smile and nodded. The others surrounded them by then. He recalled them all, but they still made introductions. "Hi, I'm Mina." "Yo little bro, I'm Kirishima. Who are you?" "We met earlier. I'm Uraraka. Nice to officially meet you." "You can call me Tsu Ribbit." Izuku chuckled as he listened to them, then sighed as the question of who he was brought up again. Guess he couldn't help not calling himself something. "You can call me Aizu. Nice to meet you all," he said, then smiled. Uraraka looked over to Kirishima. "Where's Bakugo? Wasn't he going come?" she questioned him. "Yeah, he should be meeting up with us later," he replied with a nod. They ventured down the aisle of game booths, chatting with each other with such vibrancy and enthusiasm Izuku couldn't help but think of the shy Hasaikai members when a celebration is happening. They were all very close, he could tell. Then again, if they were all in the same class together, it would be difficult not to be. "So Aizu, what school do you go to?" Tsu asked curiously. "I was homeschooled," he replied. "Was?" Kirishima questioned. "I've already graduated. I take college courses now," he explained with a shrug. "Dang, college? You must be pretty smart. Is that your quirk?" He continued to ask, seemingly impressed that someone their age was already attending college. Izuku shook his head. "No. My father always encouraged my enthusiasm for knowledge." He answered simply. "Maybe you could help me with my homework." Mina exclaimed with hopeful glee. The others laughed while Kirishima agreed with her request as well. An amused chuckle escaped him as he felt blush creep along his cheeks. "Sorry, I don't really get out much and my family is very adamant about their privacy, so I doubt I'd be allowed to tutor anyone," he replied. "Your parents sound strict," Uraraka pointed out. "Who would want to shut their kid in all the time?" "I'd say more like overprotective. I get sick very easy and pretty often, so I know they have my best interests at heart," he defended lightly. Besides, they allowed me to come to the festival this year and be able to hang out with you guys, even if it's just for a couple hours. He added with a smile. Todoroki didn't say too much during the conversation, he just listened. Overprotective? It seemed a bit excessive and he could be getting sick a lot because they kept him shut, but then who was he to judge with a monster of a father that he has? Ah bro. If you're on limited time then let's get to playing. Kirishima cheered and the rest followed suit. Izuku stiffened when Kirishima's arm draped across his shoulders and pressed his side against his own in a friendly manner. Izuku wasn't sure how to react to the contact and strongly ignored the need to push the redhead away because he didn't want to raise any red flags. He'll have to clean his outfit when he got home and probably take 2 showers. They bounced from booth to booth for the games. The rules were simple: hit the target or targets and win a prize, no quirk use allowed. Some tried mainly to show off to the girls, or the girls really wanted the plush they had up for the prize. They were really good with their accuracy. Izuku took mental note. He would have been fine just continuing to watch them all, like watching a documentary about the social interactions of creatures that were so foreign to him, yet he also felt a longing to want to blend in and belong to them as well. Strange. Uraraka looked over to Izuku. We've been hogging up the games, did you want to try too, Aizu? She asked him sweetly. That smile was too diamond bright to him, nothing like Himiko. He blinked and looked down at the chair and fixed ball-loaded blaster and suddenly felt panicked. Germs, germs, germs. It's so dirty, disgusting, veal diseased. Aizu. Todoroki's calm voice broke his panic like a bell. Oh, no. No thanks. I'm sure I wouldn't be any good at these games. He tried to excuse himself from getting any closer to the objects that he just knew hadn't been washed after tens of hundreds of dirty hands had handled it. Nope. To be honest, he never thought that he would have reacted that way either. He was far from the prying eyes of Kai, far from anyone that would have whispered to the boss's ear, so why was he so disgusted with it now? He taught you to be. Something within him said. When his attention went back to the group of teens, he could tell they were disappointed that he didn't change his mind. I really would rather watch, he said with an apologetic tone. After a while they seemed to have adapted to his preferences and stopped being pushy, but never allowed him to feel left out of anything. Fun. This was what fun was like with kids around his age. He enjoyed it. Even if this was just a way of understanding his would-be opponents and victims of the League of Villains. It was a pity, they all seemed like decent people to him. He would have left them alone if it had been up to him. He checked his watch. Half an hour before he was to meet Shin in the drop-off loading area so they could leave. Within the time he was allotted, he had gained enough intel to make this a successful mission, but really he just wished he had more time to pretend a bit longer. To continue to have an amazing time with these teens who seemed interested in him and his dodgy way of avoiding certain questions. But good times could only last so long. Izuku, he heard his full name being said and slowly turned to look at who had said it, hoping that by some chance there was someone else that was named Izuku around, yet when his emerald eyes landed on Katsuki Bakugo he knew it was directed at him. The blonde stared directly at him looking like he was seeing a ghost. How did Bakugo know who he was? Katsuki could hardly believe his eyes at first. He had to stand there for a moment as he stared at a new teen whom had been hanging around with his classmates. Distinctive curly, green hair, it made him think of him. It couldn't be. He thought to himself as his insides were literally buzzing. He needed to be sure and so willed himself to move forward, act casual. The greenette turned to the side as he dodged something. That's when Bakugo noticed his face was covered by a cloth mask. It would have been easier to dismiss him if he hadn't been wearing that, but the freckles that peeked above the mask line was unmistakable. Izuku. He hated how his voice stammered, but he needed the other to look at him. He needed to see if he would answer. He couldn't breathe when the teen reacted to the name and turned toward him hesitantly. Their eyes connecting. Those emerald eyes. It was him. There was no denying it now. Should I know you? The teen questioned slowly, looking a bit confused and edgy. He could feel the panic creeping into his brain as All Might's warning echoed in his head. Katsuki, though, would not be deterred. It is you. He stepped closer, hesitant that maybe this was all a hallucination brought on by all the stress of the sports festival. Yet, the clear look of confusion on his classmates' faces was a good sign that this wasn't a dream. Midoriya, we've been looking everywhere for you. He noticed Izuku's cautious steps back from him. I'm sorry, but I think you have me confused with someone else. That's not my name. Izuku replied quickly. He could hardly breathe, his pulse increased. Why was he acting like he didn't know him? He was right there. He didn't need to pretend. He shook his head as he reached into his pant pocket. No, Midoriya Izuku. I know it's you, I never stopped looking for you. He said his voice was filled with a panic that he couldn't hold back, fumbling for a tattered flyer and unfolded it to show Izuku. It was the missing child flyer. Izuku stared at it with wide eyes. The child within the flyer looked just like him when he was younger. When he had been taken in by the boss, by Kai. His head was throbbing by now and he shook his head. This can't be right. He hadn't been missing, he was abandoned. Neglected and forgotten until Kai found him, until Otosan took him in as his son. All sound was muffled as the paper was shoved into his gloved hands. He knew the blonde was talking, but he couldn't hear the words. He shook his head. Oh, I don't know you or this Midoriya kid. I'm sorry, but I have to go now. By now the other classmates of Class 1A were trying to figure out what was going on. He could see their own concerns about what Bakugo was alleging. It was Todoroki who seemed to be calmly taking in everything. Bakugo on the other hand shouted, warning his attention, and another few steps back. I'm sorry, I really do have to go. You can't. Wait. Bakugo called out to him as Izuku turned to leave. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. He knew that was Izuku. He yelled. Deku. Something in his mind clicked. Oh, the pain. Like waves crashing against the rocks, his head was splitting. Finally. He slowed to a stop as he held his head. His eyes flashed memories that he couldn't remember otherwise, visions of things and people that had been his life before. He turned back to look at Bakugo. Katsuki. Kacchan. He hoarsely whispered before a large crowd walked between him and the group of Class 1A students. Once the crowd dispersed, the greenette was nowhere in sight. Deku. Bakugo took off running. No, he thought in panic. He didn't stop for his classmates when they called after him, nor slowed down as he rammed through the crowd. He had to find him again. He couldn't lose him. Not again. Deku. He ran. The moment there was a division between him and the students, he bolted. His feet carried him away from the call of that name. Deku, he could hear it ringing through his head over and over again. Mixed between Katsuki's call as he moved through the crowded festival and a child's taunting voice saying the name within his mind. He could feel his panic rising as all he wanted to do was escape. Ignoring the people around him, he felt like his world was shrinking, closing in around him, making his breathing quick and ragged, his heart rapidly beating in his chest. So far deep in his panic, he didn't even realize he was near the meeting point for Shin. Shin, though, had been keeping alert, and the moment he caught sight of Izuku, he knew something went wrong. Sheet, he hastened to the obviously panicking teen. Izuku, he spoke calmly to him, careful not to touch him while he was so obviously in a panic attack, though his presence hung around the boy to show him that he had shelter. What happened? Emerald eyes were wide when they met his. Home. I need to go home, he muttered in quick, pain-filled whispers. When Izuku leaned into Shin's body, the older man's arms wrapped around his shoulders, revealing that he was trembling. Mindful of his surroundings, Shin led Izuku to the car. Carefully, he helped the woozy teen into the back seat and couldn't help the worry and panic within his own mind that was rising as Izuku seemed to be crumbling before him. Shutting the door, he gave one last look around as he composed himself, trying to figure out what could have possibly happened to Izuku to cause such a result. Kai was not going to be happy. Not one bit. Izuku couldn't stop sweating. He felt sick, his stomach hurt, his head was pounding, feeling like it was ready to explode. He curled into himself in the seat, pressing his forehead against his knees while his hands held the side of his head. Shin was speaking, but he couldn't hear him, let alone have the will to say anything other than how much it hurt. How everything was hurting. You know what Deku means, don't you? A little blonde boy sneered as he could hear himself sniffle as he looked up to the boy from the ground. There were faceless children snickering behind the blonde. It means worthless. That's what you are, he pointed, and the children laughed. The resounding call of a raven can be heard within the cackling of children. Leave it alone. he demanded as he used his small body to protect the injured bird from Katsuki and his friends. In the end he came home with scraps, bruises, burn marks and the raven in his arms. This body is too injured and I'm much too weak to heal it. Let me sleep within you. Not only will I give you my powers once I have regained my strength, but I will always be with you, your friend. The black bird tilted its head as it spoke, its borrowed body slowly dying as little Izuku accepted its offer. After all, he was promising to give him a quirk, right? Izuku, sweetheart, I'm so sorry. His mother whispers as she cradled her son while he sobbed, coming home from school once again with a ripped-up and burned backpack and scrapes from falling, though he never told her to the extent of how cruelly he was being treated. It's okay, I'm here. I'm here, she tried to soothe as she held her own tears back, not knowing how to keep her baby safe. Why are you crying? The image of a young Kai Chisaki standing in front of him near a playground as the day was turning dark. I want to go home. I want my mom. The panic within his little heart made his chest hurt as he stared up to those dark eyes that screamed possessive. This is your home now. Don't worry, I will always be with you. Izuku. Kai's worried voice rang through his delirium. He's burning up. What happened? Why is he like this? Kai seethed as Shin apologized profusely and proceeded to tell of what had transpired as far as he knew before Izuku fell back into a slumber. The next thing Izuku knew, he was waking up in his room, in the comfort of his bed. Taking a deep breath made his body ache. Trying to sit up made him nauseous, so he opted to stay laying down and stare blankly up at the ceiling. It was all coming back to him. Everything. As he begins to slowly move his stiff limbs, the door to his room opens. Don't say anything. Good. You're awake. Kai spoke with relief as he walked in, closing the door promptly behind him. You had me worried. Sorry. Izuku muttered as he slowly sat up. Kai sat on the side of his bed and touched Izuku's forehead with the back of his gloved hand. You still have a fever, you should keep resting, he insisted, pushing the younger back into bed with little effort. Kai gently stroked damp green curls away from his face. I knew I shouldn't have agreed to his suggestion, he stated, chastising himself mainly. What happened? Shin told me that you were experiencing headaches throughout the event. He questioned the boy. Izuku shifted his gaze away from Kai. How could he tell him that what was happening to him wasn't from what Kai was obviously assuming? In the end he couldn't, and something within him kept telling him to keep silent. I overdid myself. That's all. I wasn't used to all the excitement, food, the crowd. It was all a bit overwhelming. I'm sorry for worrying you, he tried to explain. It was so weird to lie to Kai like this. He could feel those intense golden orbs staring into him, as if knowing full well that he wasn't speaking honestly. You're a terrible liar. He sighed, making Izuku's stomach twist. We'll discuss this further once you're well. For now, rest. When Kai left, Izuku slowly sat back up. He stared at his hands in the silence. His head was still swimming, but he couldn't sleep, he couldn't rest. Forcing his eyes to look further from his hands, he registered the fact that he had a new set of clothes on, which meant his other clothes were over there, in the laundry basket. He pushed the covers off and rose from the bed. It took him a moment to compose himself, but it didn't stop him from reaching the basket of laundry. Relief washed over him as he spots his clothes, and with only a moment hesitation he reached in and searched his pants until he heard the crinkle and made him feel as if his heart had skipped a beat. Pulling the crumpled paper from his discarded pant pocket, he smoothed out the wrinkles as he sat at his desk. Katsuki's pleas ran through his mind again as he read through the flyer. This couldn't be right. He always told that he had been abandoned because of his quirklessness. How could he have been stolen? You were only 6 years old. He jumped at the voice and whipped around, finding the space once more empty. Who's there? He asked out loud, assuming it was someone with some sort of invisibility quirk, but it didn't feel right. Your mind is still trying to correct itself. It'll take time before you can recall everything, the voice stated with amusement laced with every word. I've always been here with you, just as I had promised all those years ago. His head throbbed. I don't remember a promise like that, he retorted. Show yourself. You were a child when we met. My borrowed animal form was injured thanks to a bunch of disgusting humans and their quirks, but you tried to mend it. I remember how you cried for me. The voice recalled. You took me to your home, thinking that you could do what my powers could not. There was a momentary pause. You spoke with me every day. Told me all your secrets. How you wished you had a real friend. It was like a vacuum moment. Everything around him was different. He was in his old home. His vision landed on the little shoebox which he remembered held an injured bird. A raven. The black-feathered creature cawed as he watched a 5-year-old him sit near the bird and trying so hard to nurse the bird back to health. Coming back to his senses, he frowned at the memory. I called you Karasu. He muttered. A laugh danced around his room. Yes. Karasu, so redundant yet so perfect. I really enjoyed that name. But how are you talking to me? Am I going crazy? Or do I actually have a quirk? Is this? You always did have endless questions. It's what I like about you. Even as a child. A shadow began to take form within the corner of his room, a defining silhouette that gazed right at Izuku, causing the hair on the back of his neck to stand up. Let us take our time. We are finally able to communicate properly with each other now. Answers will be told in due time. No need to overwhelm your senses again. Izuku frowned again at its answer. The shadow fused back into the darkness, and suddenly it spoke again, this time right near him. I promise to always be with you. We have time now, it said with a chuckle. Izuku felt goosebumps run down his spine, his senses telling him that whatever was speaking with him was dangerous. Izuku blinked. Why didn't I remember any of this until now? His fingers absent-mindedly traced the crinkle lines of the flyer as he felt the growing need to figure out what was going on. That would be because of your precious Kai. What? I would suggest keeping your discoveries to yourself for now. Karasu suggested. My strength hasn't been recovered because of how many times he, overhauled. He what? He rose from his seat at the comment. The world spun for a moment and he had to brace himself before his hand fingered through his hair. He used his quirk on me? The first time had been an accident, I believe, but he apparently liked the results. The other 3 times were when you would start questioning or figured it out, he would do it again and say that you had fallen ill, filling in the gaps with what he wanted for you. The voice let out a scoff. If it hadn't been affecting my ability to keep in contact with you, or stunted my recovery, I would have been impressed with his possessive and manipulative behavior. Alas, his constant meddling with your mind tampered with my healing, so my opinion of him isn't very good. He felt nauseous again 4 times. Kai had used his quirk on him 4 times. Just the thought alone made him want to scream. How could he have done this to him? But what was the point? Then he thought about it more, how obsessive Kai was with him, how controlling, manipulative. As the thoughts came through, the more he felt like he was going to be sick. What do I do now? Izuku muttered as he settled back into the chair, his hands spread out upon the crumbled flyer. I ran away from him, the one I used to call Kacchan. Bakugo. He said he had been looking for me. The same boy who bullied and shamed you for being quirkless. It's only natural that your instincts told you to run. It seemed the recessed memories acted as a way to keep the abuse buried deep within. Karasu pointed out in a lazy tone. Izuku closed his eyes and silently agreed with the spirit. But it's nice to know that he didn't forget me. He didn't stop looking. You are far too kind for our own good. There was a momentary pause before it spoke again. But I have seen how your kindness has gained you the respect and loyalty of your peers. After Katsuki Bakugo finished, he stared at his classmates. They were all silent for that moment, taking in everything that had been told to him by their aggressive classmate. It was so heartbreaking to hear how easily the kidnapper had gotten away with his crime and how it practically destroyed the lives that the child was connected to. It also gave them the understanding of why Bakugo had reacted the way he did with the kid that Todoroki had befriended during the sports festival. So wait, you mean to tell us that the kid we hung out with after the sports festival, Izu, is your friend that was taken like almost 10 years ago? Kirishima asked after Bakugo finished his tale. Bakugo's gaze fell to the floor when Kirishima said, Friend, I wasn't much of a friend to him back then. I was a pretty shitty kid, to be honest. He replied, when my quirk developed I was always praised for it, told I was going to do great things, and of course I believed it because, hell, I knew I was going to be the best whether anyone actually believed in me or not. I had tons of extras that wanted to be my friend and I got away with practically anything. Then there was Deku, Izuku. Before my quirk we were pretty close, our mothers were childhood friends so they had us doing everything together, but when he was diagnosed quirkless things changed. He was looked at different, treated different, but he would still go on and on about how he wanted to be a pro-hero, even without a quirk. He paused. The class could see his conflict on. Whatever happened in his past must have been really bad. Well, if he was quirkless then he should have been told to think of doing something else. Kaminari stated with a shrug. I mean, can you imagine a quirkless hero? He chuckled a bit too harshly. What are they gonna do against a villain with dangerous quirks? They'd be in the way or worse, dead. There were some classmates that gasped at how he was so insensitive, others who kind of agreed with him, and the others that just stayed quiet because they wanted to hear more of what Bakugo had to say. Bakugo's hands were in a tight fist as he kept himself from yelling at the electricity dimwit. He wouldn't listen to anyone, so instead he was often made fun of, ridiculed, and bullied. And I was his main aggressor. He heard gasps again. After all, being a bully wasn't very heroic. I was a stupid kid listening to the influence of those around me. Everyone treated quirkless people like they were worthless, so I mirrored the behavior, but then, he stopped as he recalled the last moment he saw Izuku. I really hurt him. He ran from me crying, but I ignored him. Kirishima frowned. Bakugo blamed himself for Izuku's disappearance. You may not accept this answer, bro, but it's not your fault. You were a kid, how were you supposed to know that someone was going to kidnap him? I may have been 7 at the time, but I promised that I would protect him and I didn't. I was the reason he ran off. I should have followed after him, but I didn't. It's just as much my fault as it is the person who kidnapped him. You might have been kidnapped too though, Uraraka pointed out, or severely injured if you had tried to fight the person. She added, and the class seemed to agree, but Kirishima is right, you shouldn't blame yourself. What you are doing now is amazing. I'm sure when you find Midoriya again he's going to be super happy. Todoroki took in what was said and thought about the demeanor of Aizu at the time he was around him. Might not be that simple. He spoke, causing the class to look at him. When I first encountered him, he seemed like a confident and almost professional individual. Nothing signaling that he had been in captivity or that he was in any danger. Oh yeah. I remember he wore a face mask and gloves too and hardly touched anything. Kirishima recalled. He stared at that carnival game like it was going to jump up and bite him when we asked if he wanted to play. He added. Uraraka nodded, remembering that as well. He did seem awkward when it came to socializing, but then again he did mention that he was homeschooled. Mina pipped in, and that his parents were super strict. Kirishima shook his head. Nah, he said they were overprotective and liked their privacy. He frowned again. Listening to all this, he should have realized something was amiss with him. He also only gave us his first name, Aizu, which is now obviously short for Izuku. He was also unaccompanied, which means whoever took him knew he wouldn't run. Todoroki pointed out. Bakugo felt his throat go dry as his classmates listed off things they had either picked up from Izuku or heard him say. Now that we know he's alive, I'm hoping that his case will be reopened and we can finally bring him home. Have you told his mom yet? Tsu asked. I want to, but Eraserhead and All Might advised me not to yet. All Might took this moment to finally speak. I had young Bakugo present his assignment last because of the severity of his claims, and after everything that happened at the sports festival I needed you all to understand that this is something that can happen to anyone at any time. The world is full of dangers, be it natural disasters, beasts, or even human nature. We are all that stands in the way of chaos and destruction. That is why professional heroes exist, to keep as many people safe as possible and to save those that are in evil's wake. The class gave a noise of understanding. As for the case Bakugo, it has been brought to the attention of a certain pro-hero agency that is wanting to reopen it as a part of their own ongoing investigation. He revealed, to which most of the class were surprised and excited over. Bakugo didn't allow himself to feel as excited as everyone else. He left room for doubt. They wanted to reopen it. He didn't say they were going to. Their main goal was a different investigation, not finding Izuku, so he reserved his hopes so he wouldn't be disappointed if they didn't follow through. After the bell rung for All Might's class to be over, the students chatted as they waited for their homeroom teacher to come back for the next part of class. Most were eager to find out how many agencies scouted them thanks to the sports festival. That's when Aizawa entered the room and everyone settled back down. "We'll be choosing your hero names today," and the class cheered. Bakugo was getting annoyed with his classmates' constant excitement bursts, and despite the fact that his mind was nowhere near the topics at hand, he was still semi-paying attention to Aizawa explaining about the draft results that everyone was waiting for. He heard Uraraka congratulate both Todoroki and himself for being the top picks. Todoroki mentioning how his results were more than likely due to his father's influence made him roll his eyes and look out the window. His mind fluttering back to his encounter with Izuku, the look in his eyes, the way he was dressed, how he held himself, and how quickly he had disappeared again. If the other students hadn't witnessed him, he would have thought he had just seen a ghost or his mind had been playing tricks, but he knew now he was alive and he was going to save him. It was just a matter of time. "I don't want you around. The others yet, what if you have another episode?" "It's too risky," Kai stated firmly as he gazed into emerald green eyes. Those eyes that once held infinite love for him, now he could see something new stirring within, and Kai did not like it. Izuku frowned at the answer. "I've been in my room for almost a week. I'm fine now. I haven't gotten to see Otosan or even Arie, please Kacchan. If I feel like I'm going to get sick again I'll leave, but you know I don't like being cooped up for long periods of time like this." He ignored the snickering of Karasu within his mind. He didn't need the extra annoyance at the moment. Kai tore his gaze from Izuku to look at the door. He didn't want him exposed to anyone. He knew very well that Izuku was still going through something that he wasn't telling him, and he needed to figure it out first. "Just for today, if you have no symptoms then you can go about business as usual tomorrow," he stated, then turned back to Izuku. "Deal?" It looked like Izuku wanted to protest. He inwardly fought with himself, or rather Karasu, to keep from acting out. "Yes sir," he muttered as he lowered his gaze. Kai frowned. Izuku would only call him sir when he was mad at him, and it was becoming too common recently. "Aizu, you know I worry for you. Just trust me and know that I have your best interest at heart. Do you understand?" "Of course, Kacchan. I know you do," he replied blandly as he walked over to his desk and pulled out his newest journal, setting it on top of his desk and opened its pages. "Doesn't mean that I like it though. I'm not fragile and I'm not gonna break under pressure. You helped raise me, so you should know that by now," he added, still not looking at Kai. Kai opened the door to leave, glancing back to his Izuku as the teen started writing things down. "I'll come check on you in a few hours," pausing a moment hopeful for a response, but left without one. Locking the door behind him, he turned and stormed down the hall, his hands gripped tightly into fists. How was he supposed to be assured that Izuku would stay dependent on him if the teen continued to be cross with him? It was so much easier to control him when he was younger. Why did he have to start developing an attitude as a teenager? Izuku heard the door lock when Kai closed it. He hated that. To be locked inside his own room, he wasn't a prisoner. Then again, maybe I am, he huffed a sigh as he puts his pen down. He made sure you forgot that little detail. The entity manifested near his host, though only a shadow of what he could possibly be. It was better than being stuck within the confines of Izuku's trapped subconscious. Izuku glanced to his side where he knew the being was lingering, then looked back to his journal. "Yeah, but now that I know, what am I supposed to do?" he wondered. "I should hate him, shouldn't I? He took me away from my family, my life, and made me forget. So why don't I? He may have taken you from the life you had known, but what would you have become if you had stayed? You had your mother, but what else? You had no friends, no support, and the one friend you did have turned out to be your worst abuser." Karasu stated, and Izuku couldn't deny these truths. "In the end you know that what he did was a favor for you." Izuku gave a nod as he listened. "I suppose so." He responded, "I remember that I had wanted to be a pro-hero when I grew up. Someone just like All Might." He chuckled at the childhood dream, not out of fondness but out of bitterness. "I honestly doubt I would have had any support, let alone training for that endeavor," he scoffed as he turned in his chair. "At least here I was never scrutinized for being quirkless. They did do me a favor. They made sure I was strong and could defend myself, made sure I was well educated and taken care of." He sighed as he rationalized his feelings towards his apparent captor. "I was always in this world. The Yakuza was more family than anything else. I know they weren't heroes, but to me they weren't villains. Now I know the truth, they are villains and in the end I am one too. My hands are just as stained with blood as any other member of the Shai Hasaikai. Never thought I would call myself a villain, he rambled then blinked. You can tell me to shut up. I'm sure I'm boring you. Heh, your ramblings hardly ever bore me, child, Karasu retorted, to which Izuku was surprised to hear. Do you recall what the man who raised you had said before? About allowing your alias to take the blame for your sins? The entity questioned curiously, and Izuku nodded. Then understand that the times in which Karasu took a life were moments that I took over fully. It stated, the label of villain falls onto me, not you. Izuku processed this, tried to wrap his brain around what was told. That's why it always felt like a dream? Like I was there but not really there. He mulled over the information. When I wear the mask, it's you that takes over? Precisely. I see. Izuku still wondered just what this entity was. Every time he tried to ask, it would dodge the question or just blatantly not answer, saying he would explain in due time. This creature, from what he was told, was old, like before the age of quirks old. It had powers and abilities that he could hardly understand. It had a lust for violence and it loved to torture. Are you a demon? He questioned, and the entity was silent. I recall in history lessons, reading how people mistook the early development of quirks in humans as monsters, like fairies, werewolves, vampires, witches, and demons, and that the belief of such creatures were just their imagination running wild. It was weird to hear the long pause of silence coming from the entity. We weren't human, but we were still sentient. Many called us Fae, creatures born from either nature, spirit, or darkness. Karasu stated, the Fae and humans shared this world as it was meant to be, balanced. Quirks, as they're called now, were never early development. They always existed, but just in a very few humans who were dubbed magic users. Before the Great Extinction, there were many different kinds of Fae creatures that walked on this earth. He explained then, his aura turned bitter. Humans, however, vain and greedy as they are, sought to destroy those that were not their kind and did so by calling it crusades, wars, and progress. They made the existence of the Fae nothing more than a fairy tale by writing their own version of history. The teen could understand the hatred he felt coming from the entity, being connected so intimately to the creature. So, you hate humans, but you chose to use me as a host. Are you planning on killing me when I am no longer necessary? Like eat my soul or something weird like that? The laugh that came from the spirit reverberated through his entire being. No, he said as he composed himself, I chose you because I am stronger with a human host, and while I may enjoy consuming souls, I plan on keeping you alive for a very long time. I do despise humans for the Fae's destruction, but I don't fault them all. Once again Izuku could feel the shift in Karasu's mood as the entity released its contempt of the conversation. Now, why don't we bring our focus back to the task on hand and do what you do best? Analyze and plan what we do from this point on. As Kai returned to the main house, he noticed a few of his members hanging around in his living area. Some were playing cards to pass the time, others just lounged on the couches in comfortable silence. They perked up when they heard him come in, but he noticed the look of disappointment when he came in alone. Little boss is still under the weather? Toya asked with concern. Kai narrowed his eyes at the name Toya gave to Izuku. His fever is gone now, but Izuku will continue to stay isolated until he is completely well. He answered, gauging the reactions of his members carefully. Majority of them seemed to take his answer well enough. It was his problem member that didn't like it. Rappa huffed and stood up from his seat, towering everyone as he did so. The kid has been through a lot worse and hasn't needed to stay locked away for a literal week before. What the hell are you doing to him, Overho? He growled out with irritation, showing that he wasn't taking simple answers for his missing pupil. Pinching the bridge of his nose, he kept calm. He's sick, Kendo. He iterated through gritted teeth. I will not have him exposed to the filth of the world until he's back to full health. Sounds to me like you'd rather keep him locked away, like a doll you want to keep all for yourself. It must SCK to realize the doll you've worked so hard to train is becoming more and more independent. Harder to control when they finally find their voice. The irritating voice of Stain spoke up. Just what he was needing. When did he even show up? Kai's glare intensified when he spotted the hero killer. How is this even your concern? This is Yakuza business, you shouldn't be here, he all but growled. Stain smirked, liking the fact that he irritated the Great Overhaul. Izuku believes I should, he retorted. Besides, I haven't been able to update him on recent developments, nor has he been able to give me any new marks, he stated as he leaned up against the wall, enjoying the twitch in Kai's eyes, knowing he hated him touching anything. Stain was considered Izuku's wild card, his hidden bullet, but for Kai he was a liability towards his own plans from the start. No one outside of the household was supposed to know what Karasu looked like behind the mask or his actual name either. So for an outsider to have this much free roam around his compound and to be so close to what is his, Kai's patience is starting to run thin. Izuku isn't the head of the syndicate, I am. I make the decisions, not him. He answers to me just like they do, and in the end you do too, so I suggest you give me the respect the title gives me. You aren't worthy of it, he stated in distaste, then a wicked smirk crossed his features. I'm not the only one who believes it either. Kai's eyes narrowed. What? Arie sat on the window seat cuddling one of her many plush toys as she stared out the window. It had been almost a week since Izuku had gotten sick. Arie would come and play with her instead, but it wasn't the same. Her life here had started getting better, she wasn't being forced into those horrible rooms or being poked and prodded all the time. In fact, Izuku would be the one now to occasionally prick her fingers so he could collect blood samples, but that was all she would have to endure, and that was much easier for her, especially if it was Izuku doing it. She also got to meet her grandfather, though it had only been that one time with Izuku and Kai. She liked him, he seemed like a nice man, so she had to wonder why she hadn't been able to see him again. Was he sick too? Was that why he was in a hospital bed? She hugged her plush tighter as she thought about Kai and those cold eyes of his. He apologized for her mistreatment to her in front of Izuku, but something inside told her that he wasn't being truthful. Recalling back to the evening that Izuku returned from the sports festival, she had run out to the porch watching as the car pulled up excitedly, but Arie had skillfully picked her up right before Kai rushed past her to the car. Izuku isn't feeling well right now, Arie, let's have Kai make sure he's okay. Arie stated to her calmly as he could feel her tense up with the rising tension going on between Kai and Shin. Kai was yelling at Shin by this point while pulling Izuku out of the car and carrying him bridal-style back towards the house. Arie stepped out of Kai's path to avoid any of his wrath. Arie, however, was focused solely on Izuku, who was unconscious. Her heart was beating loudly in her ears as her worry grew for her hero. I wanna go with, she exclaimed as she tried to wiggle out of Arie's arms so she could do just that. I wouldn't. Kai is very upset and I would hate for you to be caught in the crossfire, he said. Izuku wouldn't want that either, so we will wait until things calm down, okay? He offered the worried girl. She frowned and sniffled a bit, keeping herself from crying, then nodded. As they waited in her room, Arie watched as she played Tea Party with her plushies. He could tell she was still worried, catching her eyes wandering over to her door then back to her table. It didn't help that they haven't heard anything yet. Just then the door opened and Kai walked in. Arie stopped playing and turned to him. Is Izuku okay? She asked him softly, more than likely afraid of getting hurt or just scared of him in general. Kai stared at the girl for a moment, as if he was still processing everything, which he probably was. He has a fever, body aches, and has been nauseated for the first half hour. He's finally resting though, he answered as he tore his sights from Arie and to Arie instead. I'll need you to get the maids to clean his bathroom and sterilize the car, he stated as he tried to keep calm. Shin said that Izuku was given carnival food by one of the pro-heroes acting as security and believes that may be a cause for his illness. I can't believe he allowed Izu to consume that garbage, he sneered. Arie held his real opinion. Food poison does seem like the logical answer, he answered, then looks over to Arie, and that's why we only eat the food served here. Everything outside these gates are ill-made, unsanitary, and will make you sick. Arie nodded, seeming to take in his words before looking back over to Kai, gathering her courage. Kai-sama, when can I see Izuku? I want to make sure he's okay, she asked. I just told you he is finally resting, he answered with a sigh of annoyance, then he took a calming inhale. Once we know his sickness isn't contagious, then you'll be able to visit, he added. She gave another nod. Okay, was all she could really answer back. Now she just wished she had the courage to speak up more around him. Having left her window seat with the plush neatly placed back to its spot, she stared at her closed door and reached for the handle. There were times in her new life where she was still expecting the door to be locked tight, but little by little she was starting to see that it wasn't the case anymore. Peeking her head out the open door, she smiles when she sees Arie and scuttles out of her room and directly towards him. Looking down to Arie, the right hand of Kai blinked for a moment to process what was happening. She was starting to get braver and exploring out of her room more. It was a good sign, but still a bit dangerous. "Good morning, Arie," he greeted the girl as he reached into his inner pocket and pulled out a new face mask which he offered to Arie. "Rule 3 of the main house, always wear a mask inside." She watched him carefully and took the mask as he explained one of the many rules of the house. "Always wear mask," she repeated as she put it in place. "Can I see Izuku yet?" She hoped to hear a yes, but instead she was faced with a small excuse as to why she couldn't see him again today. Seeing Kai making his way from the hallway, she leaned closer to Arie's legs. Kai didn't look very happy, and instead of possibly being a target of his obvious aggression, she just hoped that Arie would continue to be a shield for her. And she was grateful that he did, keeping her squarely behind him, and it seemed that because of his anger Kai didn't even notice her there. "Stain is getting too meddlesome," he spat, tainting Izuku the way he is and causing an uproar. "I will not tolerate his presence much longer. The fool had the audacity to say that I am not worthy of my title." Arie listened to Kai's rant. It was true that Stain was becoming a problem for Kai. The hero killer was indirectly causing the 8 bullets to start questioning Kai's intentions and making them wane from their loyalty to their leader. However, that's not entirely Stain's fault. Arie had been noticing many of the bullets begin to break away from Kai and instead were forming a stronger bond with Izuku well before Stain came into play. The kid just had an aura that pulled many toward him. Perhaps it's his accepting nature, or the fact that he finds everyone and everything so wonderful, or that he's a literal light within the darkness that is the underworld that they gather around him without thought, like moths to the flame. Has it really taken Kai this long to figure all this out? Meanwhile, Arie listened to them as they spoke. The way Kai spoke and the way that Arie kept her covered, she kept herself from making a sound. Arie never met this Stain person. Then again, she just barely met a couple other people within the compound besides Arie, so he must be another member of the household. But how he talked about this man, he wasn't very well liked by Kai, but the man liked Izuku. Maybe he can help them. Maybe she could find him and talk to him. Maybe. Katsuki stared at the file before him. A stack of internships were neatly towered off to the side of his desk. He only briefly skimmed through those, and instead he was focused on the one that All Might had suggested instead. The great hero stood beside him at that moment. "I haven't spoken to Sir Night-Eye for quite a while, young Bakugo," the number 1 hero pointed out. "We had a disagreement and we parted ways. However, I had asked him to open young Midoriya's file when you came to me with the request," he said, which made Katsuki's chest hurt from lack of breathing. "He found that it connects to a current investigation that he has been working on, and I suggested that he take you in as an intern since you are the one that requested the file be reopened." He carefully watched Katsuki's reaction as he spoke. "He agreed to it if you wish to accept it, though he does have one odd requirement." "And what's that?" Katsuki asked. All Might cleared his throat. "Well, you have to make him laugh." Katsuki blinked as he processed the requirement. "I have to what?" He turned his glaring red eyes up to the pro hero. He had to be joking. Make him laugh. I know it sounds ridiculous, but he loves a good joke and he requires good humor for all of his staff, even interns, he said. He could feel his eye twitch as All Might answered him. "If you haven't noticed yet, I'm not a funny guy. I hate jokes and I have a hard time telling one." He was at least being honest. If he wanted this, though, he knew he needed to step out of his comfort zone, but how far out was he really willing to go was the question. Is that seriously the only way to get an internship with this guy? All Might crossed his arms. He had noticed that Katsuki was a very serious person and hardly found amusement in anyone's jokes or humor. Actually, he hadn't heard the kid laugh once while in school or around his classmates. He had a feeling this would be something that would need to be addressed before Katsuki met with Sir Night-Eye, which was why he was telling him now instead of throwing him into the deep end. "You'll need to figure out what to do to get over this obstacle, young Bakugo. Perhaps ask one of your classmates to help you." A sign of a great pro hero is knowing when you need to ask for help or advice from another. Perhaps this is one of those times. When All Might left, Katsuki leaned back against his chair and growled out an irritated sigh. He groaned. How the hell was he supposed to make someone laugh when he hated the idea of making up a stupid joke? Maybe All Might was right, he needed to get some help, but who could he ask without feeling like an idiot for doing so? He frowned as he thought of the only person in his class he didn't feel like he would maim if he asked them for their help. And it still didn't make it any easier. He aggressively rose from his seat and left the classroom towards the cafeteria where everyone was having lunch. His red eyes scanned the packed lunch hall until they caught sight of his target. Shitty hair, he called out as he approached the table of his classmates. He could tell he annoyed a few with his rather rude nicknames, especially the four-eyed nerd, but he didn't care. Apparently neither did Kirishima as the redhead turned around and looked up to him with happy grin. Yo bro! What's up? He asked in his usual friendly manner. Katsuki shoved his hands into his pockets and then glanced away. I need to talk to you, you done? Whether he really was finished eating or not wasn't exactly clear, but Kirishima quickly tossed his tray and got up, telling the group that he'd see them in class before following after Katsuki as he left. So what did you want to talk about? He asked as he caught up and walked beside his broody friend. Katsuki was frustrated. He was great at everything except being funny. He felt the sparks between his fingers as he felt the nerves of asking for help kick in. You know how to make people laugh, he stated with much strain. Kirishima wasn't sure where this was going. I guess so? I just tell random jokes here and there. Can you teach me? Huh. Katsuki scratched the back of his head out of frustration. I need to make someone laugh and I'm not if a funny or sheet. Kirishima felt like he was going to die right then and there.